still remember how normal Jamie looked on my screen that night. The same messy bedroom in the background, the same faded band poster on the wall, the same person I'd known since secondary school, smiling at me through my laptop. There wasn't a single warning sign that in just a few minutes, everything I thought I knew about my oldest friend would shatter, leaving me trapped in a nightmare I couldn't escape. I'm writing this down because I need to process what happened, but I can't bring myself to tell a therapist. They'd be obligated to report it, and honestly, I'm terrified of what might happen if this gets out. So I'm putting it here anonymously, hoping that maybe someone will understand or at least learn from my experience. Perhaps writing it out will help me make sense of how someone I trusted completely could do something so horrific. Last winter, I was in my final year at university in Edinburgh, while Jamie was working in London. We'd been close since we were 13, the kind of friendship that survives distance and time. We had a standing FaceTime call every other Thursday, just to catch up and stay connected despite being hundreds of miles apart. These calls were a highlight in my otherwise stressful week of coursework and part-time jobs. Just a normal ritual between friends, nothing unusual or concerning about it. That particular Thursday in November was miserable outside, raining so hard I could hear it drumming against my window in the student flat. I remember being grateful I didn't have to go anywhere that evening. I'd made a cup of tea, wrapped myself in a blanket, and settled in for our usual hour-long chat. The call connected, and there was Alex, looking slightly tired but smiling as always. The first 20 minutes were completely normal. We talked about our weeks, complained about work and studies, gossiped about mutual friends. Jamie had recently started a new job at a tech company, something to do with cybersecurity that I didn't fully understand, but sounded impressive. There had been a lot of talk about dark web monitoring and threat assessment, terms that meant little to me at the time, but would soon take on a horrifying new significance. I noticed Jamie seemed a bit distracted, occasionally glancing to the side at something off screen. I didn't think much of it, probably just checking messages or emails. But then there was a shift in the conversation. Jamie asked if I was alone in my flat, if my roommates were out for the evening. They were, a detail I confirmed without hesitation, because why wouldn't I? This was Jamie after all. That's when everything changed. Jamie's expression became more serious, more focused. There was this intensity in those eyes that I'd never seen before. Jamie leaned closer to the camera and said that there was something important to show me, something I needed to see to understand the work being done at the new company. I remember feeling a flicker of unease at the sudden change in tone, but I brushed it off. This was my oldest friend, someone I trusted implicitly. When Jamie said to keep an open mind about what I was about to see, I nodded, curious but unsuspecting. Jamie's screen went black for a moment, then changed to a screen share. I expected to see some kind of technical diagram or perhaps a presentation. Instead, the screen filled with what looked like a video feed of a room I didn't recognize. The space was dimly lit with a reddish tint, giving everything a surreal, almost dreamlike quality. At first, I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. Just a sparse room with concrete walls, what looked like a metal table, and some shapes I couldn't quite distinguish. Then the camera angle shifted slightly, and I realized with a jolt that there was a person in the room, strapped to a chair. They were struggling against their restraints, their movements desperate and terrified. The video quality was good enough that I could see the fear in their eyes, the way their chest heaved with panicked breathing. I felt my stomach drop. My first thought was that this must be some kind of prank, or maybe a clip from a horror film Alex was showing me as a joke. But deep down, I knew immediately that what I was seeing was real. There was an authenticity to the fear in that person's eyes that no actor could replicate. On the side of the screen, There was some kind of chat interface where messages were scrolling by too quickly to read. At the bottom were buttons or commands with labels I couldn't quite make out from my view. It looked like some kind of interactive live stream, but unlike anything I'd ever seen before. I was frozen in shock, unable to process what was happening. Before I could even form words to ask what the hell was going on, Jamie's voice came through, explaining that this was what was called a red room on the dark web, a live stream where viewers could watch and even request acts of violence in real time. Jamie spoke with a detached fascination, like this was an interesting documentary we were watching together, rather than a real person in terror. The worst part was how casual Jamie sounded, while explaining that the company wasn't just monitoring these sites, they were running some of them. That this was where the real money was in cybersecurity, creating and managing these illegal streams for wealthy clients who paid thousands to watch or participate. I couldn't speak. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what was happening. This couldn't be real. This couldn't be Alex, my friend since childhood, showing me something so horrific with such calm detachment. But the video continued playing, and the person in the chair continued struggling, and Alex continued explaining how the whole operation worked. Then came the moment that still haunts my nightmares. Jamie said that the company had been impressed with my psychology background and computer skills, that they'd been watching me through Jamie for months, that they thought I had potential to join their special projects team, and to prove I was suitable, I needed to participate tonight. The camera on my laptop suddenly lit up, indicating it was active even though I hadn't touched it. On Alex's shared screen, my face appeared in a small window above the video feed. My name appeared in the chat scroll. Whoever was running this stream now knew who I was. I could see my own horrified expression alongside the victim in the room. I tried to end the call, but my computer wouldn't respond. I tried to close the laptop, but Jamie's voice sharpened, warning me that closing the connection now would be seen as rejection of their offer. And they didn't allow people to reject offers once they'd seen what I'd seen. The implication was clear. I was being recorded watching this. I was now implicated, my face and name captured alongside this horrific content. If I didn't cooperate, that recording could be sent to the police, to my university, to my family, or worse, I could end up like the person in that chair. My mind was spinning with panic and betrayal. This person I trusted for over a decade had just dragged me into something nightmarish without my consent. Had Jamie always been this person? Or had something changed? I couldn't reconcile the friend I thought I knew with the monster on my screen. Jamie instructed me to select one of the commands from the menu that had appeared on my screen. Simple options were available for first-time participants, I was told. Nothing too extreme. Just enough to prove my commitment. I felt physically sick, tears streaming down my face as I realized the impossible situation I was in. If I participated, I would be complicit in someone's suffering. If I refused, I could be implicated or become a victim myself. There seemed to be no way out. In desperation, I yanked my router's power cable from the wall, cutting my internet connection entirely. The screen froze, then went black. The silence in my flat was deafening after the intensity of what had just happened. I sat there shaking for what felt like hours, expecting my phone to ring, expecting someone to knock on my door, expecting some immediate consequence for my refusal to participate. But nothing happened that night. The next day, I went to the campus IT department and had them check my laptop for any spyware or malicious software. I made up a story about getting strange pop-ups. They found nothing unusual. I changed all my passwords, deleted my social media accounts, and bought a new laptop just to be safe. I never heard from Jamie again. My messages went unanswered. Social media profiles disappeared. Mutual friends said they hadn't been in touch either. It was as if Jamie had vanished completely. For weeks afterward, I jumped at every notification, every unexpected sound. I covered my laptop camera with tape. I changed my phone number, moved to a different flat. I even considered dropping out of university and moving back home. But the fear that whatever Alex was involved with could find me there too kept me from running. It's been 6 months now. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was all some elaborate hoax or nightmare. But then I'll see a news story about dark web arrests, or I'll catch a glimpse of someone who resembles the person in that chair, and it all comes flooding back. I still don't know if Jamie was forced into recruiting me, if there really is a company using cybersecurity as a front for these streams, or if my oldest friend had been hiding a dark fascination that eventually evolved into participation. I don't know if I'm still being watched, or if cutting the connection that night was enough to remove me from their radar. What I do know is that trust is fragile, and the people closest to us can hide unimaginable secrets. I know that somewhere in the darkest corners of the internet, these rooms exist, and real people suffer while others watch. And I know that someone I love tried to drag me into that darkness. I check over my shoulder constantly now. I live with a persistent, gnawing fear that someday my laptop will turn on by itself, or my phone will ring with a FaceTime call from an unknown number, and I'll see that room again. Or worse, that someday I'll be the one in the chair, punishment for refusing to participate when given the chance. The most terrifying part isn't even the red room itself. It's that someone I trusted completely, someone whose face I would never have questioned seeing on my screen, was the doorway to that horror. And now, I can't trust any face at all. I'm still not entirely sure whether I should be worried about this, but something about my fitness tracking app has been bothering me for weeks now. I've never been particularly athletic, but during my final year at university in Southampton, I decided I needed to do something about the weight I'd gained from 3 years of living on pizza and energy drinks. Nothing dramatic, just enough exercise to feel better about myself and maybe improve my energy levels for dissertation writing. The campus gym was intimidating and expensive. Running outdoors felt too public for someone as unfit as I was. So I settled on long walks around the city and basic exercises I could do in my room. Simple stuff that didn't require equipment or expertise, just consistency and gradual improvement. To track my progress, I downloaded a fitness app that had been recommended by several friends. It monitored walking routes, counted steps, estimated calories burned, and provided encouragement through achievements and social features that let you compare progress with other users. The app was free and seemed well designed, with comprehensive tracking features that motivated me to walk further and exercise more regularly. Within a few weeks, I was genuinely enjoying the routine and feeling noticeably better both physically and mentally. But after using the app for about a month, I started noticing things that seemed odd about how it collected and used data. The location tracking was more detailed than seemed necessary for basic fitness monitoring. Instead of just recording walking routes and distances, the app was documenting exactly where I went, how long I spent in each location, and patterns in my daily movements that went well beyond exercise tracking. When I checked the app's privacy settings, I found that it was collecting information about my sleep patterns, heart rate variations, and even ambient sound levels during workouts. Much more comprehensive physiological monitoring than would be needed for simple step counting and distance measurement. The social features also seemed designed to gather personal information rather than just facilitate fitness motivation. The app encouraged users to share detailed profiles including photos, personal goals, daily schedules, and even information about where they lived and worked. Other users could see not just your exercise statistics, but comprehensive data about your location patterns, activity levels at different times, and personal information that would be valuable for anyone wanting to track or target specific individuals. I started paying closer attention to the other users who appeared in my social feed and the types of interactions the app encouraged between fitness tracking community members. What I found was concerning. Many profiles seemed designed to gather information about other users rather than share genuine fitness experiences. Accounts that asked detailed questions about people's routines, living situations, and daily activities while providing minimal information about their own circumstances. Some users specifically targeted people who lived alone, had predictable schedules, or shared information about feeling isolated or vulnerable. The fitness community was being used as a recruitment tool for identifying potential victims of various types of exploitation. When I tried to research the company behind the fitness app, I found minimal information about their business operations, data protection policies, or regulatory oversight of their health monitoring services. The app was free because users weren't the customers. They were the product being sold to buyers who wanted detailed information about people's daily routines, physical capabilities, and personal vulnerabilities. I realized that my fitness tracking data was probably being sold to criminals who specialized in targeting people based on their movement patterns, living situations, and physiological information. The comprehensive location tracking would be valuable for burglars who wanted to know when people were away from home. The health monitoring data could identify targets who were physically vulnerable or dealing with medical conditions that might affect their ability to resist attacks. Most disturbing was the possibility that the social features were being used to facilitate stalking and harassment by providing detailed information about users' daily routines and personal circumstances. But by the time I understood what was happening, I'd been using the app for several months and had provided comprehensive data about my movements, health, and personal situation to people whose intentions were clearly not focused on fitness support. When I tried to delete my account and remove my data from the platform, I found that the app's privacy policies made it nearly impossible to completely eliminate information that had already been collected and potentially shared with third parties. The fitness tracking that I'd thought would help me become healthier had instead made me a target for people who specialized in exploiting detailed personal information for criminal purposes. But the most troubling realization was that fitness and health apps were probably being systematically used as surveillance tools to gather intelligence about vulnerable populations. People seeking to improve their health and well-being were unknowingly providing criminals with everything they needed to plan targeted attacks, burglaries, and other forms of exploitation. The data I'd voluntarily shared while trying to get fit was now part of databases that were used to facilitate serious crimes against people who had trusted technology companies to protect their personal information. I stopped using the app immediately, but the damage was already done. Months of location data, health information, and personal details were permanently part of systems that specialized in turning fitness motivation into opportunities for criminal exploitation. After I deleted the app, someone broke into my flat while I was at my regular Tuesday evening lecture, taking only items that matched exactly what I'd photographed and shared through the fitness community's achievement system. Okay, so this might just be me, but have you ever had a moment when your phone screen shows you something disturbing and you immediately check over your shoulder to make sure no one can see what you're looking at, even when you're completely alone? 4 months ago, I experienced something on the dark web that I've been unable to shake from my mind. So here goes. It started on an entirely ordinary Tuesday evening. I just finished a late dinner, microwave lasagna, nothing special, and was sitting on the toilet, mindlessly scrolling through my phone as one does. I'd been fascinated with the dark web for about a year by that point. Not because I wanted anything illegal, mind you. I've always been the curious type, ever since I was a kid taking apart my toys to see how they worked. Studied computer science at university, worked in IT for 8 years now. I suppose that's why I first downloaded Tor. Professional curiosity, I told myself. A bit of a lie, that. I'd browse the dark web occasionally when bored, usually after a few drinks, mostly just looking at marketplaces selling counterfeit goods or dodgy pharmaceuticals. Nothing too sinister, though there was always that thrill of knowing I was somewhere I perhaps shouldn't be, like a digital urban explorer. That night, I'd had a couple of whiskeys after a particularly stressful day at work. My boss had been on my case about some server issues that weren't even my department. The bathroom was the only place my flatmate wouldn't disturb me. So there I sat, trousers around my ankles, scrolling through forums I had no business visiting. I'd found my way onto a forum I hadn't seen before. Black background, red text, very 90s web design. The site claimed to be for practical solutions to complex problems. Vague enough to sound legitimate at first glance. I was scrolling through thread titles, mostly stuff about bypassing security systems or creating untraceable identities, when I saw a post titled DIY Silence Methods. My finger hovered over it for a moment. The title was just ambiguous enough that it could have been about soundproofing a room or creating white noise to help with sleep. But something in my gut told me it wasn't. Still, curiosity got the better of me. It always does, doesn't it? I tapped the thread. The page loaded slowly. Tor's never been known for its speed. And what appeared made me physically recoil. The thread contained meticulously detailed guides for creating homemade torture devices. Not historical information or theoretical concepts, but step-by-step instructions with diagrams showing how to build tools specifically designed to cause pain, without leaving visible marks. Tools designed to extract information, while keeping the victim conscious. Tools designed for silence. I remember my bathroom suddenly felt very cold. The radiator had been on full blast. My flatmate always complained about my excessive heating bills. But I felt goosebumps forming on my arms. What disturbed me most wasn't just the content itself, but the clinical, almost academic tone, as if the author was explaining how to assemble IKEA furniture, not instruments of suffering. And worse still were the comments beneath each design, users suggesting improvements or sharing their field test results. I should have closed the app immediately, should have deleted Tor, reset my phone, and forgotten the whole thing. Instead, like a witness to a car crash, I couldn't look away. I scrolled further, reading through post after post. People were casually discussing the merits of different techniques, like they were reviewing kitchen appliances. This method is too messy for apartment use. This one tends to cause unconsciousness too quickly. I found adding this modification extends the process by several hours. My stomach churned. The microwave lasagna threatened to make a reappearance. Yet I kept scrolling, telling myself I was just documenting the depravity, as if I were some sort of digital anthropologist studying the darkest corners of humanity. What a load of rubbish. I was rubbernecking at human suffering. That's when I noticed the view counter at the bottom of the thread. Only 3 people were currently viewing this horrendous content. The forum administrator, someone with the rank field expert, 3 people in a hidden corner of the internet that should require specific knowledge even to find. I suddenly felt very exposed, like I'd wandered into a private meeting I wasn't invited to. As I was about to close the app, a notification appeared at the top of my screen. A private message. The username matched the field expert, currently viewing the thread. My thumb hovered over the notification. Every instinct told me not to open it. But again, that damn curiosity. I tapped it. First time browsing our resources. I notice you've been on this page for 16 minutes, looking for something specific. I offer practical demonstrations for serious clients. My blood ran cold. 16 minutes. Had I really been staring at this horror show for that long? And what did they mean by practical demonstrations? I didn't respond, immediately closing the app and shutting off my phone entirely. I sat there in the bathroom, suddenly aware of how vulnerable I was. Trousers around my ankles, the faint drip of the leaky tap, the only sound breaking the silence. I finally gathered myself, washed my hands thoroughly, as if I could somehow clean away what I'd seen, and went to bed. Sleep didn't come easily that night. I kept thinking about how the person had known exactly how long I'd been viewing the thread. Was there some tracker embedded in the page? Had I compromised my anonymity somehow? I told myself I was being paranoid. The dark web is supposed to be anonymous. That's the whole point. This was probably just a scammer trying to frighten naive browsers into paying for services that didn't exist. The next morning, I convinced myself it was nothing to worry about. Just another internet weirdo trying to seem more dangerous than they actually were. I went to work, had a relatively normal day, and had almost put the incident out of my mind by the time I got home. Almost. That evening, I received an email to my personal account, not my work email or any address I'd ever used with Tor. The subject line, regarding your interest in silence methods. The body contained only an attachment, a PDF. I scanned it with 3 different antivirus programs before opening it. It wasn't malware, it was worse. The PDF contained a customized silence method, tailored specifically for someone matching my exact physical description. Height, weight, even the small scar on my left wrist from a childhood accident. The document detailed how my apartment layout, which it described with disturbing accuracy, would provide optimal acoustics for the procedure. It mentioned how my neighbor's hearing impairment would be advantageous. It specified which of my kitchen implements would be most effective. I felt the world tilt sideways. How could they possibly know these things about me? I'd been so careful with my identity online. I'd used Tor correctly. I'd never entered personal information. My hands shook as I deleted the email, then emptied my trash folder, as if that would somehow protect me. I spent that night at a friend's house, making up some story about a water leak in my flat. I didn't sleep. Couldn't even close my eyes without seeing those diagrams, now with my face superimposed on the victim. The next day, I contacted my internet provider, changed all my passwords, and factory reset my phone. I convinced myself that someone had hacked my device, that it was all just an elaborate scam to frighten me. I almost believed it too. 3 days later, I came home from work to find my apartment door unlocked. Nothing was missing. Nothing was visibly disturbed. But on my kitchen table sat a small metal object I'd never seen before. It matched exactly one of the components shown in the torture device diagrams, a custom thumb screw with peculiar modifications. Beside it was a handwritten note. For your consideration. Field testing appointment scheduled for Friday. I didn't pack. I didn't call the police. What would I even say? that I'd been browsing torture methods on the dark web, and now someone wanted to demonstrate them on me. I grabbed my passport, wallet, and the clothes on my back. I drove straight to my parents' house in Scotland, 6 hours away, checking my rearview mirror the entire journey. I stayed there for 2 weeks, told them I was on holiday. When I finally returned to London, I moved to a new flat in a different area. I changed my phone number, email addresses, even deleted all my social media. I never went back on the dark web, never wanted to. It's been 4 months now, no more strange emails, no more unlocked doors or mysterious objects. I should feel safe, but I don't. Because here's the thing that keeps me awake at night. Whoever found me didn't do it through some dark web tracking. They found me in the real world. They had physical access to my home, which means they weren't just some distant internet bogeyman. They were close, possibly someone I know, possibly someone I still interact with every day. Sometimes, when I'm sitting on the toilet, scrolling through perfectly innocent websites on my new phone, I'll remember those diagrams. I'll remember how casually people discuss methods of causing unimaginable pain. And I'll wonder if the person who sent me that PDF is watching me right now, silently testing my new security, waiting for the perfect moment to reschedule our field testing appointment. Because that's the thing about the dark web. It's not just some abstract digital realm separate from our everyday lives. The people there are real. They live among us. They could be anyone. The friendly IT guy at your office. The quiet neighbor who always nods hello. And sometimes, when you glimpse their other life, they notice you noticing them. And they don't like it one bit. There's something about being a creature of habit that feels comforting, isn't there? Knowing what you'll be doing on any given day, following the same routes, stopping at the same places, the predictability of it all. I used to think that made life easier, more manageable. I'd wake up at the same time each morning, take the same walk before breakfast, go through the same routines that had developed naturally over years of living alone. It felt safe, I suppose, structured. The kind of life where you don't have to think too hard about what comes next, because you've done it all 100 times before. I'm an occupational therapist, working with elderly clients at their homes across Hull and the surrounding areas. It's rewarding work, helping people maintain independence in their daily lives, adapting their environments to make things easier as mobility or cognitive function declines. I've been doing it for around 14 years now, long enough that I've developed quite set patterns in how I structure my days. I visit the same clients on the same days each week, take the same routes between appointments, stop at the same cafe for lunch most days because I know what I'll get, and it's convenient. I live in a terraced house near the city centre. Bought it about 8 years ago when property prices were still reasonable. It's a nice enough area, quiet street, neighbours I recognise, but don't really know beyond polite nods when we're putting bins out. I've lived alone since I bought the place, prefer it that way honestly. After spending days helping people navigate challenging situations, there's something restorative about coming home to space that's entirely your own, where you can be completely yourself without having to maintain any professional demeanour. My routines at home are as predictable as my work schedule. Morning walk at 6:30, same route around the nearby park regardless of weather. Coffee from the same shop on the corner before I start seeing clients. Home by 6 most evenings, dinner around 7, usually something simple because I'm tired from the day. Television for an hour or so, then bed by 10 because I need proper sleep to function effectively in my job. Weekends follow their own patterns. Saturday morning shopping at the same supermarket, Sunday afternoon walk along the marina, that sort of thing. I never thought about how visible these routines were to anyone paying attention. Never occurred to me that predictability could be a vulnerability rather than just a comfort. Why would it? I'm not particularly wealthy, don't own anything especially valuable, live a quiet, unremarkable life helping elderly people maintain theirs. There's nothing about me that would make anyone think I'm worth paying attention to. Nothing that would suggest I'm a target for anything more serious than maybe an opportunistic burglary. But apparently, that's not how these things work. Apparently, the very ordinariness of my life, the predictability of my routines, the fact that I live alone and follow the same patterns week after week, all of that made me exactly the sort of person someone was looking for. Not for anything I owned or any particular reason related to who I am, but simply because my life was documented and consistent enough to be useful to people I'd never meet, who had purposes I couldn't have imagined. It started, as far as I can tell, about 18 months ago, though I didn't know anything was happening at the time. I was just living my normal life, following my comfortable routines, completely unaware that someone was systematically documenting every aspect of my daily patterns. Where I went, when I went there, how long I stayed, what routes I took between locations. All of it recorded with precision that seems excessive until you understand what it was being used for. I first became aware something might be wrong when a colleague mentioned she'd seen me in a part of town I don't usually visit. She said she'd waved, but I hadn't seemed to notice, which was odd, because I'm generally quite observant about my surroundings. The problem was, I hadn't been in that area on the day she mentioned. I'd been visiting clients on the opposite side of the city, following my usual Thursday schedule. When I explained this, she seemed confused, but we both shrugged it off as a case of mistaken identity. Then it happened again, a few weeks later. A former client's daughter mentioned seeing me at the marina on a Sunday morning, said she'd been surprised because she knew I usually went there in the afternoons. Again, I hadn't been there that morning. I'd been at home doing housework, my typical Sunday morning routine. This time, the coincidence felt less comfortable, but I still assumed it was just someone who looked similar to me, being spotted in places I was known to frequent. The third incident was more unsettling. My neighbor, an older woman who lives 2 doors down and who I occasionally chat with when we're both outside, mentioned that she'd seen someone in my back garden late one evening. She'd been letting her cat out and noticed a figure standing near my back door, looking at the windows. She'd assumed it was me initially, but then realized the person was wearing different clothes than she'd seen me in earlier that day. By the time she thought to say something, the figure had left. That conversation made me properly uneasy. Someone in my garden, specifically, examining my windows. That wasn't a case of mistaken identity or coincidental resemblance. That was someone deliberately on my property, potentially trying to work out how to access my house. I checked all my locks that evening, made sure windows were secure, but I couldn't see any evidence of attempted entry or damage. I reported it to the police, more to have it documented than because I expected them to do much about it. They were sympathetic but honest about the limitations. Someone standing in a garden isn't itself a crime unless they're attempting to enter the property or causing damage, and by the time my neighbor mentioned it, whoever it was had long since left. They said they'd increase patrols in the area and advised me to contact them immediately if I noticed any further suspicious activity. Nothing obvious happened for a few weeks after that, and I started to relax slightly. Perhaps it had been someone genuinely confused about which house they were trying to visit, or a would-be burglar who'd moved on to easier targets after seeing my neighbor watching. I convinced myself it was an isolated incident that wouldn't be repeated. Then I started noticing small changes around my house. Nothing dramatic, just minor details that seemed slightly off. A plant pot on my back step moved a few inches from where I'd left it. The gate to my garden unlatched when I was certain I'd secured it. A bin moved from its usual position against the side wall. Each incident was small enough to dismiss as wind or cats or my own faulty memory, but together they created a pattern that felt deliberate. I became more vigilant, paying attention to exactly how I left things so I could be certain if they'd been disturbed. The disturbances continued, not frequently, maybe once a week or so, but consistent enough that I couldn't dismiss them as coincidence or imagination. Someone was accessing my garden regularly, moving small things, making their presence known in subtle ways. I installed a camera covering the back garden, one of those basic motion-activated security cameras that uploads footage to your phone. For the first few days, it showed nothing unusual. Just cats passing through, birds landing on the fence, the occasional fox at night. Then on the fourth night, around 2 a.m, it captured someone entering my garden through the back gate. The figure was dressed in dark clothes and moved carefully, checking the camera's position before doing anything else. They spent several minutes examining my back door and windows, trying handles, apparently checking if anything was unlocked. When everything proved secure, they took photographs of the locks and windows with their phone, taking their time to capture multiple angles. Then they left as quietly as they'd arrived, closing the gate carefully behind them. I took the footage to the police immediately. This time they treated it more seriously. Clear evidence of someone attempting to access my property, photographing security measures, behavior that suggested planning for future criminal activity. They assigned someone to investigate and asked if anything else unusual had happened recently. I mentioned the sightings of someone who looked like me in various locations, which I'd previously dismissed as a mistaken identity. The detective's expression changed when I mentioned that. She asked for specific details about when and where these sightings had occurred, who had seen me, what I'd been wearing according to witnesses. She seemed particularly interested in the timing and locations, making notes about my usual routines and when the supposed sightings had happened. A few days later, she contacted me again, asking if I'd be willing to let them check my house for surveillance equipment. That suggestion was disturbing in a way the garden intrusions hadn't been. The possibility that I'd been watched inside my own home without knowing it, that my private life had been observed and recorded. I agreed immediately, needing to know if my home had been compromised beyond just the external security concerns. The search took several hours. Specialists went through every room with detection equipment, checking for hidden cameras or recording devices. They found 3, one in my living room smoke detector, one hidden in the kitchen extractor fan, and one in my bedroom ceiling light. All of them had been in place for at least several months, recording and transmitting footage continuously. The detective explained what they believed was happening, though even now I struggle to fully comprehend it. My routines had been documented and sold on the dark web as part of what they called a comprehensive identity package. The surveillance footage, the photographs of me in various locations, detailed notes about my schedule and habits. All of it compiled into a profile that could be purchased by people interested in assuming someone else's identity, at least temporarily. The person who looked like me, who'd been spotted in various locations around Hull, had apparently purchased my identity profile. They'd studied my routines, my appearance, my typical clothing and behavior, until they could convincingly impersonate me in casual situations where detailed scrutiny wasn't likely. The sightings that had been reported to me were probably test runs, checking if they could pass as me in familiar locations without being challenged. The detective showed me the dark web marketplace where my profile was listed. It was organized like a professional service database, with categories for different types of identity profiles. People with established routines, predictable schedules, lives that could be temporarily borrowed for various purposes. My listing was categorized under solitary professionals with consistent patterns and minimal social oversight. The profile included everything someone would need to impersonate me convincingly in non-intimate situations. Photographs showing my appearance from multiple angles, including shots taken from the surveillance footage in my home. Detailed documentation of my daily routines, what I wore on different occasions, where I went and when. Notes about my mannerisms and behavior patterns based on analysis of the surveillance footage. Even information about my clients and work schedule, apparently gathered from observing my comings and goings over several months. The listing emphasized the stability and predictability of my routines, marketing that as valuable for buyers who needed to assume someone's identity for extended periods. It mentioned that I lived alone with minimal family contact, making me less likely to be immediately missed if someone was using my identity elsewhere. It noted that my work involved visiting clients independently, providing legitimate reasons for my presence in various locations at different times. The purchase history showed my profile had been bought by 4 different accounts. The detective explained that these profiles were valuable for various criminal purposes, creating alibis, accessing locations under false pretenses, evading law enforcement by using another person's identity and routine. Someone who looked reasonably similar to me could use my identity profile to be seen in places whilst crimes were being committed elsewhere, or to access locations they'd otherwise have no legitimate reason to visit. She walked me through what they'd learned about the impersonations that had occurred. The person my colleague had seen wasn't me, but someone using my profile who'd been establishing that they could pass as me in public. The sighting at the marina had been another test, checking if they could match my routine closely enough that people who knew me casually would mistake them for me. These weren't random acts. They were systematic preparation for using my identity for purposes I still don't fully understand. The investigation revealed a substantial operation. Hundreds of people had their routines documented and identity profiles created without their knowledge. Surveillance equipment installed during legitimate service visits or through other forms of access. Detailed observation of daily patterns over months or years. All of it compiled into profiles sold to people who needed to borrow someone else's identity temporarily for criminal purposes. The person caught in my garden on camera had been updating my profile with current information about my security measures. The marketplace offered profile refreshes as an additional service. Buyers could pay for updated intelligence if they needed current information, rather than potentially outdated details from when the profile was first created. The cameras in my house had been providing ongoing footage that kept my profile current and valuable. Several arrests were made, including the person who'd been caught on camera in my garden. But the identity profiles themselves had been widely distributed before law enforcement discovered the operation. My profile, along with hundreds of others, existed in private collections of people who downloaded it before the marketplace was shut down. The detective couldn't tell me who the 4 buyers were or what they'd use my identity for, only that investigations were ongoing. I had all the surveillance equipment removed and upgraded every security measure I could afford. Changed my locks, installed proper cameras covering all approaches to my house, Started varying my routines deliberately to avoid being as predictable as I'd been. But the psychological damage was deeper than any physical security measure could address. Someone had been living as me, at least partially, walking through places I usually went, being seen by people who knew me, using my identity and routine for purposes I'd never know. My life had been borrowed without permission, my predictable patterns weaponized against me, my comfortable routines turned into vulnerabilities that strangers exploited for their own purposes. I moved house 6 months after discovering the identity profile, not just because of what had happened, but because I couldn't shake the feeling that someone still knew too much about my life there, my routines, my habits, my patterns, all of it documented in profiles that existed somewhere beyond my ability to control or delete. Even in a new location with deliberately varied patterns, I can't escape the knowledge that for months, someone studied me closely enough to impersonate me, that strangers borrowed my identity for purposes I'll never fully understand. The detective mentioned that this type of identity theft was increasingly common. Not financial identity theft, where someone uses your personal details to access accounts, but physical identity theft where someone becomes you in the real world for short periods. The dark web marketplaces facilitated this by providing detailed profiles of people with predictable, documented lives that could be temporarily borrowed. She explained that buyers often purchase multiple profiles, testing different identities in low-risk situations before using them for more serious purposes. My profile had been bought by 4 different accounts, meaning 4 separate people or groups had paid for detailed information about how to convincingly be me for limited periods, what they'd used it for, whether crimes had been committed under my identity, whether anyone had been harmed by someone pretending to be me. Those questions remained unanswered. I think about those 4 unknown buyers constantly. Who were they? Why did they need to borrow my identity specifically? What situations required them to appear to be a solitary occupational therapist with predictable routines living in Hull? Were they local, people I might have encountered without knowing they'd studied footage of me sleeping and going about my private life? Or were they from elsewhere, using my profile for purposes that required temporary presence in this area? The uncertainty is corrosive. Not knowing what my identity was used for, whether crimes were committed while someone appeared to be me, whether people I interact with now might have previously encountered someone impersonating me. My comfortable routines, which had felt safe and manageable, had actually made me vulnerable to exploitation I'd never imagined possible. I still work as an occupational therapist, still help elderly clients maintain their independence. But I've learned that the independence I valued in my own life, the solitary routines, the predictable patterns, the life structured around familiar habits, created vulnerabilities that sophisticated criminals could exploit systematically. My identity was documented, packaged, and sold to people who needed to be someone else temporarily. And I discovered this only because one of them made mistakes that led investigators to me. The profile exists somewhere still. Months of surveillance footage showing my most private moments, detailed documentation of my routines and habits, photographs and analysis that allow someone who looks vaguely similar to me to convincingly impersonate me in casual situations. That information is outdated now that I've moved and changed my patterns, but it still exists in collections I'll never access, potentially being shared through networks I can't monitor. That's what I think about now when I see people following predictable routines, living solitary lives structured around familiar habits. Not that they're living comfortably within patterns that suit them, but that they might be creating comprehensive profiles of themselves without knowing it. That their predictability might be observed and documented by people who see routine as valuable intelligence, who understand that the most comfortable lives are often the most vulnerable to this particular type of exploitation. I was a creature of habit, and that made me a perfect target for identity theft I didn't know existed. My routines were borrowed, my life was temporarily lived by strangers, my identity became a product sold to people whose purposes I'll never fully understand. And somewhere out there, detailed documentation of who I was and how I lived still exists. A permanent record of vulnerabilities I can never completely eliminate, no matter how much I change or how carefully I vary my patterns now. So I've been putting this off for a while now, but I think I need to tell someone what happened last summer. My so-called therapist says I should write it all down, but I keep cancelling appointments. Talking to a professional feels too official, you know. Like once it's in my records, it's out there forever. But I can't keep it bottled up anymore, so I figured I'd just type it out. This all happened about 8 months ago when I was backpacking through Eastern Europe. I just finished uni and wanted to travel a bit before settling into the whole career thing. I'm not exactly loaded, so I was doing the whole hostel hopping budget travel experience. It was amazing mostly, meeting new people, seeing incredible places, all that. But what happened in Budapest? That's the part I'm still trying to process. I'd been in the city for 3 days staying at this hostel near the Jewish quarter. Nice enough place, but their Wi-Fi was absolute rubbish. I needed to book my next train ticket and check in with my parents, so I headed to this internet cafe about 10 minutes away. The place was a bit of a throwback, honestly, kind of dingy with these partitioned computer stations and outdated PCs, but it was cheap, only about 200 forints per hour, that's like 50 pence, and they had decent coffee. I went in around 7 p.m. after spending the day at the thermal baths. The cafe was pretty quiet, just the owner behind the counter half asleep, watching something on his phone, and a couple of teenagers playing some online game in the corner. I paid for 2 hours and got assigned to station number 12 near the back wall. When I sat down, I noticed the computer was already on. Not just on, but logged into a browser session. I figured the last person must have just forgotten to log out properly. I was about to close everything and start fresh when I noticed one of the tabs was still loading something. You know when you're a bit nosy about what other people are looking at online? It was like that, just this fleeting curiosity about what the previous user had been browsing. I clicked on the tab, thinking it would be something mundane like Facebook or YouTube. The page that loaded was nothing like that. It took a moment to fully render, but I immediately recognized the browser. It was Tor. I'd never actually used it myself, but I knew what it was for. Accessing the dark web. I'd heard plenty of stories from my friend who studied computer science, all those urban legends about red rooms and black markets. I always thought they were exaggerated, you know. The page itself looked pretty basic. Black background with minimal text. There was a video player in the center that was buffering, and a chat window on the right with messages scrolling by too quickly to read. The video's thumbnail was blurry, but it looked like some kind of room with dim lighting. I should have closed it immediately. That would have been the normal, sensible reaction. But there's this weird thing that happens sometimes. The more you know you shouldn't look at something, the more compelling it becomes. I just sat there, watching the loading circle spin, telling myself I'd close it once I saw what it was, just to satisfy my curiosity. When the video finally loaded, it showed what looked like a basement or cellar. The walls were concrete, and there was a single bulb hanging from the ceiling. The room was mostly empty, except for a chair in the middle, and some equipment on a table that I couldn't quite make out. The video quality was poor and grainy, but it was definitely a live stream. There was a timestamp in the corner, and the chat was reacting to something happening. I remember feeling a cold weight in my stomach as I realized what I might be looking at. This wasn't some fake horror stream or art project. There was something genuinely unsettling about how raw and unproduced it looked. I was about to close the tab when someone entered the frame. A person wearing a plain white mask that covered their entire face. They moved with purpose toward the camera, adjusting it slightly. The movement was so normal, so casual, that it made everything more disturbing somehow. The masked figure then turned to face the camera directly, as if looking right at the viewers. Then they raised their hand and seemed to wave. Not a greeting, but more like they were acknowledging specific people watching. I felt like they were waving at me personally, which is ridiculous, I know. But then they did something that made my blood run cold. They held up a piece of paper with writing on it. The paper had today's date and time, along with the words, "Hello Budapest, Station 12. My station, my exact location. I slammed the laptop closed instinctively, then immediately felt stupid because it wasn't my laptop. The cafe owner glanced over, but quickly went back to his phone. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my fingertips. I tried to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe the previous user had been chatting with someone and had mentioned their location. Maybe it was some weird coincidence, or I'd misread it in the poor video quality. Taking a deep breath, I reopened the laptop. The browser was still there, but now the video had changed. The camera seemed to be showing a different angle of the same room, but this time focused on the table I'd noticed earlier. On it were various tools, pliers, knives, and other things I didn't want to identify. Next to them was another piece of paper, this one with what looked like a list of usernames or IDs. The chat was going crazy now, messages flying by too fast to read, but certain phrases kept jumping out as they scrolled. Station 12 is watching. We have their IP. Should we send someone? Show them what happens to voyeurs. I tried closing the browser, but it wouldn't respond. I clicked the X repeatedly, then tried Alt F4, then Ctrl Alt Delete. Nothing worked. The screen flickered briefly, and then the video feed changed again. This time, it showed the exterior of a building. With a sickening lurch in my stomach, I recognized it. It was the internet cafe I was sitting in, filmed from across the street. The timestamp showed it was live footage, right now. As I watched, frozen, the camera zoomed in on the windows, panning slowly across until it focused on my station. I could see myself through the window, illuminated by the screen's glow, staring wide-eyed at the monitor. That's when I completely lost it. I jumped up, knocking over my chair, and rushed to the counter. I told the owner there was something wrong with the computer, that I thought it might have been hacked. He just shrugged, clearly not bothered, and said he'd restart it later. I asked him if the previous user had left recently, trying to keep my voice steady. He told me no one had used that station all day. I was the first customer to sit there. I felt physically sick at that point. I grabbed my backpack and headed for the door, glancing across the street to see if anyone was there with a camera. The street was busy with evening traffic and pedestrians, but no one seemed to be filming. As I pushed the door open, my phone buzzed with a notification, a message from an unknown number. Enjoying Budapest, Station 12. We see you. Don't worry about paying for your time. We've taken care of it. We've taken care of everything. I ran all the way back to my hostel without stopping, constantly looking over my shoulder. When I got to my room, I threw my stuff together and checked out immediately, forfeiting the money I'd paid for the next 2 nights. I caught the first train out the next morning to Vienna, and I didn't use a public computer or Wi-Fi for the rest of my trip. For weeks afterwards, I kept getting text messages from different numbers. They were always brief, just enough to let me know I was still being watched. One came through when I was at dinner in Paris. Red wine stains white shirts. Be careful. I'd spilled wine on myself just moments before. Another came when I was back home in London. Your new flat has nice windows, easy to see inside at night. I've moved twice since then. I've gone through every possible explanation for what happened. The most rational one is that someone hacked the computer at the cafe and used its webcam to see me, then used my phone number from the cafe's sign-in system. But that doesn't explain how they're still finding me, or how they know details about my daily life that aren't online. I've changed my phone, my email, even my name on social media. I've installed security systems and keep my curtains closed at all times, but the messages still come through occasionally. The last one arrived yesterday. Miss Budapest, we miss you. Station 12 is always reserved for you. I don't know what these people want or why they chose me. Maybe I just stumbled onto something I wasn't supposed to see. Maybe it was all just an elaborate scare tactic aimed at random dark web voyeurs. But I can't shake the feeling that by clicking that tab, I somehow put myself on a list that I can't get off of. Like by witnessing whatever twisted thing was happening in that basement, I became part of it somehow. So that's my story. I still haven't gone to the police. What would I even tell them? That I accidentally accessed some creepy dark web stream and now I'm being stalked by anonymous messages. They'd think I was paranoid or making it up. I'm telling you this partly as a warning. Be careful about the digital footprints you leave, even ones you don't realize you're creating. That random computer in an internet cafe might not be as anonymous as you think. And if you ever find yourself looking at a browser session someone else left open, just close it. Some nightmares aren't meant to be shared, and once you've seen them, you can't unsee them. I keep thinking about that list of names I glimpsed on the table in the video. I wonder how many others like me are out there, jumping at shadows and changing their phone numbers every few weeks. I wonder if they also made the mistake of clicking on someone else's session, picking up a nightmare that wasn't theirs to begin with. I keep wondering if I should have reported what I found at the pharmacy, but then I remember how normal everything looked on the surface and I start doubting myself all over again. I work as a dispensary assistant at a small independent pharmacy in Stoke-on-Trent. Nothing glamorous, just checking prescriptions and helping customers find what they need. Been there about 2 years now since I needed something steady after my last job at the call center fell through. Most days are routine. Processing NHS prescriptions, answering questions about over-the-counter medicines, the usual mix of elderly regulars and parents with poorly children. But last month, I started noticing discrepancies in our stock levels that didn't match up with what we'd dispensed according to our computer system. Nothing dramatic, just small quantities of various medications that seemed to be missing without any record of where they'd gone. At first, I assumed it was just accounting errors, or maybe items that had been damaged and written off without proper documentation. Pharmacies handle hundreds of different products, and with multiple staff members processing orders throughout the week, occasional inventory mistakes are inevitable. But when I started paying closer attention to which specific medications were going missing, I noticed they were all items that could be dangerous if used incorrectly, or by people who hadn't been prescribed them. Sedatives, painkillers, even some antipsychotic medications that required careful monitoring by qualified medical professionals. The missing quantities were always small, just a few tablets or capsules from larger containers. But the pattern was consistent enough that it couldn't be explained by normal dispensing errors or accidental damage. Someone was systematically taking small amounts of various controlled medications, probably hoping that the theft would go undetected among normal inventory fluctuations. I tried to research what these specific medications could be used for when combined or administered to people who hadn't been prescribed them, and what I discovered made me deeply uncomfortable. Most could be used to incapacitate people without their knowledge, while others were designed to cause specific behavioral or cognitive changes that would make victims more compliant or less able to resist suggestion. The medication theft wasn't random pilfering by staff members with personal addiction problems. Someone was systematically collecting materials that could be used to drug unsuspecting victims for purposes that range from robbery to much more serious crimes. But understanding what was probably happening didn't immediately help me identify who was responsible or provide clear evidence that would be useful for reporting the theft to management or police. The missing medications could have been taken by any staff member with access to the dispensary, and proving systematic theft would require surveillance or investigation that was beyond my authority as a dispensary assistant. When I tried to research whether similar medication theft was happening at other pharmacies, I found myself following links to websites that specialized in providing information about using pharmaceutical drugs for criminal purposes. The platforms contained detailed guides for administering various medications to unwilling victims, with specific information about dosages, timing, and combinations that would produce desired effects while minimizing the risk of detection. But these weren't theoretical academic discussions about pharmacology. They were practical instruction manuals for people who planned to use stolen medications to incapacitate victims for robbery, sexual assault, or other serious crimes. The casual way these techniques were discussed suggested that systematic medication theft from pharmacies was routine practice for people who needed access to controlled substances for criminal activities. The missing medications from our pharmacy were probably being used to facilitate ongoing crimes against innocent victims who would never understand why they'd experienced unexplained drowsiness, memory problems, or behavioral changes in situations where they should have felt safe. But the most disturbing discovery was that the theft wasn't being conducted by individual criminals acting alone, but was apparently part of organized operations that systematically targeted multiple pharmacies to gather materials needed for various types of criminal activity. The platforms I'd found contained detailed information about which pharmacies were easiest to steal from, which staff members were most likely to notice inventory discrepancies, and even specific techniques for gaining employment at pharmacies to facilitate ongoing theft of controlled medications. I realized that our pharmacy had probably been targeted specifically because our inventory tracking systems were less sophisticated than larger chain operations, making systematic theft more likely to go undetected. But proving this would require access to information and investigation capabilities that weren't available to someone in my position, and reporting my suspicions without concrete evidence might just alert the thieves to modify their methods rather than stopping the criminal activity. Meanwhile, the medication theft was probably continuing, with controlled substances being systematically removed from our stock and used to facilitate crimes against victims throughout the local area. The pharmacy that was supposed to provide safe, regulated access to essential medications had instead become an unwitting supplier for criminal operations that used these same drugs to harm innocent people. When I tried to discuss my concerns with senior staff members, they seemed more worried about the potential impact on our pharmacy's reputation than about the implications of systematic medication theft for public safety. The suggestion that our workplace might be facilitating criminal activity was treated as a problem with my attitude rather than a serious security issue that required investigation and preventive measures. But I remain convinced that the missing medications were being used for harmful purposes, and that our inadequate inventory controls were enabling ongoing criminal activity that affected people throughout the community. Every time I processed prescriptions for the same types of medications that were being systematically stolen, I wondered whether legitimate patients were being denied access to essential treatments because their medications were being diverted to criminal use. The medication theft that had seemed like minor inventory discrepancies had revealed systematic criminal operations that used pharmacy employment and insider access to facilitate serious crimes against unsuspecting victims. But proving the connection between missing medications and criminal activity would require investigation capabilities that were beyond what I could undertake safely, especially since the people responsible had demonstrated sophisticated methods for avoiding detection while maintaining legitimate employment. The controlled substances that were designed to provide safe, effective treatment for people with legitimate medical needs were being systematically diverted to facilitate criminal activities that caused serious harm to innocent victims who never suspected that their drinks, food, or environment had been compromised. When I eventually left that job and moved to a different pharmacy, I made sure to pay careful attention to inventory procedures and security measures, hoping to work somewhere with better controls that would make systematic medication theft more difficult to conduct undetected. I was the one who found the website. That's the part I can't forget, no matter how hard I try. A few years later, and I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about that night in the hostel and how everything changed when Emily started screaming. I've never spoken about this to anyone, not even to the friends who were there that night. I'm writing this down because keeping it bottled up is slowly destroying me. My girlfriend says I talk in my sleep, muttering about turning it off and just a video. She thinks it's from stress at work, but how do I tell her what we all saw that night? How do I explain that somewhere out there, those videos are still being made, still being watched, and we all just walked away and pretended it never happened? This happened during my gap year after sixth form. I'd been backpacking around Eastern Europe with money I'd saved from working at my local supermarket for 18 months. By October, I'd made my way to Prague, staying in this massive hostel that was popular with British and American backpackers. It was the kind of place where you could always find someone to go drinking with, where people passed through for a few days before moving on to Berlin or Vienna or Budapest. I'd been there about 4 days when I met this group of British students, 2 guys and 3 girls, all from different universities who'd met while traveling. They seemed cool, and we clicked right away over cheap beers in the hostel's common room. They were like most backpackers you meet, open-minded, adventurous, looking for experiences they could tell stories about when they got home. Stories that would make their friends envious of their gap year adventures. On my 5th night, after the hostel bar closed at midnight, we were all a bit drunk, but not ready to sleep. One of the guys, Tom, suggested we go back to their room to keep drinking. They had a 6-bed dorm all to themselves, so there was plenty of space. I remember thinking it was just going to be another night of swapping travel stories and maybe planning a group outing for the next day. The hostel was one of those converted old buildings with thick walls and creaky wooden floors. Their room was on the 3rd floor, at the end of a long hallway lit by these dim yellow lights that made everything look slightly jaundiced. When we got to their room, Tom pulled out his laptop and a bottle of local vodka someone had bought earlier. I should mention that at this point, I still thought this was going to be a normal night. Maybe watch some YouTube videos, share music, typical backpacker bonding stuff. I had no idea Tom was into the dark web, or that he'd been showing the others crazy videos he found there over the past few nights. While Tom set up his laptop, connecting to the hostel Wi-Fi through some VPN he was using, he started telling me about these insane gore videos he'd found. He explained how you needed special browsers to access these sites, how everything was anonymous, how you could find anything if you knew where to look. I remember feeling uncomfortable, but also curious. I'd heard about the dark web before, but had never seen it. The others were clearly already familiar with this routine. They arranged themselves on the bunk beds around Tom's laptop, passing around the vodka bottle. The room was dimly lit, just one small bedside lamp on, which made the laptop screen seem extraordinarily bright. I sat on one of the lower bunks, feeling increasingly uneasy, but not wanting to seem like the prudish one of the group. Tom navigated through what looked like a normal forum, except everything was styled in black and red. The site had a name that was just a string of random letters and numbers. He explained they curated the best extreme videos from around the web. I remember how casually he scrolled through thumbnail images that already looked disturbing, even at that small size. Emily sat beside me on the bunk, while Sophie and Anna were on the opposite bunk. The other guy, Dave, was sitting on the floor next to Tom. There was this weird energy in the room, a mix of nervous excitement and discomfort. Nobody wanted to be the one to say this was too much. Tom clicked on a video titled something like Workshop Fun. The player expanded to fill most of the screen. What we saw started like some kind of amateur horror film. Poor lighting, shaky camera work. Someone in what looked like a workshop or garage. There was a person tied to a chair, wearing what appeared to be a bloody Halloween mask. At least, that's what I told myself it was. The camera moved around this person, showing various tools laid out on a table nearby. Everything looked staged, but in a disturbing way that was trying too hard to be shocking. Tom and Dave were making comments about the fake blood and how you could see the strings when the camera zoomed in. I wanted to believe them, that this was just some extreme version of those fake prank videos you sometimes stumble across online. But then the camera angle changed, and we could see the person's face clearly for the first time. The Halloween mask wasn't a mask at all. It was a real person, gagged and terrified, with what looked like cuts and burns already visible on their face and neck. That's when Emily made this strangled sound next to me. At first, I thought she was just reacting to how graphic the video was turning. We all felt sick watching it. But then she grabbed Tom's arm so hard he spilled vodka on himself. She kept pointing at the screen, not speaking, just making these awful, choked sounds. Tom paused the video, annoyed at first. Emily was shaking, tears streaming down her face as she tried to form words. Finally, she managed to tell us that she recognized the person in the video. It was someone from her hometown, a girl who had gone missing during a backpacking trip through Eastern Europe almost 6 months earlier. The room went completely silent. Tom immediately closed the laptop, but it was too late. We'd all seen it. We'd all recognized the moment Emily had. This wasn't some fake gore video made for shock value. This was real footage of a real person who had really gone missing. What followed was chaos. Sophie started crying. Dave was saying it couldn't be the same person, that Emily was mistaken. Anna was frantically texting someone on her phone. Tom just sat there staring at his closed laptop like it might explode. I felt physically sick, like the floor was tilting beneath me. My mind kept replaying that moment when I realized we weren't watching a sick prank or an amateur horror film. We were watching someone's actual suffering, someone Emily knew personally, and the timestamp on the video was from 3 months ago. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, Tom reopened his laptop. Instead of going back to the video, he started deleting his browsing history, clearing caches, removing whatever software he'd been using. His hands were shaking so badly he kept mistyping. Dave was helping him, both of them muttering about IP addresses and how we could all get in trouble for accessing the site. Emily wanted to go to the police, but Tom and Dave were adamant that we couldn't. They argued that we'd be implicated for accessing the dark web, that we could be considered suspects since we'd clearly been looking for violent content. Sophie sided with them, terrified of getting in trouble. Anna just kept saying we should leave Prague immediately. I just sat there, paralyzed with indecision. Part of me knew Emily was right. We had to report what we'd seen, but another part was selfishly worried about the consequences. Would I be detained in a foreign country? Would this follow me forever? Would my parents find out I'd been watching disgusting videos on the dark web? In the end, we made a decision that haunts me every day. We agreed to say nothing. Tom completely wiped his laptop, even running some program that supposedly overwrote the hard drive multiple times. We all swore to never speak of it again. The next morning, the group checked out of the hostel. I stayed another day, unable to face them at breakfast. Emily had been crying all night. I could hear her through the walls. When I finally left Prague, I went south instead of east as I'd planned, wanting to put as much distance between myself and the memory of that night as possible. But here's the thing I can't stop thinking about. Someone is making those videos. Someone is filming them. Someone is uploading them. And people like us are watching them, telling themselves it's not real, that it's just extreme entertainment. Until that night, I could pretend the dark web was just an urban legend, a story about a hidden part of the internet where terrible things happen. But I've seen it now. I've seen how thin the line is between curiosity and complicity. I've seen how easy it is to become part of something horrific without even realizing it until it's too late. Sometimes I look up the case of the missing girl from Emily's hometown. There's still a Facebook page dedicated to finding her, run by her parents. They post updates on the anniversary of her disappearance, begging for information. They don't know what happened to their daughter. They don't know that 7 strangers in a Prague hostel saw her final moments and said nothing. I don't know what happened to the others after that night. We disconnected completely. No social media, no exchange numbers. It was like we all wanted to erase each other along with the memory. But I wonder if they have the same nightmares I do. I wonder if Emily ever went to the police on her own. I wonder if Tom still browses those sites, telling himself it's all fake. And I wonder about something else, something that keeps me awake at night. When Tom was scrolling through that site, I saw dozens of thumbnail images of other videos, dozens of other victims. How many of them were real people with families searching for them? How many disappeared without a trace, only to end up as entertainment for people like us, drinking in hostels and looking for a thrill? I still travel sometimes, but I never stay in hostels. I can't stand the thought of those communal spaces, those rooms full of strangers, all with their own secrets and browsing histories. Every time I see someone hunched over a laptop with their screen angled away, I wonder what they're watching. Every time I hear about a missing backpacker, I think about that night. The dark web isn't some separate world that exists apart from ours. It's here, bleeding into our reality every day. People disappear, videos appear. And somewhere in Prague, in a hostel room that's been cleaned and rented thousands of times since that night, 7 people became part of something they can never undo, no matter how hard they try to delete it. I should probably admit something right from the start. I agreed to help my brother because I wanted to feel useful again. That's the pathetic truth of it. 3 months unemployed after the bakery closed down, sitting around my flat feeling sorry for myself. And when Danny called asking for computer help, I jumped at the chance to do something that mattered. I told myself I was being a good sister, helping family when they needed it most. But really, I was just desperate to feel competent at something again. That desperation has cost me my peace of mind, my sense of security, and probably a lot more besides. I'm writing this from a Premier Inn in Birmingham, having left my flat in the middle of the night with nothing but a rucksack and my savings, because I finally understand what I helped my brother access, what I made possible, and I'm terrified of what might happen now that I know too much. Danny had always been the clever one in the family. the one who understood technology and business, while I learned to knead dough and operate industrial ovens. But cleverness can be dangerous when it leads you into places you don't belong, and my brother had always been too curious for his own good. He called me on a Tuesday evening in October, sounding more stressed than I'd heard him in years. He'd been working on what he called a freelance research project, something that required accessing websites that weren't available through normal internet searches. He'd managed to set up the necessary software, but was having trouble navigating the technical requirements. The job paid well, he explained, and he desperately needed the income. His marketing consultancy had been struggling since the recession, and this research work was keeping him afloat financially. All he needed was someone to help him understand how to access specific websites and download certain files. I should have asked more questions about what kind of research required such unusual internet access. Should have wondered why legitimate work would need to be conducted through hidden websites that most people didn't even know existed. But Danny sounded so desperate, and I was flattered that he thought I could help with something technical. The next evening, I went round to his house in Kenilworth to see what he was struggling with. He'd already installed the necessary software but was having trouble understanding how to use it effectively. The interface was confusing, nothing like the normal web browsers we were used to. It took me most of the evening to work out the basics, but eventually we managed to access the hidden websites Danny needed for his research. The whole system seemed needlessly complicated, but I assumed that was just how these privacy tools worked. The websites themselves looked basic compared to normal internet sites. Simple layouts, minimal graphics, mostly text-based content. Danny explained that his research involved gathering information from discussion groups and databases that weren't indexed by search engines. Over the following weeks, I helped him navigate these sites whenever he got stuck with technical problems. It became a regular arrangement. He'd call when he needed assistance, and I'd come over to help him access specific pages or download particular files. I was curious about the research itself, but Danny was vague about the details. He said his client valued discretion, and he couldn't discuss the specific subject matter. Something to do with market research and consumer behavior, he claimed, though the websites we were accessing didn't look like they contained commercial information. The first sign something wasn't right was when I noticed the types of files Danny was downloading. They weren't research documents or market reports, but photographs and personal information about specific individuals. When I asked about this, he explained that his client was investigating potential employees and needed comprehensive background checks. That seemed plausible enough, though I was surprised by the level of personal detail being gathered. The files contained information about people's daily routines, family relationships, even financial circumstances, more detailed than any legitimate employment background check would require. But I was enjoying the regular visits to Danny's house and the feeling that I was helping with important work. After months of unemployment, it was gratifying to feel needed and competent at something, even if I didn't fully understand what we were accomplishing. The research requests became more specific over time. Instead of general background information, Danny's client began asking for details about particular individuals' vulnerabilities, their fears, their secrets, their potential pressure points. When I questioned the appropriateness of gathering such personal information, Danny assured me it was all legal and above board. He showed me the client communications, which seemed professional enough. The requests were always couched in business language about risk assessment and due diligence. But reading between the lines, it was clear that someone was building detailed psychological profiles of people who had no idea they were being investigated. I should have refused to continue helping at that point. should have recognized that legitimate research doesn't require such invasive intelligence gathering about private individuals. But Danny was paying me a small fee for my technical assistance, and I needed the money more than I cared to admit. The breakthrough came when I recognized one of the research targets. It was Sarah, a woman who worked at the coffee shop near my flat. I knew her fairly well from regular visits over the past 2 years. She was friendly, hard-working, and studying part-time to become a teacher. The file Danny was compiling about Sarah contained frighteningly personal information. Details about her work schedule, her college timetable, even her route home from the bus stop. Someone had been systematically observing her daily routine and documenting her movements with methodical precision. But it was the psychological profile that really disturbed me. The file included assessments of Sarah's personality traits, her emotional vulnerabilities, even speculation about her romantic relationships and family dynamics. This wasn't employment background checking. It was preparation for something much more sinister. When I confronted Danny about what we were really doing, he became defensive and evasive. He insisted that the research was legitimate, that his client had valid reasons for gathering such detailed information, but he couldn't explain why a simple background check would require knowledge of someone's daily fears and emotional weaknesses. I threatened to stop helping unless he told me the truth about what the research was being used for. That's when he finally admitted that his client wasn't conducting employment screening. They were providing intelligence services to people who wanted detailed information about specific individuals for unstated purposes. Danny claimed he didn't know what the client ultimately did with the research, but it was obvious he suspected the information was being used for harassment or stalking. He justified his involvement by saying he was just gathering publicly available information, that he wasn't responsible for how it was used. But I knew that wasn't true. The information in these files could only have been obtained through systematic surveillance and investigation. Someone was paying Danny to facilitate stalking campaigns, and I'd been helping him do it without understanding the consequences. I demanded that he stop accepting these research requests and delete all the files we'd compiled. Danny refused, claiming he couldn't afford to lose the income and that someone else would do the work if he didn't. He tried to minimize my concerns by suggesting that information gathering wasn't inherently harmful. That's when I realized my brother had become someone I didn't recognize. The financial pressure had compromised his moral judgment, and he was willing to facilitate serious crimes against innocent people, rather than face economic hardship. I stopped helping him and tried to put the whole experience behind me, but I couldn't stop thinking about Sarah and the other people whose lives we documented in such invasive detail. I started paying closer attention to her behavior when I visited the coffee shop, looking for signs that she was being harassed or followed. It didn't take long to notice changes. Sarah seemed more nervous than usual, constantly checking over her shoulder and jumping at unexpected sounds. She'd started varying her route home from work and seemed reluctant to stay late for closing duties. Someone was clearly making her feel unsafe. I considered warning her about the research file, but how do you tell someone that your brother has been paid to compile a stalking manual about their daily life? How do you explain your own complicity in gathering the intelligence that was now being used to terrorize them? Instead, I decided to investigate who Danny's client actually was and what they were doing with the information we'd provided. I used the same hidden websites we'd been accessing for research, following the digital trail, back to see where the requests were originating. What I discovered was a marketplace where people could commission detailed surveillance reports about anyone they chose. The clients weren't employers or private investigators. They were stalkers, harassers, and worse. People who wanted to terrorize specific individuals but needed intelligence about their targets' routines and vulnerabilities. The research Danny had been conducting was being sold to the highest bidder, with no screening of the buyers or oversight of how the information was used. We'd been feeding intelligence into a system that facilitated serious crimes against vulnerable people. Some of the completed research files had been used for elaborate stalking campaigns that had driven victims from their homes and jobs. Others had enabled harassment so severe that several targets had required police protection. A few had even been connected to physical assaults, where the attackers had used detailed intelligence about their victims' routines and psychology. I tried contacting Danny to explain what I'd discovered, but he refused to discuss it further. He claimed he was just providing a service that was in demand, that he wasn't responsible for criminal misuse of information. When I threatened to report his activities to the police, he reminded me that I'd been complicit in gathering much of the intelligence myself. That's when I understood the trap I'd fallen into. My desire to feel useful had made me an accessory to systematic stalking and harassment. I couldn't expose Danny's activities without implicating myself, and I couldn't protect his victims without admitting my own role in facilitating their persecution. I started monitoring the hidden websites regularly, looking for signs that the research targets were being harmed. Found several news reports that seemed connected to intelligence we'd gathered. Break-ins at addresses we'd surveilled. Harassment campaigns against people whose psychological profiles we'd compiled. Even a few cases where victims had been approached by strangers who demonstrated intimate knowledge of their personal lives. Each report made me feel sicker about what I'd been part of. I'd thought I was helping my brother with legitimate research work, but I'd actually been enabling crimes against innocent people who had done nothing except catch the attention of someone willing to pay for detailed intelligence about their lives. The situation became personal when I found my own name on one of the research request lists. Someone had commissioned a detailed surveillance report about me, probably because they'd identified my connection to Danny's intelligence gathering operation. The request specified the same level of invasive investigation that we'd conducted on other targets. Daily routine mapping, psychological profiling, vulnerability assessment. Someone wanted to know everything about my life, my habits, my weaknesses. I realized I was now in the same position as Sarah and the other people we'd researched. My privacy had been violated, my safety had been compromised, and there was nothing I could do about it through normal legal channels. That's when I decided to disappear, not permanently, but long enough to break the surveillance pattern and hopefully discourage whoever was interested in my activities. I withdrew my savings, packed essential belongings, and left Coventry without telling anyone where I was going. The irony isn't lost on me. I've become a victim of the same system I helped create. The intelligence gathering techniques I learned while helping Danny are now being used against me by people who see me as a security threat or a source of information. I keep thinking about Sarah and wondering if she's managed to escape whatever harassment campaign was planned against her. About all the other targets whose files we compiled. All the innocent people whose lives we documented for criminal purposes. The hidden websites are still active, still facilitating the trade in personal intelligence that makes modern stalking so effective. Danny is probably still accepting research requests, still gathering invasive information about people who don't know they're being watched. And I'm sitting in this anonymous hotel room, afraid to go home, afraid to contact friends or family, afraid to establish any routine that might make me predictable to whoever has commissioned intelligence gathering about my life. The most frightening thing is how easy it all was, how a few hours of technical assistance could facilitate systematic violations of privacy and safety, how the desire to feel useful could be manipulated into complicity with serious crimes. I suppose this is what happens when technology outpaces our understanding of its implications, when the tools that were designed to protect privacy get turned into weapons for destroying it, when the interconnected world we've created becomes a hunting ground where anyone can become prey. All I wanted was to help my brother and feel competent at something again. Instead, I've learned that good intentions can be weaponized, that family loyalty can be exploited, and that sometimes the most dangerous thing you can do is try to be helpful without understanding the full consequences of your assistance. Now I just have to hope that whoever is researching me will lose interest before they gather enough intelligence to make me genuinely vulnerable. And I have to live with knowing that my desire to feel useful has probably contributed to the suffering of people I'll never meet. People whose only crime was existing in a world where privacy has become a commodity to be bought and sold. Picture this. You're going through life, you have a few close friends, you're relatively happy and all is well. Then, one day, you borrow your neighbor's internet connection, and it changes everything. You never imagined it would lead you into the darkest corners of human behavior, that a simple act of digital trespassing could make you a witness to things that happen every day, just out of sight of people like us. I'm a night shift worker at a 24-hour Tesco in Birmingham, have been for the past 2 years, stocking shelves and dealing with the occasional drunk customer between midnight and 8 in the morning. It's not glamorous work, but it pays enough to cover the rent on my studio flat and leaves my days free for sleeping and not much else. The internet in my building has always been unreliable. The landlord installed the cheapest possible broadband years ago and hasn't upgraded it since. Most evenings when I'm trying to unwind before work, the connection drops out completely or slows to the point where even basic websites won't load properly. Around Christmas last year, I noticed that one of my neighbors had left their Wi-Fi network unsecured. The signal was strong enough to reach my flat, and the connection speed was significantly better than what I was paying for. I told myself I'd only use it temporarily, just until I could sort out proper internet service for myself. The network was called Deep Access 01, which seemed like an odd name for a home connection, but I didn't think much of it at the time. People choose strange names for their networks. I've seen everything from FBI surveillance van to pretty fly for a Wi-Fi in my building. For several weeks, everything worked perfectly. Better than perfectly, actually. The connection was faster and more stable than any internet service I'd ever used. I could stream videos without buffering, download files in seconds, browse multiple websites simultaneously without any noticeable slowdown. It was during one of these late-night browsing sessions that I first encountered something unusual. I was looking through Reddit, jumping between different communities, when I clicked on a link that seemed to take longer than usual to load. When the page finally appeared, it wasn't what I'd expected. Instead of the typical Reddit interface, I was looking at what appeared to be a directory listing. Rows of folders and files with cryptic names, organized by date and time. It looked like the back end of a website, the kind of administrative interface that normal users aren't supposed to see. I assumed I'd clicked on a broken link or encountered some sort of server error, tried refreshing the page, but got a different view of the same type of directory structure. Different files, different folders, but the same basic layout. Most of the folder names were meaningless combinations of letters and numbers, but a few had descriptions that caught my attention. Things like archive sessions and live feeds and request queue. The file sizes were enormous, much larger than typical documents or images. Curiosity got the better of me. I clicked on one of the folders labeled Archive Sessions. What opened was another directory, this one containing video files. Hundreds of them, organized by date and numbered sequentially. The file names didn't provide any information about their content, just timestamps and reference numbers. I selected one at random and clicked on it. The video opened in a basic media player, no fancy interface or streaming platform branding, just a simple window with standard playback controls. The video quality was surprisingly good, much better than I'd expected for files that seemed to be stored on someone's personal server. The content showed what looked like a basement or cellar. Concrete walls, minimal lighting, basic furniture. Someone was sitting in a chair in the center of the frame, though the image quality made it difficult to make out specific details about them. I watched for several minutes, waiting for something to happen. The person in the chair appeared to be unconscious or sleeping. No one else was visible in the frame, and there was no audio beyond a faint ambient hum. Eventually, I got bored and tried a different file. This one showed a different location, what might have been a garage or workshop. Similar setup, different person, same lack of activity. I began to suspect these were test recordings or placeholder content for some sort of streaming service. Over the next few evenings, I explored more of the directory structure, found folders containing what appeared to be live streaming software, payment processing systems, user management databases, everything you'd need to run a professional video platform, but hosted on what seemed to be a residential internet connection. The live streaming folder was particularly interesting. It contained software I'd never heard of, applications designed for anonymous broadcasting over encrypted networks. The documentation mentioned compatibility with Tor and other privacy-focused systems. That's when I started to understand what I was looking at. This wasn't just someone's personal media collection. This was the infrastructure for a dark web streaming service, the kind of platform I'd read about in forums, but assumed were mostly urban legends. I should have stopped exploring at that point, should have disconnected from the network and pretended I'd never seen any of it. Instead, I kept digging deeper, found a folder labeled Current Operations that contained what appeared to be real-time data, server logs, user statistics, financial records. The numbers were staggering. Thousands of users, hundreds of thousands of pounds in cryptocurrency transactions, server costs that would make most small businesses bankrupt. The user logs showed people connecting from all over the world, accessing content at all hours of the day and night. The financial records indicated that viewers were paying significant amounts to access premium content, with additional fees for what the system described as interactive services. But it was the content scheduling system that made everything clear. A calendar showing planned streaming sessions, each one tagged with location details, participant information, and viewer capacity limits. The language was clinical, bureaucratic, like something you'd see in a corporate project management system. Except the projects being managed were real people, and the calendar showed that a session was scheduled to begin in less than an hour. I found the live streaming interface and accessed it using credentials I discovered in one of the configuration files. The platform looked professional, with a clean user interface and robust streaming capabilities. There was a chat system, payment processing, viewer analytics, everything you'd expect from a legitimate streaming service. The scheduled session appeared in the interface as Location 7, Premium Interactive, max 50 viewers. The stream wasn't active yet, but there was a countdown timer showing roughly 40 minutes until it began. I waited, telling myself I was just curious about the technical aspects of how such a system might work, that I was investigating out of professional interest, not personal entertainment. When the timer reached 0, the stream activated automatically. The video showed a room I hadn't seen in any of the archived files. Looked like someone's living room, complete with family photos, children's toys scattered about, the kind of domestic space where normal people lived normal lives. A man sat on the sofa, facing the camera. He was clearly awake and aware, looking directly into the lens with an expression I'd never seen before. Not quite fear, not quite resignation, but something in between that suggested he understood exactly what was about to happen. The chat system activated as soon as the stream began. Messages appeared from viewers around the world, most of them numbers and brief phrases in various languages. Within minutes, there were nearly 50 people watching, all of them typing commands and instructions. That's when I realized what I was witnessing. This wasn't just a streaming service. It was an interactive platform where viewers could direct what happened to real people in real time. The chat messages weren't comments, they were orders. Someone entered the frame from off camera. They were holding what looked like a tablet device, which they showed to the man on the sofa. He read whatever was displayed on the screen, and his expression changed from resignation to genuine terror. The chat messages became more frequent and specific. I started to understand that the viewers were voting on what should happen next, with the most popular suggestions being implemented by whoever was operating the camera. The man on the sofa looked directly at the camera again, and I realized he could see the viewer count. He knew exactly how many people were watching, knew that dozens of strangers were deciding his fate through an anonymous chat system. I closed the browser and unplugged my computer from the wall. Spent the next 3 days calling in sick to work, barely leaving my flat, trying to convince myself that what I'd seen was some sort of elaborate performance art or psychological experiment. The production values had been too professional, the technical infrastructure too sophisticated for something genuinely criminal. But I couldn't stop thinking about the man's expression when he'd read that tablet, the way he'd looked through the camera, as if he could see directly to the people controlling what happened to him. Eventually, I contacted my internet service provider and arranged for proper broadband installation. Stopped using my neighbor's connection entirely, though I never figured out which flat it was coming from. The building has 12 units, and I've never been social enough with the other residents to know who might be running that kind of operation. I moved out 2 months later, found a different flat across town, told myself it was for completely unrelated reasons, better neighborhood, shorter commute to work, that sort of thing. But moving doesn't change what you know, and the questions followed me to the new address. Had I witnessed something real, or had I stumbled across an elaborate piece of interactive fiction? How do you verify something that exists entirely in the shadows, that leaves no trace in the legitimate world? That was nearly a year ago. I still work the night shift at Tesco, still live alone in a studio flat, still spend my evenings browsing the internet before work. But I've become much more careful about which networks I connect to, which links I click, which rabbit holes I'm willing to explore. Sometimes, usually when I'm stocking shelves during the quiet hours between 3 and 5 in the morning, I'll think about that countdown timer, about the professionalism of that streaming platform, the sophistication of the user interface, the global audience participating in real-time decision-making. The worst part isn't wondering whether what I saw was genuine. The worst part is knowing that somewhere right now, similar platforms are operating with similar audiences, and people like that man on the sofa are looking into cameras just like that one. And sometimes I wonder if my access to that network was really accidental. Whether someone in my building noticed my internet usage patterns and deliberately left their connection unsecured. knowing that someone like me would eventually find what they wanted me to find. Whether I was supposed to discover that platform, supposed to witness what I witnessed, supposed to carry that knowledge forward into my ordinary life as a night shift worker in Birmingham. I've never told anyone about this. Not colleagues, not friends, not the authorities. What would I say? That I used someone else's Wi-Fi and found something that might have been real? That I watched something terrible happen and then disconnected? But I'm telling you now, and I'm not entirely sure why. Maybe because the weight of keeping it secret has become too much. Maybe because sharing it might somehow make it less real, less immediate, less present in my thoughts during those quiet hours at work. Or maybe because I've started to suspect that creating witnesses was always the point. That platforms like that don't just exist to serve their paying customers, but to generate people like me who carry the knowledge of what's possible in the spaces between legitimate internet services. People who understand that the surface web is exactly that, a surface, concealing activities that most people never imagine are happening, right alongside their Netflix subscriptions and social media feeds. Maybe by telling you this, I'm doing exactly what whoever runs Deep Access, 01, intended from the beginning. Maybe that's how these things spread and survive, through stories told by people who stumbled across them accidentally and can never quite forget what they saw. Maybe the real product isn't the streams themselves, but witnesses like me who carry the knowledge forward, who plant seeds of awareness in the minds of people who might otherwise never imagine such things exist. I still live in the same city, still work the same shifts, still browse the internet during my free time. But I've never again seen a network called Deep Access 01, and I've never again found directory structures like the ones I explored that winter. Sometimes I wonder if they're still operating from somewhere in my old building, still running streams for global audiences, still creating new witnesses who will carry their own versions of this story forward. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm alone with my computer, I catch myself looking for unsecured networks, wondering what I might find if I started exploring again. That's perhaps the most disturbing part of all. Not the horror of what I witnessed, but the lingering curiosity about what else might be out there, just a few clicks away from the ordinary internet that most people think they know. I got this second-hand Fire Stick from Facebook Marketplace about 4 months ago, and I'm still having nightmares about what I found on it. I haven't told anyone the full story until now. My friend suggested therapy, but I can't imagine explaining this to a professional without them either reporting me to the police or thinking I'm completely unhinged. I just need to get this off my chest somehow, and writing it down anonymously seems like the safest option. I've always been into finding ways to watch content without paying for a million different streaming subscriptions. I'm not particularly tech savvy, but I can follow instructions from YouTube tutorials well enough. Last October, I was between jobs and trying to save money wherever I could. My old Fire Stick had started glitching, and I couldn't afford a new one, so I checked Facebook Marketplace. I found someone selling a fully loaded Fire Stick for £30, which seemed like a decent deal. The seller was this ordinary-looking bloke who lived in a flat about 20 minutes from me in Birmingham. He seemed normal enough, just a regular guy in his 30s trying to make some extra cash. He explained that he'd upgraded to a newer model and didn't need this one anymore. He mentioned it was jailbroken and had all the good stuff on it already. I figured he meant the usual pirated streaming apps, which was exactly what I was after. I brought it home that evening and plugged it into my TV. The interface looked different from standard Fire Sticks, with a custom background and loads of apps I didn't recognize. There were the usual suspects like Kodi and various movie streaming apps, but also a bunch of oddly named folders. One was simply labeled Premium, and another called Hidden Shows. I assumed these were just more pirated content, maybe organized by genre or something. That night, I settled in with a beer and some leftover pizza, ready for a lazy evening of browsing through all the new content I had access to. I spent about an hour exploring the different apps, finding the usual pirated films and TV shows. It was exactly what I'd expected, nothing particularly unusual. Around midnight, with nothing better to do, I decided to check out the Hidden Shows folder, expecting to find porn, or maybe some obscure foreign films. When I clicked on it, I was taken to a screen that looked almost like a video conferencing setup. There were thumbnails of what appeared to be different camera feeds, each with a title like Room 1, Room 2, and so on. Some had additional labels like Active or Scheduled. I remember thinking it looked like some kind of reality TV setup, maybe some underground streaming service showing unedited footage from shows around the world. There was even a viewer count next to each thumbnail, showing how many people were currently watching. I scrolled through the options, curiosity getting the better of me. Most of the rooms showed empty spaces, what looked like bedrooms, living areas, or nondescript rooms with various furnishings. Some had people in them, just doing everyday things like using computers or watching TV. It reminded me of those webcam sites from the early 2000s where people would just broadcast their daily lives. Weird, but not exactly alarming. Then I noticed one labeled Red Room Live Now, with a significantly higher viewer count than the others. I'd heard the term Red Room before in discussions about the dark web, but I'd always dismissed them as urban legends, fictional horror stories people made up to seem edgy online. I figured this was probably just named that for shock value, perhaps showing a room with red lighting or decoration to seem mysterious. I clicked on it, and at first the stream was dark and grainy. I could make out what looked like a basement or garage with concrete walls. It took a few seconds for my eyes to adjust to the dim lighting. There was a person sitting in a chair in the center of the frame, facing away from the camera. Another figure moved around the edges of the room, mostly out of frame. I almost clicked away, thinking it was just some amateur horror streaming channel trying to be creepy. But then the second figure stepped fully into view. They were wearing a plain white mask and surgical gloves. Something about their deliberate movements made my stomach clench. This didn't look like someone playing a role. They moved with purpose, arranging items on a small table just at the edge of the frame. The person in the chair was completely still, and I noticed their hands appeared to be secured to the armrest. I should have closed the app immediately. Any reasonable person would have. But there's this horrible compulsion that comes with witnessing something so outside your normal experience, a need to confirm what you're seeing is real before you can react to it. I kept watching, telling myself it must be some kind of extreme performance art or an elaborate prank. The masked figure turned toward the camera and made a small gesture, almost like a bow. Then they held up a piece of paper with what looked like a username and a timestamp. With a sickening lurch, I realized this was happening in real time. This wasn't recorded footage. The timestamp showed the current date and time, just minutes ago. What happened next will haunt me for the rest of my life. The masked figure picked up something from the table, a knife that caught the dim light, and turned to the person in the chair. I won't describe the details of what I witnessed. I can't bring myself to put it into words, and I don't want to traumatize anyone else with those images. But it wasn't fake. The sounds, the movements, the reactions. There was no mistaking this for fiction or acting. I finally managed to close the app, my hands shaking so badly I dropped the remote twice. I unplugged the Fire Stick and sat in the dark, trying to process what I'd just seen. Part of me wanted to believe it was an elaborate hoax, some shocking viral marketing stunt. But deep down, I knew better. What I had witnessed was real violence, real suffering, broadcast for entertainment. I spent the rest of the night in a daze, alternating between nausea and panic. By morning, I convinced myself I needed to go to the police. I plugged the Fire Stick back in, intending to document what I had found so I would have evidence. But when it booted up, the interface had changed. The custom background was gone, replaced by the standard Amazon home screen. The folders and strange apps had vanished. It looked like a completely normal Fire Stick, freshly reset to factory settings. I searched through every menu and setting, looking for any trace of what I'd seen the night before, but there was nothing. Had I imagined it all? Had I fallen asleep and dreamed the whole horrible experience? I knew I hadn't, but the complete disappearance of any evidence made me question my own sanity. I decided to contact the seller. I found our Facebook conversation and messaged him, asking casually about some of the apps that had been on the Fire Stick, specifically mentioning the hidden shows folder. Hours passed with no response. By evening, I discovered he'd blocked me. His marketplace listings had been taken down, and when I searched for his profile, it no longer existed. Over the next few days, I tried to research what I'd seen. I learned about actual red rooms on the dark web, illegal live streams where viewers paid to watch, or even direct acts of violence against captive victims. Most sources claimed they were just myths, that the dark web wasn't actually capable of supporting the kind of streaming quality needed for live video. But I knew what I'd seen. I eventually gathered the courage to go to the police, but with no evidence and a story that sounded completely far-fetched. They didn't take me seriously. They took a statement and said they'd look into it, but I could tell from their expressions that they thought I was either making it up or had been watching some extreme horror film and confused it with reality. For weeks afterward, I was terrified to use any internet-connected device. I threw the Fire Stick in a skip far from my flat and bought a new TV, paranoid that somehow the previous one had been compromised. I changed all my passwords and even moved to a different flat, telling myself it was because I'd found a better place. But really, it was because I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. What disturbs me most is not just what I saw, but the realization that there were dozens, maybe hundreds, of viewers watching the same stream. Regular people with internet connections and devices, sitting in their homes, willingly watching someone suffer. How many of them thought it was fake? How many knew it was real and watched anyway? And how had I, with nothing but a second-hand Fire Stick, stumbled across something that was supposedly impossible to find without special browsers and technical knowledge? I still wonder about that masked figure. Did they know I was watching? Was the Fire Stick reset remotely when they somehow detected I wasn't a regular viewer? And what about the seller? Was he involved? Or just another unwitting middleman passing along something he didn't fully understand? It's been 4 months now, and sometimes I almost convince myself it never happened. But then I'll see something. A white mask in a shop window, a certain quality of light in a dark room, and it all comes flooding back. The worst part is knowing that right now, someone somewhere might be watching another stream, treating real horror and suffering as entertainment, and doing nothing to stop it. I don't know what more I could have done. I don't know what more I should do now. But I know that those hidden shows are still out there, still streaming, still claiming victims. And I know that sometimes the darkest parts of the web find their way into our homes through the most ordinary of devices, blurring the line between digital and real-world horror until it disappears completely. Everyone has a shadow self, the person we become when no one is watching. when the mask slips and our private thoughts emerge. I always considered mine relatively harmless. Late-night rabbit holes of research on obscure topics, occasionally watching people in cafes, imagining their lives, sometimes typing out angry emails I'd never send. Normal stuff. At least that's what I told myself. I teach digital media studies at a mid-tier university. It's not groundbreaking work, but it keeps me engaged, analyzing how technology shapes communication, behavior, and culture. My research specialty is online community formation, particularly around niche interests. This focus has taken me to some fascinating corners of the internet over the years, though always as an academic observer rather than a participant. 3 months ago, I began a new research project on anonymity and digital identity. The plan was straightforward. Examine how people behave differently in spaces where their real-world identity is disconnected from their online actions. I focused initially on anonymous forums, encrypted messaging platforms, and identity-obscuring applications. Standard academic research conducted within ethical guidelines, with IRB approval and proper protocols. What I didn't include in my research proposal was my growing curiosity about truly anonymous spaces, the layers of the internet inaccessible through standard browsers. I had read the academic literature on so-called dark web networks, understood their legitimate uses for privacy-conscious users, journalists, and dissidents, but I had never actually navigated those spaces myself. It represented a gap in my experiential knowledge, one that increasingly felt like a limitation in my research. So I installed a specialized browser, followed basic security protocols, and began exploring. The experience was initially underwhelming. The dark web resembled the early internet. Text-heavy pages with minimal design, slow loading times, frequent dead links. Most sites were marketplaces for illicit goods, financial services operating outside regulation, or forums discussing privacy technology and philosophy. Nothing particularly shocking or unexpected. About 2 weeks into my exploration, I discovered a subforum dedicated to discussing something called experience rooms. The conversation was deliberately vague, full of insider terminology and oblique references. Members debated the authenticity of various rooms, sharing technical criteria for evaluating legitimacy, but never explicitly stating what these rooms actually contained. The ambiguity intrigued me professionally. It was a perfect example of how communities develop coded language to both include insiders and exclude outsiders. One username appeared consistently in these discussions: Analyst Prime. Unlike most participants who either celebrated or debunked various rooms, Analyst Prime took a clinical, almost academic approach. They discussed psychological profiles of viewers and subjects, reference engagement metrics and response patterns, and occasionally mentioned a research framework they had developed. Their posts contained the kind of analytical language I might use in my own academic work, which perhaps explains why I found them credible when others seemed like sensationalists. After observing the forum for several days, I sent Analyst Prime a private message explaining my research interest in anonymous communities and asking for clarification about these experience rooms they discussed so analytically. I expected to be ignored or rebuffed. Instead, I received a prompt response asking about my academic background and research methodologies. We exchanged several messages discussing psychology, digital ethnography, and observation bias. Analyst Prime eventually explained that experience rooms were live streaming platforms where viewers could observe people in various situations without the subject's knowledge. Most were fraudulent, pre-recorded content or paid actors pretending to be unwitting participants, but some, they claimed, were genuine. Analyst Prime described themselves as a behavioral researcher studying the psychology of both the observers and the observed in these environments. They offered to show me an authentic room for academic purposes. I should have declined. I should have ended the conversation, deleted the browser, and continued my research through legitimate channels. Instead, I told myself this was a unique research opportunity, a chance to understand a digital phenomenon firsthand, rather than through second-hand accounts. Analyst Prime sent me an address and access credentials for what they called an observation session, scheduled for 2 a.m. the following night. They explained that this particular stream would be appropriate for a first-time academic observer. No illegal activities, no explicit content, just authentic human behavior under observation conditions. They recommended I prepare by reading several psychological papers on voyeurism and surveillance effects, which they linked to normal web academic repositories. The legitimacy of these references lowered my guard further. At 1:55 a.m., sitting in my darkened home office, I accessed the address using the credentials provided. The site had a minimalist interface, black background, a video player in the center, a data panel to the right showing various metrics, and a small text field below for observer notes. No chat function, no visible usernames of other viewers. The video initially showed an empty room, white walls, hardwood floor, a single chair in the center. A timer in the corner indicated the stream would begin in 5 minutes. While waiting, I examined the data panel. It displayed numerous metrics. Current viewer count, 17. Average heart rate of viewers, 72 beats per minute. Average pupillary response, estimated engagement levels, and something labeled empathic resonance score. The sophistication of the analytics suggested serious technology behind what appeared visually to be a simple streaming setup. At precisely 2 a.m., a person entered the frame and sat in the chair. They were ordinary looking, dressed in casual clothes, their face visible but unremarkable. They seemed unaware of the camera, occasionally checking their phone or adjusting their position in the chair. Nothing dramatic or unusual happened. They simply sat, waited, occasionally showing signs of mild impatience or boredom. 10 minutes into this uneventful stream, I noticed changes in the metrics panel. Viewer heart rates had increased slightly. The empathic resonance score was rising. Most notably, my own heart was beating faster despite the mundane scene. A new metric appeared. Anticipation factor, 78%. I couldn't understand why watching someone simply sitting would generate anticipation, yet I felt it too, a growing tension without clear cause. After 20 minutes, the person in the chair checked their watch, stood up, and walked out of frame. The room remained empty for approximately 30 seconds. Then a different person entered and sat down. This new individual also seemed unaware of being recorded, also checked their phone periodically, also displayed mild impatience. The same scenario repeated with no significant variation. What changed dramatically were the metrics. Viewer heart rates increased further. Pupillary response showed significant dilation. The empathic resonance score dropped while anticipation factor rose to 91%. My own physiological response matched these trends. I felt tense, expectant, though nothing objectively tension-inducing was occurring. I recognized this as a conditioned response. Something about this particular setup, an ordinary person waiting alone in a room, had trained regular viewers to anticipate something significant. After 15 minutes, the second person left just as the first had done. The room remained empty again, briefly, before a third individual entered. As this pattern continued, I began to see subtle differences in how each person behaved in the apparently identical situation. Some seemed relaxed, others visibly anxious. Some checked the time frequently, others seemed content to wait. The observer's metrics fluctuated with each new subject, suggesting viewers were making judgments, forming preferences, developing expectations. The clinical nature of the observation disturbed me more than any explicit content would have. The sophisticated measurement of viewer responses, the controlled environment, the rotation of unwitting subjects. This wasn't amateur voyeurism, but something methodical, researched, purposeful. I was witnessing what appeared to be a psychological experiment with non-consenting participants on both sides. The observed subjects unaware of the viewers, and possibly the viewers themselves unaware of being studied through their physiological responses. After an hour, I closed the stream and immediately sent a message to Analyst Prime expressing ethical concerns about the consent issues involved. Their response came quickly, thanking me for my participation and noting that my observer metrics showed particularly interesting patterns for a first-time viewer. They explained that my heart rate, pupillary response, and attention patterns had been measured through my device's camera, a camera I had never authorized to be activated. I immediately covered my webcam with tape and ran security scans on my system. Finding nothing obvious, I still felt profoundly violated. Analyst Prime sent another message, assuring me that my data would be used anonymously and offering to share the resulting analysis for my own research. They seemed genuinely unable to understand why I might object to being monitored without consent, even while studying others being monitored without consent. The cognitive dissonance was remarkable. I didn't respond to their message. Instead, I uninstalled the specialized browser, documented my experience in an encrypted file, and tried to process what I had witnessed. The next morning, I received an email to my university account, an account I had never shared with Analyst Prime. The subject line read, "Observer Study Follow-up." The message contained a link to what was described as your observer profile based on last night's session. Against better judgment, I clicked the link using a virtual machine on a secure connection. The page displayed a detailed analysis of my viewing patterns during the previous night's stream, which subjects held my attention longest, microsecond measurements of my reactions to specific movements or expressions, comparison of my response patterns to other first-time viewers. Most disturbing was a section labeled Observer Typology Classification that categorized me as a pattern recognition dominant viewer with above-average empathic suppression and researcher consistent cognitive framework. The accuracy of this analysis from just 1 hour of unknown surveillance was deeply unsettling. More troubling was the final section of the report, which predicted with specific probability percentages how likely I would be to discuss the experience with colleagues, 17%, report it to authorities, 12%, return for additional observation sessions, 64%, or attempt to investigate further independently, 89%. The last prediction proved immediately accurate. I began researching experience rooms through legitimate academic databases and cybersecurity resources. Most scholarly references dismissed them as urban legends or scams. Law enforcement bulletins mentioned them only as potential fraud schemes rather than actual surveillance operations. The few credible mentions described them as elaborate role-playing scenarios rather than non-consensual observation. A week later, I received another email, this time containing only a date, time, and link. No message, no explanation, just another observation session invitation. I ignored it. 3 days after that, another invitation arrived, then another. The frequency increased to daily, then twice daily. Each invitation came from a different email address, making blocking ineffective. 2 weeks into this escalating pattern, I received something different, a link labeled Subject Perspective. When I accessed it through a secure system, it showed a video feed from my own office, recorded the previous day. The camera angle suggested it came from my computer's webcam, which remained covered with opaque tape. Somehow, they were still watching. I replaced my computer entirely, changed my phone, installed advanced security systems in my home, swept for hidden cameras and microphones, found nothing. Yet the invitations continued, now arriving through text messages, professional networking platforms, even comments on my academic articles, always with a date, time, and link, never with further explanation. After a month of this, I received a different type of message, an observation report similar to my own, but focused on a colleague in my department. It analyzed their viewing patterns, psychological responses, and behavioral predictions in the same clinical format as mine. The message implied that my colleague had been invited to an observation session because of their association with me. The final line read, "Observer networks expand through proximity patterns. Your data suggested 6 high compatibility potential observers in your immediate circle." I confronted my colleague cautiously, asking if they had received any unusual invitations recently. Their confused response confirmed they had no knowledge of what I was describing. I chose not to elaborate, not wanting to draw them further into whatever this was. But the implication was clear. My involvement had somehow marked those around me as potential participants. Yesterday, I received the most disturbing communication yet. Not an invitation or a report, but a video file. It showed a compilation of moments from my daily life over the previous week. Me teaching class, buying groceries, meeting with students, working in my office. Each clip was brief, captured from different angles and distances. Some appeared to come from security cameras or colleagues' devices. Others had no plausible source I could identify. The compilation ended with footage of me sleeping in my bedroom the previous night, shot from an angle that suggested a camera in the smoke detector. The file's metadata included viewing statistics. 27 observers had watched this compilation of my life. Their average heart rate, pupillary response, engagement levels, and empathic resonance scores were listed in precise detail. My existence had become content for the very system I had tried to study. This morning, I discovered a new application on my phone that I never installed. Simply labeled Observer, its icon is a minimalist eye design. I can't delete it. When opened, it shows only a counter currently reading 31 and a timer counting down from 24 hours. I don't know what happens when it reaches 0. I've turned off the phone, but found the same application appearing on my new laptop minutes later. I'm writing this account now as documentation and warning. I don't know who or what Analyst Prime represents. I don't know the purpose of these observation networks or why they focus so intently on expanding through my social connections. What I do know is that the line between observer and observed has completely collapsed in my life. Every moment now exists as potential content, every reaction as data for analysis. The most terrifying realization isn't that I'm being watched, is that I've begun watching myself through their framework, analyzing my own reactions, considering how they might appear to observers, modifying my behavior to affect the metrics I imagine are being recorded. My internal experience has been colonized by the observation paradigm. I've internalized the clinical gaze that was directed at me. The counter on the Observer app now reads 28. Whatever happens when it reaches 0, I doubt it represents the end of this experience. More likely, it marks a transition to a new phase, perhaps from passive subject to active participant in ways I can't yet imagine. The only certainty is that in a system designed to categorize everyone as either observer or observed, eventually everyone becomes both simultaneously. The feedback loop never ends. It only expands to include more unwitting participants, more data points, more patterns to analyze. You'd probably be surprised how easy it is to see things you're not meant to, especially when you're looking for them with academic purpose, rather than just morbid curiosity. I was in my first year at Manchester studying journalism, living in one of those cramped student flats near the university, where the heating barely worked and you could hear everything your flatmates did through the paper-thin walls. The course was mostly what you'd expect: media law, ethics, how to structure articles properly. But our lecturer for digital journalism had given us an assignment that seemed more interesting than the usual fare. We were supposed to investigate an internet urban legend and write a piece debunking or confirming it. Most of my course mates picked safe options, like whether those viral videos of people doing impossible stunts were real or staged. I wanted something with more substance, something that would actually demonstrate proper investigative skills. Red rooms seemed like the perfect topic. For those who don't know, the basic premise is that there are live streams hidden somewhere on the dark web, where viewers can watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most articles about them online were clearly written by people who had never bothered to look for themselves, just repeating the same urban legend details without any actual investigation. I figured I could spend a few weeks doing proper research, maybe find some evidence that they were technically impossible or economically unfeasible, then write a solid debunking piece, the sort of thing that might actually get published somewhere beyond the student newspaper. The research started in the university library, going through academic papers about dark web marketplaces and hidden services. Most of the scholarly work focused on drug sales and financial fraud, rather than violent content, but there were enough references to suggest that if someone wanted to host illegal streaming content, the infrastructure certainly existed. From there, I moved to online forums where people claimed to have encountered red rooms. Most of the stories were obviously fictional, full of dramatic details that sounded like they'd been lifted from horror films. But a few accounts had the mundane specificity that usually indicates someone describing something they've actually experienced rather than invented. The breakthrough came through a contact I made on a forum dedicated to investigating internet mysteries. She went by the username Archive Digger and seemed to have genuine technical knowledge rather than just repeating things she'd read elsewhere. After exchanging messages for about a week, she offered to help with my research. She explained that finding specific content on hidden networks required more than just browsing randomly. You needed connections, recommendations, invitations to private areas, the sort of access that took time to build up and couldn't be rushed. Over the next few weeks, Archive Digger introduced me to various people who claimed to have seen disturbing content online. Most turned out to be time wasters or attention seekers, but a few seemed legitimate. They spoke about the technical aspects in ways that suggested real familiarity rather than guesswork. One contact, who called himself Documentary Maker, claimed to have accessed multiple Red Room streams over the past year. He was willing to share screenshots and recordings, but only after I'd proven my serious academic interest rather than casual curiosity. The proof he provided was disturbing, but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been elaborate fiction, scenes from unreleased films, or genuine documentation of real events. Without seeing the streams myself, I couldn't make a definitive judgment. That's when Documentary Maker offered to arrange access to a live stream. I should probably have declined at that point. My assignment was to investigate whether red rooms existed, not necessarily to witness one firsthand. But journalism requires getting as close to the source as possible, and this seemed like the only way to provide definitive evidence one way or another. The access instructions were complex, but not particularly technical. Specific software, rotating passwords, designated times to connect. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers while allowing serious viewers to find what they were looking for. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was disappointingly ordinary. A video player embedded in a basic web page, chat area below, viewer counter on the side showing about 400 people online. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a basement or warehouse space. Concrete walls, fluorescent lighting, industrial atmosphere. In the center was a metal table, and strapped to that table was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s or 30s. She was conscious but not moving much. Occasional struggles against the restraints, periodic attempts to look around the room, but mostly just lying still with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation but had stopped fighting against it. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages, people discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, placing what appeared to be bets on various outcomes. The international nature of the audience was clear from the variety of languages being used. I watched for about 30 minutes before anything significant happened. The woman would occasionally test her restraints or try to speak, though no audio was coming through the stream. The chat maintained a running commentary, treating her like entertainment rather than a person. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed casually, jeans, plain shirt, nothing distinctive or theatrical. No mask or costume, though the camera positioning meant I never got a clear view of their face. Just an ordinary person moving around the space with practiced efficiency. What followed was methodical preparation. The figure arranged tools on a nearby surface, adjusted camera angles, checked equipment that wasn't visible in the main feed. They seemed to be following a routine that suggested this wasn't their first time doing whatever they were about to do. The chat became more excited as the preparations continued. Comments appeared more frequently, with people making requests and suggestions. The viewer count had climbed to over 500. I realized I needed to stop watching before things went further. This was clearly going to become genuine violence, and witnessing it would cross ethical lines that no university assignment could justify. I was about to close the browser when something in the video made me pause. The camera had panned slightly, showing more of the room's background. On the wall behind the table was a section of wallpaper, an outdated floral pattern in faded blues and greens. It was the sort of decorative choice you might find in an older house that hadn't been renovated in decades. I recognized that wallpaper, not from anywhere recent, but from childhood memories. My grandmother's house in Stockport, where we'd visit every few months when I was growing up. The same pattern had been in her spare bedroom, the room where I'd sleep when we stayed overnight. Gran had died 3 years ago, and the house had been sold to cover care home costs. I'd helped clear it out, remembered stripping that wallpaper from the spare room because the new owners wanted everything neutralized before they moved in. But here it was, in a video supposedly showing a live stream from somewhere on the dark web. Either this was an incredible coincidence, or something was wrong with what I was seeing. I took screenshots of the wallpaper pattern, and compared them to photos I had from helping clear Gran's house. The match was exact. Same design, same fading, even the same small tear near the ceiling where the paper had started peeling away from the wall, which meant either the stream wasn't as live as claimed, or it was being broadcast from my grandmother's old house. I checked the property records online. The house had been sold to a couple from London who'd planned to renovate it as a rental property. But according to the electoral register, no one had actually moved in yet. The property appeared to be standing empty. The next day, I took the train to Stockport. Gran's old street looked the same as I remembered. Terraced houses built in the 1930s, small front gardens, the sort of respectable working-class neighborhood where everyone knew each other's business. Her house was about halfway down, distinguishable by the newly installed double glazing and front door that the buyers had fitted before apparently abandoning their renovation plans. I walked past several times, trying to see if there were any signs of occupancy. No cars in the drive, no lights visible through the windows, no indication that anyone was living there. But that didn't necessarily mean the property was empty. Someone could be using it without officially living there. The rear of the house backed onto an alley that ran behind the entire terrace. From there, I could see the spare bedroom window, where that distinctive wallpaper had been. The curtains were drawn, but there was a faint glow visible around the edges that suggested lights were on inside. I should have contacted the police at that point. If I was right about what I'd seen, there was serious criminal activity happening in that house, but I had no concrete evidence beyond a wallpaper pattern that could have been coincidental, and I knew how that conversation would sound to a duty officer. Instead, I decided to watch the house for a few hours to see if anyone came or went. I positioned myself in a cafe across the street with a clear view of the front door and settled in with a book and several cups of tea. For the first 2 hours, nothing happened. No movement, no visitors, no signs of life from inside the property. Then, around 4 in the afternoon, a car pulled up outside. 2 people got out, a man and woman in their 30s, both dressed in ordinary clothes that wouldn't have attracted attention anywhere. They looked like the sort of couple you might see in any supermarket or walking through any town center. Nothing distinctive or memorable about their appearance. They let themselves into the house with keys, suggesting they were either the legal owners or had legitimate access. I watched for another hour, but they didn't come back out. That evening, I checked the streaming site again. The same room was visible, the same wallpaper in the background, but the table was empty now, and the lighting was different. Someone had clearly cleaned the space and reset it for future use. The chat was active with people asking when the next session would begin. Comments suggested this was part of a regular schedule rather than a one-off event. People were discussing previous streams, comparing what they'd seen, making requests for future content. I should have left it there, reported what I'd found to the authorities, and let them handle whatever was happening in that house. My assignment was supposed to be about investigating internet myths, not getting involved in potential criminal activity. But I kept thinking about that room, about what I'd witnessed, about the casual way the chat participants had discussed real violence as entertainment. Someone needed to document what was happening, to provide evidence that couldn't be dismissed or ignored. I decided to go back to the house. This time I went after dark, parking several streets away and approaching through the back alley. The spare bedroom window still showed that faint glow around the curtain edges, and I could hear the low hum of electronic equipment running inside. There was a small gap in the curtains where they didn't quite meet properly. From the right angle, I could see a slice of the room interior. The space had been completely transformed since I'd last been inside it 3 years ago. The furniture was gone, replaced by industrial equipment and camera gear. Lights on stands, cables running across the floor, the metal table I'd seen in the stream positioned in the center of the room, and sitting at a desk in the corner, facing multiple computer screens, was the man I'd seen get out of the car earlier that afternoon. He was monitoring what appeared to be several different streams simultaneously. Chat windows scrolled with comments in various languages. Viewer counters showed hundreds of people online. Video feeds displayed different rooms that all looked similar to the one I was looking at. This wasn't just one red room. It was some kind of operation running multiple streams from different locations. As I watched, the man picked up a phone and made a call. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but his body language suggested he was giving instructions or coordinating with someone else. After ending the call, he stood up and left the room. I should have left then. Should have gone straight to the police with what I'd seen and let them handle the investigation. Instead, I stayed by the window, curious to see what would happen next. About 10 minutes later, the man returned with someone else, a woman who appeared to be in her early 20s, walking unsteadily as if she'd been drugged or was injured. They positioned her on the metal table, and the man began setting up camera equipment for what was clearly going to be another live stream. That's when I realized I wasn't just witnessing the aftermath of criminal activity. I was watching it happen in real time. I fumbled for my phone to call the police, but as I moved, my foot slipped on the wet ground and I knocked over a dustbin in the alley. The noise echoed between the houses, and I saw the man in the room look up sharply towards the window. Our eyes met through the gap in the curtains. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then he smiled, not a threatening expression, just the sort of polite acknowledgement you might give to any unexpected visitor, and reached for something on his desk. I ran, made it back to my car and drove straight home to Manchester, hands shaking as I tried to process what I'd witnessed. Once I was safely back in my flat, I tried to call the police, but found myself struggling to explain what I'd seen without admitting to trespassing and potentially compromising any investigation. In the end, I made an anonymous tip about suspicious activity at the Stockport address, providing enough details to justify a welfare check without revealing how I'd obtained the information. The next day, I checked local news websites to see if there had been any police activity in the area. Nothing appeared initially, but 2 days later, there was a brief story about a house fire in Stockport that had completely destroyed a property and left 2 people in hospital with smoke inhalation. The address matched my grandmother's old house. I never found out what the police discovered when they responded to my tip, or whether the fire was connected to what I'd witnessed. The couple who'd been hospitalized weren't named in any of the news reports, and no charges were ever mentioned in follow-up stories. The streaming sites I'd accessed went offline within a week of the incident, whether that was due to police action or the operators simply moving their activities elsewhere. I couldn't determine. I ended up writing my assignment about the technical feasibility of red rooms, rather than claiming to have found definitive proof of their existence. Got a decent grade for the research methodology, though my lecturer commented that the conclusion seemed somewhat evasive given the depth of investigation I'd apparently conducted. I never mentioned the Stockport house in my final essay. Sometimes I wonder whether I should have done more to investigate what happened after the fire, whether there were other locations, other victims who could have been helped if I'd been braver about providing detailed information to the authorities. But mostly, I try not to think about that night at all, about the casual way the man had smiled when he saw me watching, about how many other people might have been in that room, in other rooms, in other houses that look perfectly ordinary from the outside. The thing about working night shifts at McDonald's is that you become invisible. People look through you, not at you. They see the uniform, not the person. For 3 years, I was grateful for that invisibility. Now I'd give anything to truly disappear as tens of thousands of strangers count down the hours until they watch me die. It all began with a customer who kept coming in during my 3 a.m. shifts at the Tottenham Court Road branch. Always ordered the same thing, a black coffee and small fries. Always sat in the corner with his laptop. Always left exactly 1 hour later. Most night workers follow patterns, so I didn't think much of it until the night he forgot his USB drive on the table. I should have turned it in to lost property. Should have left it at the register for him to collect next time. But curiosity has always been my downfall. 6 months ago, I was just a McDonald's worker pulling night shifts in central London. Nothing special about me. Just another face on the night tube. Another overpriced flat shared with 3 others in Hackney. Another Sunday morning sleeping until 2 p.m. The kind of forgettable existence that feels safe precisely because no one's paying attention. I've always been interested in computers, not in any professional way, but as an escape from the monotony of fast food work. I'd spend my days off exploring the internet, learning basic coding, playing with old laptops I'd fix up from charity shops. I ran a small Instagram account reviewing budget tech for working class people. A few hundred followers, nothing special. That night, after my shift ended, I took the USB drive home. It looked ordinary, black plastic, no brand name. I told myself I was just checking for contact information so I could return it. The drive contained several folders with mundane labels like work projects and personal. But there was one oddly named folder, just a string of numbers and letters. Inside was a single video file. When I played it, the screen remained black for several seconds before showing what appeared to be a dimly lit room. Concrete walls, a drain in the floor, a metal table with restraints. The video showed no people, just the empty room from a fixed camera angle. In the corner of the frame was a counter displaying a 4-digit number. As I watched, it increased by 1. The video ended after exactly 3 minutes. I should have deleted it immediately, should have thrown the drive away. Instead, I kept watching it, trying to understand what I was seeing. There was something unsettling about that empty room, about the steadily increasing counter. I couldn't explain why, but it filled me with a sense of dread that lingered long after I'd shut down my computer. A week passed. The regular customer didn't return to McDonald's, and I nearly forgot about the USB drive and its strange contents. Then one night, as I was walking home after my shift, I noticed someone following me. A man in a dark coat, keeping a consistent distance behind me. When I turned corners, he turned too. When I quickened my pace, he matched it. I ducked into a 24-hour Tesco to lose him, waiting among the cereal aisles for 20 minutes before continuing home by a different route. When I arrived at my flat, I found my door unlocked. My roommates were all away that weekend, so I knew it should have been secure. Inside, nothing appeared to be missing or disturbed, but my laptop was open on my bed. I always shut it down before leaving. On the screen was a website with a black background, a counter showing thousands of viewers, and a button labeled Verify. Below it was text stating my full name and address, along with the words Identity Confirmed. I barely slept that night, kept the lights on, kept checking the door. In the morning, I went to work as usual, trying to convince myself that this was some elaborate prank. Perhaps a hacker from my YouTube audience showing off. Perhaps a case of mistaken identity. When I returned home that evening, I found my front door unlocked. The new locks had been changed again. Inside, nothing appeared to be missing or disturbed, but my laptop was open on my desk. I always shut it down before leaving. On the screen was the same website from the night before, but now the counter showed 12,307, and beneath it, my full name and address were displayed, along with the words "identity confirmed." I packed a bag and left immediately, went to a hotel in a different part of London, paid cash, used a false name, called in sick to work the next day, spent hours researching what might be happening to me. That's when I first learned about red rooms, supposedly live-stream torture or murder on the dark web, where viewers could pay to watch or even influence what happened to the victims. Most articles insisted they were urban legends. Technical experts claimed the dark web wasn't capable of supporting the bandwidth needed for live video streaming to large audiences. Law enforcement officials stated there had never been a verified case of a genuine red room. But what if they were wrong? What if someone had found a way to make it work? I stayed in the hotel for 3 days. On the 4th morning, I woke to find a note on the bedside table that hadn't been there when I went to sleep. It contained another web address and the message, "Observer status approved. Event scheduled." There was also a date and time, exactly 2 weeks from that day. I checked out immediately and went to the police, tried to explain what was happening, showed them the USB drive with the footage of me sleeping. They took a report, expressed concern about the break-ins, but became noticeably skeptical when I mentioned the dark web and the possibility of red rooms. They promised to investigate the unlawful entries to my flat, but suggested the rest might be an elaborate scam or harassment campaign, rather than a genuine threat to my life. I couldn't go back to my flat, couldn't go to work, couldn't contact friends or family for fear of putting them at risk. I withdrew as much cash as possible from my accounts and traveled to Manchester, where I checked into another hotel under another false name. That evening, I received a text message on my mobile, which I had kept switched off except to check for messages from the police. Location update received. Manchester Observer Hub notified. I destroyed the phone immediately and bought a new pay-as-you-go model the next day. For the next week, I moved constantly. Different cities, different hotels, sometimes sleeping on overnight trains just to stay mobile. I grew a beard, wore hats and sunglasses, paid for everything in cash, never stayed anywhere more than one night. Despite these precautions, they kept finding me. Notes would appear in my hotel rooms, messages written on bathroom mirrors in condensation. Once, I returned to a room to find my laptop, which I had left packed in my bag, open on the desk with a browser showing the mysterious website. The counter had grown to tens of thousands, and now there was a countdown timer showing days, hours, and minutes until the event. I began to notice other disturbing patterns. People photographing me in public places, the same car appearing multiple times in different cities, hotel staff who seemed to recognize me despite my using different names. It felt as if an invisible network was tracking my every move, always one step ahead. After 10 days of running, I found myself in Edinburgh, exhausted and nearly out of money. I checked into a small B&B on the outskirts of the city, planning to rest for a few hours before moving again. When I entered the room, I found a laptop waiting for me on the bed. Not mine, a new one. When I opened it, the screen showed a 3D floor plan of what appeared to be an industrial building. One room was highlighted in red, containing what looked like a metal table with restraints. The blueprint was labeled Edinburgh Facility. Below the image was the current counter, now numbering in the many tens of thousands, and the countdown timer, showing less than 3 days remaining. There was also a new message. Transport will be provided. Non-compliance will result in collateral targeting of known associates. Beneath this was a list of names. My parents, my sister, my closest friends. That's when I realized the true scope of what I was facing. This wasn't one person stalking me. This wasn't even a small group. This was an organized network with resources, reach, and apparently unlimited access to information about me and everyone I cared about. I considered ending my own life to deny them their event, but the threat against my family stopped me. Without knowing the extent of this network, I couldn't be sure they wouldn't follow through regardless. Instead, I formulated a plan. I would go to the police again, this time with the new laptop as evidence. I would insist on protective custody, not just for me, but for my family. I would tell them everything, including my growing suspicion about what the verification process really meant. I believe I wasn't randomly targeted. The original email, the white paper, it was all a test. They were looking for someone with specific knowledge of network security, but not high profile enough to be immediately missed. The verification was confirming I met their criteria. I made it within 2 blocks of the police station before I noticed the surveillance. 3 different people monitoring the approach, all speaking into earpieces. A car idling directly in front. 2 men watching the entrance. They had anticipated this move. I diverted to a public library instead, found a computer. That's where I'm writing this, from a public library computer. A warning, a record, evidence of what's happening, in case anyone ever investigates my disappearance. The counter on the website now shows tens of thousands of viewers. The countdown is at less than a day and counting. I have to assume they're monitoring public networks, so I won't be able to stay here long. Here's what I've pieced together. The dark web isn't just hosting these red rooms, it's being used to coordinate an entire infrastructure around them. Spotters, monitors, facilities in different cities, a subscription base that apparently numbers in the tens of thousands. Most disturbing is the verification process itself. I think the reason these red rooms have never been conclusively proven to exist is that they're constantly changing, moving between locations, using different methods, different personnel. No one person knows the entire operation except those at the very top. The participants, the viewers, are verified gradually through a series of interactions that assess their trustworthiness and commitment. Each is given small tasks related to monitoring or facilitating. Each becomes complicit in the system before they ever see a full event. By the time they witness what really happens, they're already implicated, already part of it, already unable to go to authorities without incriminating themselves. It's the perfect self-sustaining system of horror. Everyone involved has incentive to maintain secrecy. Everyone shares in the culpability. Everyone is both observer and participant. I wonder how many others have written warnings like this one. How many have tried to expose what's happening only to disappear before anyone took them seriously? How many have ended up on those metal tables in nondescript industrial buildings, their final hours broadcast to thousands of paying viewers? The librarian is giving me odd looks. I've been here too long. Someone just entered wearing an earpiece. I need to move again. If you're reading this and you receive an email asking for your professional opinion on something related to your field, be careful. If you receive strange messages about verification processes, be afraid. If you find evidence that someone has been in your home while you slept, run and keep running. the counter never stops growing. Right now, tens of thousands of people are waiting to watch what happens to me tomorrow night. How many will be watching when they come for you? I'm leaving the library now. I still have less than a day to find a way out of this, to protect my family, to somehow disappear more effectively than I have so far. I don't have much hope, but I have to try. Remember my warning. The red rooms are real. The network is vast, and the verification process may already have begun for you without your knowledge. One click is all it takes. I never considered myself tech-savvy. Just average, really. I could navigate basic computer functions, use standard software, and handle simple troubleshooting. Nothing special. My job as a data entry specialist for a medical billing company required minimal technical skills, mostly just inputting codes and numbers into pre-designed systems. Monotonous work, but it paid the bills. My roommate Eli was the tech expert between us. Computer science major, spent his free time coding and discussing cybersecurity on forums. Always had 3 monitors running simultaneously, all displaying things I couldn't begin to understand. When our internet connection slowed down for the 3rd time in a month, Eli decided to upgrade our router and reconfigure our home network. That's when everything changed. While setting up the new security features, Eli discovered unusual traffic patterns originating from our IP address. Late-night data transfers, connections to unfamiliar servers, encrypted packets being sent at regular intervals, all happening when both of us should have been asleep. The timestamps showed activity between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. almost every night for the past 6 weeks. I assured him it wasn't me. My laptop was basic and mainly used for streaming shows and occasionally working from home. Eli checked my system anyway, running diagnostic tools I'd never heard of. That's when he found the hidden partition on my hard drive. According to Eli, someone had remotely accessed my laptop and created a separate storage area invisible to standard file explorers. Inside was a Tor browser installation, cryptocurrency wallet software, and a folder containing what appeared to be encryption keys. The browser history showed regular visits to .onion domains, dark web addresses unreachable through normal browsers. The most frequently visited site was something called the Observatory. My first instinct was to wipe the laptop completely, but Eli advised against it. This was evidence of a serious security breach, possibly even criminal activity being conducted through my device. We needed to understand what was happening before eliminating the evidence. Eli suggested setting up monitoring software to see what happened during those late-night sessions. If someone was remotely accessing my laptop, we could capture information about them. For the next 3 nights, we left my laptop powered on, but disconnected from the internet. Nothing happened. On the 4th night, Eli configured it to record screen activity while allowing internet access again. We both slept in his room rather than mine, my laptop left on my desk, its webcam covered with electrical tape just to be safe. The next morning, we reviewed the recordings. At 2:17 a.m., my laptop woke from sleep mode without any physical interaction. The screen displayed the Tor browser launching automatically, connecting to the network, then navigating to an address consisting of random letters and numbers ending in .onion. A login screen appeared, and credentials were entered automatically from saved data. Then the screen went black except for a simple interface, a video player, a chat window, and a timer counting down from 90 minutes. The video showed an empty room with plain walls. For nearly 20 minutes, nothing happened on screen. The chat window occasionally flashed with new messages. but they were in a language neither of us recognized. At the 22-minute mark, a person entered the frame. They wore ordinary clothes, but had their face digitally blurred, not covered, but processed to be unrecognizable. They sat in a chair facing the camera and held up a digital tablet displaying that day's date and time. For the next hour, the person simply sat there while messages continued appearing in the chat. Occasionally, they would shift position slightly or check the tablet. Nothing dramatic occurred. Then, at the 83-minute mark, the person stood up, approached the camera, and adjusted it to pan around the room, revealing a second chair that had previously been out of frame. The person returned to their original position, and the feed continued until the timer reached 0. Then the browser closed automatically, and the laptop returned to sleep mode. Eli was convinced we were witnessing some kind of scam operation. His theory was that someone had compromised my laptop to use it as a proxy for accessing the dark web, specifically to participate in what appeared to be paid viewings of some underground content. The mundane nature of what we'd seen was puzzling, but Eli explained that dark web red rooms were largely considered urban myths, purported live streams of extreme content that most cybersecurity experts dismissed as scams designed to steal cryptocurrency. We agreed to monitor for one more night before wiping the system and implementing stronger security measures. That night followed the same pattern, except the room shown in the video feed contained both chairs from the start, both empty. After 17 minutes, a person entered, same blurred face effect, and sat in one chair. They held up the tablet with the date and time, then set it aside. The chat window became more active. At the 36-minute mark, a second person entered the frame and sat in the other chair. Their face was similarly blurred. They held up no tablet, made no introductions. Both figures simply sat facing the camera while the chat continued to fill with messages. At the 54-minute mark, both figures stood simultaneously. The first approached the camera and adjusted it again, panning to show more of the room. In the corner, barely visible, was a third chair. The figures returned to their seats. The feed continued until the timer expired. The pattern was clear now. Each night added a new chair, revealed at some point during the broadcast. Eli was still convinced it was an elaborate scam, but couldn't explain the purpose. If someone was paying to watch this, what were they getting for their money? We decided to monitor one more night before taking action. The third recording began the same way. 3 chairs visible from the start, 3 blurred figures entering at different times, each holding up the tablet with the date and time. The chat window was more active than previous nights. At the 62-minute mark, all 3 figures stood, and one adjusted the camera to reveal a 4th chair in the corner of the room. Unlike the others, this chair had restraints attached to the armrests and legs. That was enough. The next morning, Eli helped me completely wipe my laptop, reinstall the operating system, and set up advanced security measures. We changed our network configuration, implemented strict firewalls, and Eli even installed monitoring software on our router to alert us to any unusual traffic patterns. For good measure, I started shutting down my laptop completely at night and storing it in a drawer. A week passed without incident. No strange connections, no unexplained data transfers. It seemed the problem had been resolved. Eli's theory was that my laptop had been randomly targeted by a botnet, compromised through some vulnerability in my outdated security software. The whole Red Room business was likely just a scam targeting people on the dark web, convincing them to pay cryptocurrency to watch increasingly elaborate, but ultimately fake exclusive content. Then I received an email from an address I didn't recognize. The subject line was simply "Observation continues." The body contained only an attached image file. Against better judgment, I opened it. The image showed my bedroom, taken from the perspective of my laptop's webcam. The timestamp in the corner showed a date from the previous night at exactly 2:17 a.m. My laptop had been shut down and in a drawer at that time. I showed the email to Eli, who examined the metadata and confirmed the timestamp hadn't been altered. He checked my laptop again, but found no evidence of any compromise or activation. It was as if the image had been taken by a device that wasn't there. That night, we set up a separate camera in my room, positioned to monitor the drawer where I kept my laptop. The recordings showed nothing unusual. No one entered the room. The drawer remained closed all night. Yet the next morning, I received another email with another image of my bedroom at 2:17 a.m., taken from the exact same webcam angle, despite my laptop being securely stored away. Eli suggested staying somewhere else for a few days while he conducted a more thorough investigation of our apartment. I arranged to stay with a colleague and packed enough clothes for a week. Before leaving, I removed the battery from my laptop entirely, rendering it incapable of any function. 3 days into my stay at my colleague's place, another email arrived. Same subject line, same format. The attached image showed me sleeping in my colleague's guest room. The angle was identical to where a laptop webcam would be positioned, if there had been a laptop in the room, which there wasn't. The timestamp showed 2:17 a.m. from the previous night. I returned home immediately, finding Eli surrounded by dismantled electronics. He had been systematically checking every device in our apartment for hidden cameras or unknown surveillance equipment. He found nothing unusual until he examined my old laptop battery that I had removed and left behind. According to him, it had been modified to include a small cellular modem, a component that could maintain a connection to the internet independently of the laptop itself, allowing for remote access even when the computer appeared to be completely powered down. This discovery prompted a more thorough investigation. Eli removed the battery from his own laptop and examined it, finding a similar modification. Further checks revealed that our router, which Eli had purchased online 6 months earlier, contained custom firmware that differed from the manufacturer's specifications. Even our smart TV had been modified to allow remote access to its integrated camera. The implications were clear. Our entire apartment had been compromised, not randomly, but with deliberate and sophisticated precision. Someone had methodically created a surveillance network within our living space, using our own devices against us. Eli contacted a cybersecurity professional he knew from his university, who agreed to examine our equipment. Their conclusion was disturbing. The modifications were professional grade, suggesting resources and expertise beyond typical hackers. The cellular modems in our batteries connected to private networks rather than commercial carriers, making them virtually untraceable. Most concerning was the discovery that these modifications had been in place for at least 8 months, far longer than the 6 weeks of suspicious network activity we had initially detected. We moved out of the apartment the following week, found separate places, disposed of all our electronics, purchased new devices from physical stores rather than online. I changed jobs, started using cash instead of cards whenever possible, and implemented every privacy measure recommended by Eli's security contact. 3 months passed without incident. No strange emails, no unexplained images. Life began to return to a semblance of normalcy, though I still covered any webcam with tape and stored my devices in a signal-blocking pouch at night. Then last week, I received a package at my new address, an address I had shared with very few people. Inside was a brand new laptop, still sealed in its factory packaging. No note, no return address. I left it untouched and contacted Eli, who arranged for his cybersecurity contact to examine it in a controlled environment. The laptop was factory sealed and appeared completely normal upon initial inspection. The operating system was a standard installation with no obvious modifications. It was only when they disassembled the device that they discovered the anomaly, a custom component integrated into the motherboard, virtually indistinguishable from the original parts unless you knew exactly what to look for. According to the security expert, this component would have allowed remote activation of the laptop even when powered off. More disturbing was their assessment that this wasn't an aftermarket modification. It had been integrated during the manufacturing process, which should have been impossible without inside access to the production facility. Yesterday, I received a text message from an unknown number. It contained only a time, 2:17 a.m. I didn't sleep last night. Instead, I sat in the dark of my new apartment, watching the clock. At exactly 2:17 a.m., every electronic device I owned, my new phone, my replacement laptop, my smart TV, turned on simultaneously, screens displaying the same image. An empty room with 5 chairs arranged in a semicircle. 4 were occupied by figures with blurred faces. The 5th chair, positioned in the center, remained empty. The screens displayed this image for exactly 1 minute before shutting off. I've since disconnected everything, removed batteries, cut power to my apartment. I'm writing this at a public library on a computer that has no connection to me. When I finish, I'm leaving the city, maybe the country. I don't know who these observers are or what they want. I don't know how they've managed to integrate themselves into devices that should be secure, or how they tracked me to my new location. What I do know is that the chairs in that room have been increasing by 1 each night, and the newest chair, the empty one, is meant for me. The most terrifying realization isn't that they're watching, it's that they're waiting. Each night at 2:17 a.m., a broadcast goes live somewhere on the dark web. People pay to watch, to participate in whatever this is. And somehow, through means I can't understand, I've moved from being an unwitting proxy in their observation network to being the subject of their observation itself. If you're reading this and suddenly find your devices behaving strangely, or discover unexplained network activity in the early morning hours, don't make the mistake I made. Don't investigate. Don't monitor. Don't try to understand. Just run. I keep starting and then stopping, which probably tells you everything you need to know about how hard this is to talk about. Not because I can't remember how it started. I remember it perfectly. Every detail is burned into my memory with the kind of clarity that makes you wish you could forget. And not because time has made it easier. If anything, the distance has made it worse, given me more space to see all the moments I could have stopped and didn't. Is that saying it out loud means admitting how ordinary it all was at the beginning? How little effort it took to slide into something I still struggle to explain without sounding like I should have known better. There was no moment of dramatic choice, no fork in the road where I consciously decided to do the wrong thing. It was more like a gentle slope that got steeper, so gradually I didn't notice until I was already falling. There's a particular kind of shame that comes with realizing you weren't unlucky. You weren't singled out by some sophisticated predator. You weren't targeted because of who you are or what you know. You were just careless in a quiet, everyday way. the sort of carelessness that doesn't announce itself while it's happening, the sort that feels completely normal, even sensible, until you look back and see it for what it was. It only becomes obvious later, when you're lying awake at 3 a.m., replaying every decision, seeing all the warning signs you ignored because they were inconvenient, or because acknowledging them would have meant admitting you'd already gone too far. I replayed the start enough times to know exactly where things tipped from harmless curiosity into something else. I can point to the precise moment, the exact click. Even now, I can't give you a clean explanation for why I kept going beyond that point. Words like bored or curious feel too convenient, too easy. They let me off the hook in a way I don't deserve. Calling it a mistake feels like shrinking it into something manageable, something forgivable. The truth is messier than that. The truth is it felt normal at the time, almost routine, like browsing social media or checking the news. Just another tab open in my browser. Another way to kill time on an unremarkable evening. I wasn't an IT person. I didn't work in tech. I had no special knowledge of computers or security beyond what anyone picks up from using them every day. I think that matters because I never felt like I was deliberately entering a world I didn't understand. I was just clicking through things that felt no more dangerous than anything else people stumble across online. It started with a message that didn't belong. My sister had mentioned, casually over Sunday lunch a week earlier, that she was looking for a second-hand travel cot. She was pregnant with her first and trying to do everything on a budget, the way first-time parents do, convinced they can navigate it all with second-hand furniture and sheer determination. I'd agreed to keep an eye out, the way you do when family asks you something and you're only half paying attention but want to seem helpful. So one evening, a Thursday I think, I was scrolling through a marketplace app, phone in one hand, TV on in the background, playing some crime drama I wasn't really watching. Not really paying attention to either, just filling the space between dinner and sleep with the kind of mindless activity that passes for relaxation. I'd been at it for maybe 20 minutes, scrolling past baby clothes and high chairs and all the detritus of early parenthood that people are desperate to get rid of. Most of the listings were fine, some overpriced. Some looked like they'd been through a war, but nothing unusual. That's when a reply popped up from an account I hadn't contacted. At first, I barely noticed it. The notification appeared at the top of my screen, and I swiped it down out of habit. Unsolicited messages are common enough on those apps that they blur into the background. You learn to filter them out without really thinking about it. But when I opened it properly, something about it felt different. It was just a short web address and a vague suggestion that there were things you could watch there that weren't meant for normal sites. No emoji, no exclamation marks, no obvious grammatical errors that would have marked it as spam. It was almost businesslike in its brevity. No sales pitch, no pressure, no begging me to click or warning that the link would expire soon. That's what made it unsettling, I think. It didn't behave like spam. It didn't need to persuade me of anything. Like it assumed curiosity would do the work on its own. Like whoever sent it knew that the less they said, the more intriguing it would seem. I reported it through the app and kept scrolling. Felt vaguely pleased with myself for doing the sensible thing, for not being one of those people who falls for obvious scams. Deleted the message, blocked the user, went back to looking at travel cots. Found a decent one for my sister, screenshotted it, sent it to her. She replied with a thumbs up. Normal evening, normal interaction, nothing out of the ordinary. For a while, that really did feel like the end of it. But later that night, when the flat had gone quiet and the TV was off and I'd brushed my teeth and gotten into bed, I picked my phone up again out of habit. You know how it is. That last scroll through social media before sleep, checking nothing in particular, just filling the silence. And the message resurfaced in my thoughts. Not loudly, not insistently, just persistently enough that it was hard to ignore. I told myself it was probably nothing. Spam sent to 1,000 people hoping one idiot would bite. But it didn't feel like a mass message. The wording was too specific, too knowing. I remember thinking that even if it was nonsense, confirming that would make it easier to forget. That felt reasonable at the time, logical even. Just scratching an itch so I could move on. So I reopened the deleted messages. The app keeps them for a while even after you delete them, which I'd never really thought about before. And I copied the address into my notes app. Told myself I'd only look briefly, just long enough to reassure myself it was rubbish, just enough to confirm my initial instinct had been right. Even as I did it, there was a small voice wondering why this explanation was doing so much work, why I needed to justify looking at a website to myself. But I pushed that voice down. Getting access wasn't dramatic. There was no moment where I felt like I crossed a clear boundary. No warning screen asking if I was sure I wanted to continue. Just small steps, each justifiable on its own. A browser that promised privacy. A few clicks to verify I was human. A simple yes/no question about being over 18. Steps I kept telling myself didn't add up to anything serious. People browse dodgy websites all the time, don't they? That's what I told myself. It's half of what the internet is. What I found wasn't sleek or impressive or mysterious. It was messy, dated, poorly organized. Plain text pages, broken menus, lists of things laid out with all the charm of a badly designed website from 1999. There were obvious illegal services right there on the front page. Fake documents, stolen accounts, credit card details, other things written about in neutral, almost bored language, and then darker sections threaded through it all, described with that same flat tone. Like what was being offered was neither shocking nor exceptional. That flatness stayed with me. It still does. It didn't feel like a horror film or a hidden underworld full of shadowy figures and encrypted messages. More like browsing a catalogue where the items just happen to involve human harm. Stripped of drama or context. Mundane in the most disturbing way possible. For about a week, I dipped in and out. Never for very long. 20 minutes here, half an hour there. Usually late at night when I couldn't sleep. Always telling myself I was just looking, just observing. That observation wasn't the same as participation. That staying detached somehow kept me separate from what I was seeing. That as long as I didn't interact, didn't contribute, didn't become part of it, I was somehow still on the outside looking in. I didn't contact anyone, didn't buy anything, didn't post in any forums or leave any comments. At the time, those distinctions felt important. They felt like lines I was maintaining, boundaries I wasn't crossing. They let me believe I was still in control, still making conscious choices, still outside of it all in some meaningful way. I told myself I was trying to understand how these places worked, that it was educational in a morbid sort of way. The same way people watch documentaries about serial killers or read books about disasters. Trying to understand the darker corners of human nature from a safe distance. But if I'm honest, and I suppose that's the point of telling this, I didn't have a good reason. It was just there, and I could access it, and some base part of my brain wanted to see what I wasn't supposed to see. Then I clicked a video. I'd been browsing for maybe 15 minutes, about to close the laptop and go to bed. The page was unremarkable. Vague title suggesting proof of something without explaining what. The file just sat there with no description, no comments, no preview image. just a blank space and a play button. I hovered over it longer than I like to admit. Knew I could still close the laptop and walk away. But I told myself seeing it briefly would be no worse than everything else I'd already looked at. In hindsight, that feels like a lie. I told myself purely for convenience. The video opened on an ordinary room, cheap carpet, radiator beneath a window, a bed with a plain duvet that could have come from anywhere. The camera angle was slightly off, like a phone propped against something without much care. For a few seconds, my brain tried to reinterpret what I was seeing, offering harmless explanations because that's what it does when it needs to protect itself. But then the person on the bed moved, and the movement was wrong. Wrong in a way that's hard to explain unless you've seen it. It was driven by panic, not performance. A blurred figure stepped briefly into frame. The reaction that followed was immediate, frantic. Animal fear that made my throat tighten and my stomach drop. It didn't look like something anyone would choose to show. I shut the laptop hard enough to sting my fingers. Sat on the sofa with my hands on my knees, feeling overheated and nauseous at the same time. Staring at nothing while my heart hammered. The thought of calling the police came immediately, but it was followed just as quickly by the realization that I had no useful information, no names, no locations, no explanation for how I'd ended up there that didn't feel loaded with implication. I told myself going back to look for clues would be the responsible thing to do. Framed it as trying to undo the damage of my curiosity. That justification made it possible to sleep that night. I lasted 3 days. When I went back, the video was gone, removed without explanation. In its place was a short line of text that didn't read like an update or an apology. More like a correction aimed at the people who'd watched. It implied that viewing had been noted, that anonymity was an assumption, not a guarantee, that the distance I'd felt wasn't as real as I'd wanted to believe. That was the moment it stopped feeling abstract. I shut everything down after that, powered off the laptop, tried to return to normal life, told myself the message was probably generic, designed to scare people without any real follow-through. For about a week, nothing happened. Slowly, against my better judgment, I started to believe it. Let myself relax just enough that the tension became background noise. Then an email arrived while I was at work. No subject line, random sender, single attachment. It was a photograph of my front door, not a similar door or a stock image. My actual door, with the scuffed paint near the handle and the dented letterbox I'd never bothered to fix. Taken from the communal hallway. When I zoomed in, I could see a parcel on the doormat that had arrived the day before. That small, ordinary detail made it impossible to dismiss. I was surrounded by people talking and typing, but I felt suddenly isolated. My hands shook enough that I had to hide my phone under a notebook. The journey home passed in a blur. When I unlocked my door, I stood there listening for a moment, as if the flat might sound different. Of course it didn't. Everything looked normal at first, until I noticed my laptop sitting open on the coffee table, screen glowing softly, even though I was certain I'd left it closed. On the screen was a document with a single sentence. Not threatening or dramatic, just corrective, like someone pointing out an error. Below it was an instruction telling me to check the bathroom. I hesitated longer than I needed to, arguing with myself, but standing still felt worse than knowing. In the bath, sitting in a shallow pool of water, was a phone that looked exactly like mine. Same model, same case, the cheap, clear one I'd bought from a market stall. Same crack in the bottom right corner from when I dropped it getting off the bus 6 months ago. Even the cheap sticker I'd stuck on the back without thinking, a cartoon cat a friend had given me as a joke. My real phone was still in my hand. I sat on the edge of the bath staring at it, trying not to be sick, trying to work out what it meant. This wasn't just a threat. This was effort. This was planning. This required time and proximity. They'd needed to buy a phone that matched mine exactly, find the same case, even replicate the crack and the sticker, or, and this thought made my skin crawl, they'd watched me long enough to know exactly which phone I had, down to the smallest details, long enough to order an identical one and prepare it perfectly. The message was simple and unmistakable. Someone had been inside my home, hadn't taken anything, hadn't damaged anything, had left something behind instead. Proof of access. Proof that walls and locks meant nothing. Proof that they could reach me whenever they wanted. When I called the police, I reported a break-in and nothing more. After they left, the flat felt different, like it didn't entirely belong to me anymore. Around 2 a.m., another email arrived. This time, the attachment was a video recorded from inside my living room, from a high angle I didn't recognize, showing me earlier that evening, after the police had gone, sitting on the sofa rubbing my face. The timestamp was real. I watched myself move through the room, a version of myself that looked unaware and exposed. It didn't matter that I couldn't see the camera. The footage proved it existed. I left before dawn, drove to my sister's house without fully deciding to. Told her there'd been a break-in and I didn't want to be alone. Left out the parts I couldn't say yet. The following morning a message arrived through the same marketplace app where it had all begun. A photograph of my sister's back garden, taken from outside the fence. Me visible through the kitchen window. That's when I understood. I'd brought it with me. I went back to my flat that afternoon. The laptop was open again, this time displaying a message that accused me of running, of involving other people, giving a rough time for the following evening. I convinced myself that staying would keep the danger focused on me, though that logic feels thin now. That night I sat in the living room with one lamp on, listening. Just before 9, I heard movement outside the door, saw a hooded figure through the peephole, waiting on the landing. My phone buzzed with a photograph taken from inside the room, from behind me, moments earlier. When I turned, I eventually noticed a book pushed forward on the shelf. Behind it, taped to the back, was a small camera, still warm when I touched it, smaller than a box of matches, wireless probably. How long had it been there? How many days had I been watched? I destroyed it without thinking, smashed it against the coffee table until it was pieces. The footsteps fled down the stairs. There was no contact after that, no messages, no reminders, just silence that felt less like safety and more like being spared. I moved out 3 months later. Couldn't stand being in that flat anymore. Told my sister the truth in fragments, piece by piece. Enough that she understood. Not enough to make her as scared as I was. Learned that nothing else happening didn't mean it was over. Only that it had stopped. That the person on the other end had decided to stop, for now, for reasons I'd never understand. There was no clever trick, no supernatural explanation. Just a stranger who enjoyed access, who enjoyed power, who enjoyed fear, and a lesson about how little distance there really is between looking and being seen, between observer and observed, between thinking you're safe behind a screen and realizing the screen was never actually there. I've been keeping a notebook these past few weeks, writing down everything I can remember about the schedules I used to build, all the properties I coordinated, all the careful timetables I created. it's probably pointless. Who would I even show it to? But it gives me something to do in this travelodge outside Swindon, where I've been hiding for nearly a fortnight. The notebook sits on the bedside table next to a half-eaten meal deal from the petrol station. And sometimes I just stare at it, wondering if writing it all down makes me feel better or worse about what I did. I used to work as a scheduler for a logistics company, the sort of job where you coordinate deliveries and manage timetables to keep everything running smoothly. Then the company collapsed, and I needed to find something else quickly. That's how I ended up doing scheduling work for people I never met. Coordinating activities I told myself were none of my business, building timetables for things I've only just realized were criminal. The heating in this room cuts out every few hours, and I lie here in the cold, wondering if they're looking for me, if they've worked out that I finally understand what all those careful schedules were actually coordinating. I'd been working as a logistics scheduler for nearly 15 years when the company collapsed. One of those situations where you think everything's fine until suddenly it isn't. And you're told on a Friday afternoon that the company's in administration and your job's gone effective immediately. I was 48 years old with very specific skills that turned out not to be particularly transferable. Scheduling work is more complicated than people realize. You're not just putting together timetables, you're coordinating multiple resources, anticipating conflicts, building in contingencies for when things go wrong. It requires a particular type of mind, the ability to see patterns and predict bottlenecks before they happen. I'd always been good at it, took pride in keeping everything running smoothly, even when circumstances were difficult. After the redundancy, I spent about 3 months applying for similar positions at other logistics companies. But the industry was contracting, and most places were automating the work I used to do. The few jobs I found wanted younger people with different qualifications, technical skills I'd never needed in my previous role. That's when I found the posting on a job board for remote workers. Someone needed an experienced scheduler to coordinate activities for what they described as a service coordination company. The pay was generous, nearly £4,000 per month for what they estimated would be about 30 hours of work per week. They emphasized that they needed someone who could manage complex schedules involving multiple participants, someone who was detail-oriented and could work independently. The job description could have been written specifically for my skill set. I applied immediately, had a phone interview 2 days later with someone who called himself Mr. Peterson, and was offered the position by the end of that week. Mr. Peterson explained that they coordinated various service providers across different regions, and they needed someone who could schedule activities efficiently to avoid conflicts and maximize resource utilization. It all sounded perfectly reasonable. I'd be working remotely using their scheduling software, receiving requests from various service coordinators, and building timetables that ensured everything ran smoothly. The confidentiality requirements were strict. I'd need to maintain absolute discretion about the schedules I created and never discuss the work with anyone outside the company. But that seemed normal enough for a commercial operation that probably dealt with competitive information. The first few assignments were straightforward. I'd receive requests to schedule activities in specific locations at particular times, and I'd coordinate multiple participants to ensure they could complete their work without conflicting with each other. The schedules typically involved 2 or 3 people working at the same location in sequence, each with specific time windows they needed to operate within. I built the schedules carefully, accounting for travel times between locations, potential delays, even weather conditions that might affect timing. It was exactly the sort of work I'd been doing for years, just for a different type of operation. I didn't ask what specific services the participants were providing. That wasn't my concern. My job was simply to ensure the schedules worked efficiently. Mr. Peterson was pleased with my work, and the schedules started coming more frequently. I was coordinating activities across multiple cities, managing dozens of participants, building complex timetables that ensured everyone could complete their assignments without interfering with each other. The work was satisfying in the way good scheduling always is. Seeing all the pieces fit together perfectly, knowing you've anticipated every potential conflict. But I started noticing aspects of the schedules that seemed unusual. Many activities were scheduled for early morning hours, between roughly 5 and 7 when most people would still be asleep. Others were timed to coincide with specific events, school run times, typical working hours, even what appeared to be coordination with public transport schedules. When I questioned why so many activities needed to occur during these specific windows, Mr. Peterson explained that their service providers needed to work when client properties would be empty or when clients would be distracted with other obligations. The scheduling precision was essential to ensure services could be delivered efficiently without disturbing clients unnecessarily. That explanation made a certain amount of sense, though I was troubled by the secrecy around what services were actually being provided. But Mr. Peterson emphasized that confidentiality was essential to their business model, and schedulers who asked too many questions about service details wouldn't last long in the position. I accepted that boundary because I needed the income and enjoyed the work itself. The schedules were intellectually satisfying, complex puzzles that required careful coordination of multiple moving parts. I told myself the specific nature of the services being provided wasn't my concern. I was just ensuring the logistics worked properly. The assignments became more detailed over time. Instead of simple location and timing information, I was receiving comprehensive briefings about specific properties and their occupants. I'd be told that a particular house would be empty between 8 and 6 on weekdays, that another property had vulnerable security on the rear entrance, that a third location had no immediate neighbors who might observe activity. I was building schedules that incorporated this detailed intelligence about specific properties, coordinating participants to take advantage of particular vulnerabilities at precise times. The work still felt like logistics coordination, but I was becoming increasingly aware that the services being scheduled weren't conventional commercial activities. The breakthrough came when I recognized an address in one of the schedules I was building. It was my sister's house in Gloucester, a property I'd visited dozens of times over the years. The schedule requested 3 participants at sequential times during a weekday morning when I knew my sister would be at work and her husband would be visiting their mother in hospital. I realized immediately that I was scheduling a burglary of my own sister's home. The detailed intelligence about when the property would be empty, the notes about security vulnerabilities, the coordination of multiple participants to ensure efficient completion. It was all designed to facilitate theft from someone I loved. I thought about all the other schedules I'd built over the past few months, all the detailed property intelligence I'd been coordinating. Every schedule I'd created had probably enabled burglaries of homes whose occupants had no idea their routines had been documented and their vulnerabilities assessed. But what made it unbearable was understanding that my scheduling skills had made these crimes more efficient and less risky for the criminals involved. By carefully coordinating multiple participants and accounting for every potential conflict or complication, I'd helped professionalize burglary into a systematic enterprise that maximized success while minimizing detection. I tried to refuse the schedule involving my sister's house, but Mr. Peterson made it clear that wasn't an option. I'd been building schedules for months, had access to detailed intelligence about hundreds of properties, knew exactly how the coordination system worked. Walking away would mean explaining where I'd been working and what I'd been doing, and it would mean giving up income I'd become dependent on. I was trapped by my own complicity and my professional effectiveness. The better I'd been at scheduling, the more valuable I'd become to an operation that was systematically targeting homes across the country. And now my own sister's property was on the list because I'd been too focused on doing good logistics work to question what I was coordinating. I tried warning my sister about the planned burglary without revealing how I knew about it, suggesting she should install better security and vary her routine. But I couldn't explain the specifics without admitting my role in scheduling the crime against her home. She thanked me for the concern, but didn't seem to take it seriously enough to actually change her habits. That's when I started documenting all the schedules I'd created, keeping detailed records of the properties I'd coordinated activity for and the participants I'd scheduled. I told myself I was preserving evidence for eventual reporting to authorities, but really, I was just trying to feel less guilty about the crimes I'd enabled. The schedules I'd built weren't just enabling individual burglaries. They were part of a coordinated operation that targeted hundreds of properties across multiple regions. I found myself accessing parts of the scheduling system I wasn't supposed to see, discovering the full scope of what I'd been participating in. The operation maintained comprehensive intelligence about vulnerable properties organized by region, occupant type, and potential value. My schedules were being used to coordinate systematic targeting that ensured maximum efficiency and minimal risk. Multiple teams would work different regions simultaneously, all following schedules I'd carefully built to avoid conflicts and complications. Some schedules focused on elderly people living alone, coordinating burglaries during the specific hours when they'd be at medical appointments or visiting friends. Others targeted families during school holidays when homes would be empty for extended periods. A few concentrated on small businesses during weekends when nobody would be on the premises. I was looking at evidence that my scheduling work had enabled hundreds of burglaries across England and Wales. Every careful coordination I'd created, every contingency I'd planned for, every efficiency I'd built into the schedules, it had all made these crimes more successful and harder to prevent. But what disturbed me most was discovering how the operation used my schedules to refine their targeting. They tracked success rates for different types of properties and adjusted their intelligence gathering based on which of my schedules had been most effective. My professional expertise was being used to optimize criminal activity, making each wave of burglaries more efficient than the last. One analysis document discussed how my careful timing had reduced police response effectiveness by ensuring crimes occurred during periods when patrols were focused elsewhere. Another praised my contingency planning for minimizing the impact of unexpected complications. They were treating my scheduling work as the professional foundation that made their entire operation viable. I found schedules I'd built that had been used to target my own neighborhood in Bristol. Properties I'd walked past regularly. Homes belonging to people I knew casually from local shops and parks. All of them had been burgled during precisely the time windows I'd scheduled, with participants coordinated according to the careful timetables I'd created. One schedule had targeted the elderly couple who lived 3 doors down from me, coordinating a burglary during the 2-hour window when they attended their weekly medical appointments. Another had focused on the single mother across the street, scheduling activity for the precise time when she'd be collecting her children from school and stopping at the supermarket. These weren't random crimes. They were systematically planned operations that relied on detailed intelligence and professional scheduling. And I'd provided that professional scheduling, making it all possible through my careful coordination and logistics expertise. I tried contacting the police about what I'd discovered, but explaining my role without admitting extensive complicity proved impossible. I'd been building burglary schedules for months. Accepting substantial payment for work I should have recognized wasn't legitimate. The schedules I'd created had enabled hundreds of crimes against real people. The officer I spoke to was professional but frank. I'd knowingly coordinated criminal activity, even if I'd tried to avoid understanding what I was scheduling. The detailed documentation I'd kept actually demonstrated my intimate involvement in planning systematic burglaries. Cooperation might reduce potential charges, but I shouldn't expect immunity from prosecution for my role in the operation. I was advised to stop scheduling work immediately and refuse further contact with Mr. Peterson. But he'd already anticipated that possibility. I started receiving messages reminding me of the comprehensive records they had of my scheduling work, documentation that showed my professional involvement in coordinating hundreds of burglaries. The messages emphasized that schedulers who cause problems would face both legal consequences and more immediate difficulties. They had my address, knew my routines, had detailed intelligence about my vulnerabilities, all the same type of information I'd been using to build schedules for burglaries of other people's homes. Then I found my own property listed in their intelligence database. Someone had documented my daily routine, identified when my flat would be empty, assessed security vulnerabilities I'd never considered. They were preparing to target me using the same systematic approach I'd been scheduling for hundreds of other victims. But the schedule that appeared for my property was different from the ones I'd been building for burglaries. Instead of coordinating participants to steal possessions, it scheduled people to ensure I understood the consequences of causing problems for their operation. The activities were vague but clearly threatening, designed to make me too frightened to report what I'd discovered. That's when I left Bristol entirely, abandoning my flat and most of my possessions to hide in hotels across the southwest. I've been moving every few days, never staying long enough to establish a routine that could be documented and scheduled against me. But I know my sister's house was eventually targeted. She called me about a month after I'd left Bristol to say they'd been burgled during exactly the time window I tried to warn her about. The thieves had known precisely when the house would be empty, had targeted specific valuables, had left minimal evidence. It was executed perfectly according to the schedule I'd built, but refused to finalize. I couldn't tell her I'd scheduled that burglary myself, that I'd coordinated the participants and built the timetable that made it possible. Couldn't explain that my professional scheduling skills had been weaponized against her home. All I could do was offer sympathy and guilt. The schedules I built are still being used. Other schedulers have probably been recruited to replace me. People who'll make the same rationalizations I did about just doing logistics work without responsibility for what's being coordinated. The operation is probably still expanding, still targeting hundreds of properties using the systematic approach I helped establish. I keep thinking about my sister, about the elderly couple 3 doors down, about all the other people whose homes were burgled according to schedules I'd carefully built to maximize efficiency and minimize complications. They'd gone about their normal lives never knowing that someone had documented their routines and built professional timetables for criminal activity against their homes. The schedules taught me that professional skills become weapons when applied to criminal purposes, that logistics expertise can enable systematic harm regardless of your intentions or understanding, that every efficiency I built in, every contingency I planned for, every conflict I prevented, it all made the crimes I was coordinating more successful and harder to stop. And that once you've spent months building schedules you know are enabling criminal activity, you become too compromised to report it without facing severe consequences yourself. The evidence of your professional involvement is permanent, documented in schedules that show your expertise was essential to the operation's success. I suppose that's why I'm sitting in this travelodge watching the car park rather than helping police dismantle the operation I was part of. Because I know the schedules I kept as evidence implicate me as thoroughly as they expose the operation, and I'm not brave enough to face consequences for choices I made when I convinced myself I was just doing logistics work. All I can do is hope that someone else will eventually expose these operations, that other schedulers will find courage I lack to report what they're coordinating despite the personal cost, and hope that people whose homes I scheduled for burglary manage to recover from losses I helped enable. Because the operation is still running, still recruiting schedulers, still using professional logistics coordination to target hundreds of homes. And I helped prove that scheduling expertise makes burglary more efficient, helped establish standards that turn theft into a systematic enterprise, helped create an industry that treats people's homes as targets to be coordinated and optimized. The worst part is knowing I can't undo any of it. Can't warn people whose homes are scheduled for targeting. Can't prevent burglaries coordinated according to timetables built using techniques I established. All I can do is hide in cheap hotels and wonder if they'll eventually decide I'm enough of a liability to be worth the trouble of scheduling something permanent against me. I just wish I'd asked more questions at the beginning. Wish I'd recognized sooner what kind of services I was scheduling. Wish I'd been brave enough to walk away when I first started suspecting the truth. But I didn't. And now I live with the consequences of choices I made when professional satisfaction and financial need mattered more than questioning what my skills were really being used for. I should never have tried to help that woman. God knows I regret it now. Lying awake at 3:30, wondering if they're still out there, still doing what I helped them do. You hear about good deeds going unpunished, don't you? Well, that's bollocks. Sometimes trying to do the right thing is the worst mistake you can make, and I've got the sleepless nights to prove it. I keep telling myself I didn't know what would happen, that I was just trying to be decent. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right from the start. I should have trusted that feeling. I should have walked away and minded my own business. It started about 8 months ago when I was working as a cleaner at the council offices in Nottingham. Not the most glamorous job, but it paid the bills and kept me busy after my divorce. I'd always been one of those people who liked helping others, bringing in extra tea bags for the office kitchen, staying late to help colleagues with their computers, that sort of thing. My ex-wife used to say I was too trusting for my own good. Turns out she was right about that at least. The woman approached me during my lunch break one Thursday afternoon. I was sitting in the car park eating a sandwich when she knocked on my passenger window. Mid-40s, I'd guess. Nicely dressed, but with that slightly frantic look people get when they're in genuine distress. She apologized for bothering me, but explained that she desperately needed help with something computer-related. Her story seemed straightforward enough. She'd been trying to find information about her missing daughter online, but kept running into websites that required special software to access. Someone had told her these sites contained databases of missing persons that weren't available through normal search engines. She'd tried to set up the software herself, but couldn't make sense of the technical instructions. I felt sorry for her, to be honest. The thought of losing a child and not knowing where they were. It's the sort of nightmare that keeps parents awake at night. And she seemed so genuinely desperate, so grateful when I agreed to help. Said she'd pay me £50 if I could just get her access to these databases so she could search for her daughter. She gave me a memory stick with the software already downloaded and some printed instructions that looked like they'd been copied from a technical manual. The whole thing seemed legitimate enough. People use different browsers for privacy all the time, don't they? I told her I'd have a look that evening and see what I could do. Back at my flat, I installed the software on my old desktop computer. Took a while to get it working properly, but eventually I managed to access what she was looking for. The interface was different from normal websites. Everything looked a bit more basic, like the internet from about 15 years ago. I started with the obvious searches, looking for missing person databases and information exchanges. Found a few sites that seemed relevant, though most of them required registration or some sort of verification process. I made note of the web addresses and procedures, planning to pass the information back to her the next day. But I was curious about what else was available through this software. I'd heard vague stories about the dark web over the years, mostly scare stories from the newspapers about drugs and weapons, but I'd never actually seen it for myself. So I spent some time exploring, following links from one site to another. Most of it was disappointingly mundane. Discussion groups about privacy and security, online libraries with books that had been banned in various countries, even what looked like normal shopping sites, except with unusual payment methods. Nothing obviously sinister or illegal, just an alternative version of the internet that operated according to different rules. That's when I found the section that changed everything. It was tucked away on a site that looked like a community bulletin board, the sort of thing you might find in a village hall. People posting requests for help with various problems, others offering assistance in return for small favors. One post caught my attention because it mentioned missing persons databases. Someone was offering to help people search for lost relatives in exchange for small tasks. Computer-related work mostly. Simple things like setting up accounts on different websites, posting specific messages in certain online groups, even just visiting particular web addresses at specific times. It seemed like an odd arrangement, but I suppose people were willing to trade their time and computer skills for access to information they couldn't get elsewhere. The post included several testimonials from grateful users who claimed to have found information about their missing relatives through these searches. I bookmarked the site and made some notes about the services offered. The woman had seemed so desperate to find her daughter. Maybe this would give her some additional options beyond the basic databases I'd already located. When I met her the following day, she was effusive with her gratitude, paid me the £50 immediately and listened intently as I explained what I'd found. She seemed particularly interested in the community bulletin board, asking detailed questions about how it worked and what sort of tasks people were being asked to perform. I thought that would be the end of it, but she contacted me again the following week, said she'd managed to register with the bulletin board site, but was struggling with some of the technical requirements. Would I mind helping her complete a few simple tasks in exchange for access to more comprehensive search databases? The tasks seemed harmless enough. Creating accounts on various websites using names and email addresses she provided, posting specific messages in discussion groups, even just clicking on certain links at predetermined times. Nothing that took more than a few minutes, and she was paying me £20 each time. I should have asked more questions about what these tasks were actually for. Should have wondered why someone needed multiple fake accounts on dating websites and local community groups. Should have been suspicious about the carefully worded messages I was posting, all of which seemed designed to build trust and establish credibility within different online communities. But I was going through a rough patch financially, and the extra money was helpful. Besides, the woman seemed so grateful and kept me updated on her search for her daughter. She'd found some promising leads, she said, and was making progress thanks to the additional databases she could now access. The tasks gradually became more complex. Instead of just creating accounts, I was being asked to maintain them, posting regular updates, responding to messages, even arranging to meet people in real life. Always women, I noticed, and always in public places like cafes or shopping centers. I started to feel uncomfortable about what I was doing, but by then I'd been paid nearly £400 and felt obligated to continue. The woman had become quite insistent about the importance of these meetings, explaining that they were part of a network of volunteers who helped each other search for missing relatives. The first meeting was in a Costa Coffee in Derby. I was supposed to approach a woman in her 30s who would be wearing a red scarf and carrying a specific magazine. The script I'd been given was simple enough. Introduce myself using a particular name, mention that we'd been chatting online about missing persons cases, and suggest we continue our conversation somewhere more private. But when I got to the coffee shop and saw the woman, she was probably someone's daughter, sitting alone and checking her phone nervously. I realized what I was actually being asked to do. This wasn't about searching for missing people. This was about creating them. I left without approaching her and went straight home to delete all the software from my computer. But I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd discovered, what I'd been unknowingly helping to facilitate. The bulletin board wasn't a community of people searching for missing relatives. It was a network of predators using volunteers like me to identify and approach potential victims. All those fake accounts I'd created, all those trust-building messages I'd posted, all that credibility I'd helped establish within local communities, it was all being used to lure women into dangerous situations. And I'd been part of it, taking money in exchange for creating the infrastructure that made it possible. I tried to convince myself that I'd stopped before anyone was actually hurt, that walking away from that meeting meant I hadn't crossed any real lines. But I kept thinking about all the other tasks I'd completed over the previous few weeks, all the other accounts and messages and arrangements I'd helped facilitate. How many other volunteers were there like me? How many other well-meaning people were being manipulated into providing technical support for something they didn't fully understand? And more importantly, how many women had been approached by predators using the credibility and trust I'd helped them establish? The worst part was realizing how carefully I'd been recruited. The story about the missing daughter, the gradual escalation of tasks, even the regular payments that made me feel invested in continuing. It had all been designed to draw me deeper into something I would never have agreed to participate in knowingly. I started checking local news websites obsessively, looking for reports of missing women or suspicious approaches. Found a few stories that might have been connected. Women who'd been approached by men claiming to be part of missing persons networks, others who'd agreed to meet people they'd been chatting with online, only to find themselves in uncomfortable or dangerous situations. One story in particular made my stomach turn. A woman in Loughborough had been approached by someone claiming to be researching missing persons cases. He'd gained her trust through weeks of online conversation, eventually arranging to meet her to discuss her own experiences of losing touch with a family member. She'd agreed to go to his car to look at some documents, and that's when things had gone wrong. The police report was carefully worded, but it was clear that she'd barely escaped a serious assault. The man had used a false name and fake credentials, all carefully constructed through months of online activity, designed to establish his credibility within missing persons communities. I recognized the methodology. It was exactly the sort of credibility I'd been helping to build through all those fake accounts and trust-building messages. The realization that I might have played a role in what happened to that woman has haunted me ever since. I reported what I knew to the police, though I'm not sure how much good it did. Explained about the bulletin board, the network of volunteers, the way people like me were being recruited to provide technical support without understanding the real purpose. They took a statement and said they'd look into it, but I never heard anything back. The problem is that everything operates through that hidden part of the internet I'd helped the woman access. The police can't easily investigate sites they don't know how to find, and even if they could, the people running these networks are careful to stay anonymous and move their operations regularly. I moved to Manchester a few months later, telling myself it was for a fresh start, but really, because I was scared. Scared that the people behind the network might discover I'd gone to the police, scared that they might decide I knew too much to be left alone. But mostly, I was scared that they might approach me again, because despite everything I'd learned about what they were really doing, part of me was worried that I might be tempted to help again. The money had been useful, the woman had been convincing, and I'd enjoyed feeling like I was making a difference. That's the most frightening thing about what happened. Not that I was deceived, but that the deception worked so well. They understood exactly how to manipulate someone like me, someone who wanted to help, but didn't ask enough questions about what they were actually helping with. I wonder sometimes how many other people like me are out there. Well-meaning volunteers providing technical support for networks they don't understand, creating the infrastructure that makes modern predators so effective. People who think they're helping to reunite families, but are actually facilitating something much darker. I've changed my phone number twice since then, and use a different name for my online accounts. I don't help strangers with computer problems anymore. Don't offer to assist with technical tasks. Don't even like talking to people I don't know well. Because I learned that kindness can be weaponized, that the desire to help others can be turned against both the helper and the people they think they're helping. I learned that there are networks of people who have professionalized predatory behavior, turning it into a systematic operation that relies on recruiting unwitting accomplices. And I learned that once you've been part of something like that, even unknowingly, you never really stop wondering about the consequences of your actions. Every news story about a missing woman, every report of someone being approached by a stranger with a plausible story. I wonder if I played a role in making it possible. The woman with the missing daughter never contacted me again after I stopped helping her. Sometimes I wonder if she even existed, or if she was just another fake identity created to recruit volunteers like me. I suppose it doesn't matter now, but I can't stop thinking about how convincing she was, how genuine her distress seemed. It makes me question everything I thought I knew about helping people, about trusting others, about the difference between right and wrong. Because sometimes doing what feels like the right thing is actually the worst thing you could possibly do. And by the time you realize what you've been part of, it's already too late to take it back. I just hope that woman was the only one who got hurt because of what I helped them build. But deep down, I know that's probably not true, and that's something I'll have to live with for the rest of my life. I haven't told anyone about this, not the police, not my sister, certainly not the people I see every day in the village. There's a specific kind of weight that comes with knowing something you can't unknow. A heaviness that sits right at the base of your throat, making every swallow feel like a conscious effort. I suppose I'm writing this down because I need to get it out of my head before it rots there. If you're listening to this or reading it, I just want you to understand that I wasn't looking for trouble. I'm not a curious person by nature. I'm a furniture restorer. I spend my days with sandpaper, beeswax, and the quiet company of dead men's wardrobes. It's a solitary life, and usually that's exactly how I like it. I live in a small stone-built cottage just outside of a place called Minchinhampton in the Cotswolds. It's the kind of village where the most exciting thing that happens is a dispute over a garden fence or a particularly heavy frost on the common. My workshop is a converted barn at the back of the property. It's filled with the smell of turpentine and old oak. About 4 months ago, I picked up a piece at a probate auction in Cirencester. It was a mid-19th century Davenport, a small ornamental desk with a sloped top. It was in a sorry state, caked in layers of cheap varnish that some previous owner had slapped on in the 70s, but the bones of it were good. The Davenport had belonged to a man named Mr. Henderson. He'd been a retired schoolmaster, well liked in his village, a man of routine and quiet dignity. He'd lived alone for 20 years after his wife passed away in the late 90s. I remember seeing him once or twice at the local library, a thin man with a sharp nose and eyes that always seemed to be looking for a mistake in a piece of prose. When he died, he left no heirs, so his entire estate went to auction. I paid about £80 for the desk, thinking it would be a nice project for the autumn. It sat in the corner of my workshop for a few weeks before I got around to it. The weather had turned cold, that damp English cold that gets into your joints, and I spent my mornings by the wood burner, drinking tea and looking at the work ahead. When I finally started stripping the wood, I felt that familiar satisfaction of seeing the real grain emerge from beneath the gunk. It was beautiful walnut. But as I was cleaning out the small side drawers, I noticed a discrepancy in the depth of the bottom one. You'd be surprised how many old desks have secret compartments. Usually they're empty, or they contain a few halfpennies, a dried out inkwell, or perhaps a yellowing letter from a long dead lover. This one, however, had a small, modern-looking USB drive tucked into a velvet-lined slot behind the false back of a drawer. It looked completely out of place against the Victorian joinery, a jagged piece of the 21st century buried in the 19th. I should have thrown it in the bin. That's the thought that loops in my mind every night when the house gets quiet and the shadows start to stretch. I should have just tossed it into the scrap pile and gone back to my beeswax. But it was a rainy Tuesday, the tea was cold, and the solitude of the barn felt a bit too heavy. I took the drive into the house and plugged it into my laptop, sitting at my kitchen table with the rain drumming against the glass. There wasn't much on it, just a single text file. No name, no date. When I opened it, there was a string of letters and numbers that looked like gibberish, followed by a series of instructions. It didn't look like a normal web address. It was long, messy, and ended in a suffix I didn't recognize. Below that was a password, the Gleaner. I'm not a tech person. I use my computer for invoices, ordering brass handles, and looking up upholstery fabrics. But I'd heard enough over the years to know what this was. I'd heard the stories about the parts of the internet that don't show up on a search engine, the hidden layers that require specific pathways to access, what people call the dark web. I didn't think it was dangerous. I thought it was a curiosity, a relic of whoever had owned that desk, perhaps a secret life of Mr. Henderson that no one in the village would have suspected. I followed the instructions, which involved a few settings changes I had to look up on my phone, and eventually I found myself staring at a screen that was almost entirely black. There were no images, no banners, just plain white typewriter-style font on a charcoal background. At the top, it simply stated, "The Registry of Open Doors." I remember feeling a bit let down. It sounded like something to do with architecture, or perhaps a charity for the homeless. I clicked the only link on the page, which was a list of UK counties. I scrolled down to Gloucestershire. The page that loaded was a table. It had 4 columns: town, village, street, entry point, and status. I started scrolling, my heart beginning to do that slow, heavy thud against my ribs. These weren't shops or businesses. They were houses, private homes: Stroud, Bisley Road, kitchen window, faulty latch, occupied, Cheltenham, Lansdowne Crescent, basement door, key under stone, unoccupied, Holiday, Nailsworth, Shortwood, back door, always left open for cat. I felt a coldness wash over me that had nothing to do with the draft in my cottage. I kept scrolling, my eyes blurring as I looked for names I knew. I found a house in Minchinhampton, just 3 miles from where I was sitting. It described a bungalow on the edge of the common, where an elderly woman lived. It noted that she often forgot to bolt the side door after taking the bins out on a Wednesday evening. It even mentioned the time, usually around 9 at night. This wasn't a site for hackers or some grand criminal enterprise. It was a ledger for people who liked to go where they weren't invited. It was a community of shadows. There were no memberships or chat rooms, just this cold, clinical list of vulnerabilities. It was a map of how to slip into the lives of strangers. I sat there for a long time, the blue light of the screen reflecting in the window glass. I felt like I was looking at a map of a world I didn't belong in, a world that existed parallel to the one where people bought milk and complained about the weather. I told myself it was probably fake, some kind of elaborate prank, or an old file that hadn't been updated in years. To prove it to myself, I decided to check one of the entries. The bungalow in Minchinhampton was only a short drive away. I told myself I was going there to make sure the woman was safe. I told myself I'd just check the door, and if it was open, I'd knock and tell her to be more careful. It was about 10 o'clock at night. The air was damp and smelled of wet earth and wood smoke. I parked my car a few streets away and walked. The bungalow was quiet, the lights dimmed. I felt like a criminal just walking up the driveway, my boots crunching on the gravel. I crept around to the side of the house, my breath hitching in my chest. There it was, a white UPVC door. I reached out, my hand trembling, and pressed the handle. It clicked. The door swung open an inch, revealing the dark, warm interior of a utility room. The smell of fabric softener and old dog drifted out into the night air. I didn't knock. I didn't warn her. I was so terrified by the reality of it that I pulled the door shut, making sure the latch engaged, and I ran. I ran all the way back to my car, my lungs burning, the taste of copper in my mouth. When I got home, I went straight back to the laptop. I wanted to close the page, to delete the file, to pretend I'd never seen it. But as I moved the mouse, I noticed a new link had appeared at the bottom of the Gloucestershire page. It was titled Recent Observations. I clicked it. It was a log of visits. It wasn't just a list of doors. It was a diary of intrusions. People described the things they did once they were inside. They didn't steal anything. That was the most unsettling part. There were no reports of missing jewelry or televisions. Instead, they wrote about sitting in people's armchairs while they slept upstairs. They wrote about moving a single photograph from one shelf to another. They wrote about breathing the same air as a sleeping family and then leaving without a trace. One entry, dated only 2 nights prior, described a house in Cirencester. The visitor had spent roughly 3 hours in the kitchen. They had made themselves a cup of tea, washed the mug, and put it back in the wrong cupboard. They described the sound of the husband snoring in the room directly above them. They mentioned the brand of toothpaste in the bathroom. They even noted that the couple's cat had sat on their lap for a portion of the visit. I felt physically sick. The mundane nature of it was far worse than any story of a break-in I'd ever heard. This was a violation of the very idea of home. It was the knowledge that your most private spaces were being treated like a public gallery by strangers who wanted nothing more than to prove they could be there. They weren't after your money, they were after your sense of security. I spent the next few days in a state of hypervigilance. I checked my own locks 4-5 times an evening. I installed a motion sensor light over the workshop door. I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind in the ivy sounded like a footstep. I kept thinking about that USB drive. Why was it in that desk? Who had been using it? The more I thought about Mr. Henderson, the more I wondered. Had he been a visitor? Or had he been a victim who had somehow discovered the drive? The clinical, precise nature of the text on the drive seemed to match his personality, but I couldn't reconcile the image of the kindly schoolmaster with the person who would stand in a stranger's utility room at 3 a.m. On the 4th night, I couldn't help myself. I went back on the site. I had to know if there was more. I needed to see if my own house was on there. I searched for my village. There was only one entry. Minchinhampton, the old barn cottage. My heart stopped. That was me. That was my home. I clicked the entry. It didn't just list the door. It was much more detailed than the others. It described the workshop side window and how the wooden frame was rotted at the base. It explained that a firm push would bypass the lock entirely. It also mentioned that the internal door leading from the workshop to the kitchen was usually left on the latch. I looked toward the kitchen door. I'd lived here for 6 years, and I'd never once thought about that rot in the workshop window. I always kept the internal door closed, but on the latch was exactly how I left it, so the heat from the aga would reach the back of the house. It was a detail I'd never shared with anyone. I scrolled down to the observations for my house. There were 3 entries. The first was from about a month ago. Visited between 2:15 and 3:45. Subject sleeps heavily. The house smells of linseed oil and old paper. Moved the bookmarks in 3 books on the bedside table. Subject did not wake. I remembered that. I'd woken up and found my place lost in the biography of Thomas Chippendale I was reading. I'd assumed I'd just been tired and forgotten where I was. I felt a wave of cold sweat break across my forehead. They had been in my bedroom. They had been standing inches from my face while I slept. The second entry, visited 1:10. Subject was in the workshop late. Watched through the gap in the barn doors. Subject is restoring the Henderson Davenport. Left a small gift in the hidden compartment for them to find. Curious to see if they follow the trail. The room seemed to tilt. The gift, the USB drive, it hadn't belonged to Mr. Henderson at all. It had been left there for me. It was an invitation. I was being recruited, or perhaps just mocked. They had watched me find it. They had watched me bring it into the house. I couldn't breathe. I was sitting in the very chair where they had watched me sleep. I looked at the dark corners of the living room, the shadows cast by the floor lamp, suddenly seeming deep and hungry. I wasn't alone in my own life. I was a character in someone else's hobby. The third entry was dated today. The timestamp was only about 10 minutes old. Subject is currently viewing the registry. They look distressed. They are sitting in the green armchair. They should have stayed in the workshop. It's much harder to leave a gift when they are awake. The laptop screen flickered. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My voice felt like it had been physically cut out of my throat. I sat perfectly still, my eyes locked on the text. They are looking at the kitchen door now, the screen read. I didn't turn around. I couldn't bring myself to look. I just sat there, in the silence of the Gloucestershire countryside, listening to the slow, rhythmic sound of someone breathing in the darkness of the hallway behind me. The breathing wasn't hurried, it wasn't aggressive. It was calm, matter-of-fact, and terrifyingly close. It was the sound of someone who felt completely at home in my house. I didn't go to the police. What would I say? That someone had been moving my bookmarks? That I'd found a website that shouldn't exist? I just stayed in that chair until the sun came up and the first light of dawn began to grey the windows. When the light finally hit the kitchen floor, the house was empty. The internal door to the workshop was wide open. I've moved now. I couldn't stay there. I sold the cottage at a loss, sold the workshop, and took a small modern flat in a busy part of Bristol. There are 3 locks on my door and a security camera that feeds directly to my phone. I don't restore furniture anymore. I work in a warehouse, surrounded by people and bright fluorescent lights. But the fear hasn't left me. It's just changed shape. The mundane nature of the visits on that site, the tea making, the photograph moving, it makes every small inconsistency in my life feel like a threat. If I can't find my keys, I don't think I've lost them. I think someone has hidden them. If a window is slightly ajar, I don't think it's the wind. I think someone is testing the frame. I haven't gone back to the site. I destroyed the USB drive, smashed it with a hammer until it was nothing but plastic and metal dust, and threw the remains into the River Avon. But I know it's still there. The registry never closes. It just waits for someone else to find a secret, to feel a bit of curiosity on a rainy Tuesday, and to open a door that can never be shut again. I think about the others on that list. The woman in the bungalow, the family in Cirencester. I wonder how many of them are currently being observed. I wonder how many people in this country are living their lives as the unwitting subjects of a silent audience. I stayed up late last night. I couldn't help it. I was sitting on my sofa, looking at the camera feed on my phone. The hallway was empty. The door was locked. But then I noticed something. On the small table by the door, where I keep my post, a single envelope had been moved. It was now sitting at a perfectly right angle to the edge of the table. I know I didn't leave it like that. I looked at the camera footage, scrolling back through the hours. There was nothing. No one had entered. No one had left. But the envelope had moved. That's the real horror of the dark web. It's not just the things you find there. It's the way those things bleed into the real world, turning your own home into a place where you are the stranger. It's the realization that some people don't want to hurt you, or rob you, or even talk to you. They just want to watch you. They want to be the ghost in your machine, the shadow in your hallway, the person who knows exactly how you take your tea, even if you've never met them. I'm sitting here now, in my flat in Bristol, writing this. The sun is setting over the city, and the street lights are starting to flicker on. It's a normal Tuesday evening, but I can hear the lift in the hallway moving. I can hear the muffled sounds of my neighbors, and I can't help but wonder if one of them is currently logging into a black screen, looking for a list of counties, and scrolling down until they find a street they recognize. I think I'll go and check the logs one more time. Not that it matters. If the registry has taught me anything, it's that a lock is just a suggestion to someone who really wants to be inside. And as I walk toward the door, I can't shake the feeling that somewhere, in a darkened room, someone is watching me move, waiting for me to settle down for the night, so they can leave me another gift. I haven't slept properly in months. Every time I close my eyes, I see that white text on the charcoal background. I see the list of names, the list of vulnerabilities, I see the clinical descriptions of people's lives. It's a ledger of human fragility. We think our walls protect us, but they only provide the illusion of privacy. We are all just entries in a database we didn't ask to be part of. The furniture restoration business taught me that everything has a hidden side. Every piece of wood has a grain that's buried. Every drawer has a space behind it. I thought I was uncovering beauty. I didn't realize I was uncovering a way for the darkness to get in. If you find something in an old desk, or a hidden drawer, or a box in the attic, leave it. Don't be curious. Don't look for the secret. Because once you know how the door is opened, you can never really believe it's closed again. I'm looking at my phone now. The camera feed is still clear. The hallway is still empty. But the air in the room feels different. It feels occupied. And as I reach for my tea, I notice that the mug is turned slightly to the left. Just enough to be noticed. Just enough to let me know that the visit has already begun. I'm not going to turn around. I'm just going to keep writing until the light goes. Because as long as I'm writing, I'm awake. And as long as I'm awake, they have to wait. But eventually, I'll have to sleep. And that's when the registry really begins its work. The silence of the city is different from the silence of the Cotswolds, but it's no less heavy. In the village, you could blame the wind or the owls. Here, there are only people, thousands of people, all living behind their own doors, all thinking they're safe. I wonder how many of them are on the list tonight. I wonder how many of them will wake up tomorrow and find their bookmark has moved, or their tea has been made, and they'll just shrug it off as a trick of the mind. I wish I could go back to being one of them. I wish I could go back to the days when a creak in the floor was just a creak. But those days are gone. The door is open, and I don't think it's ever going to close. I can hear a faint scratching sound now, coming from the direction of the front door. It's rhythmic, slow, like a fingernail against wood. I'm not going to look. I'm just going to sit here and wait for the morning. It's only a few more hours. I can make it to the morning. I have to. Because if I don't, I'll just be another observation in the log. Another story for someone to read on a black screen in the middle of the night. Another life gleaned by the people who walk in the shadows. I think I hear the handle turning. I'm just going to keep my eyes on the screen. This happened to me a few months back, and I need to get it off my chest because it's been eating away at me ever since. I used to write product reviews online for a bit of extra cash. Nothing fancy, just honest opinions about things I'd bought or tried. But then I got drawn into something much darker, and I didn't realize what I was really doing until it was too late. I'm sitting in my mum's spare room in Bournemouth now, having left my flat in Reading, after discovering what my reviews were actually being used for. I thought I was just helping people make informed purchasing decisions, But I was wrong. Dead wrong. And now I'm scared to go back to my old life, because I know too much about what these people are capable of. It all started when I was struggling financially after my hours got cut at the care home where I worked. I'd been doing 12-hour shifts looking after elderly residents, but the new management decided they could save money by hiring cheaper agency staff. Suddenly, I was down to 3 days a week, and I couldn't make ends meet on that. A friend mentioned she was earning decent money writing product reviews for various websites. Companies would send her items to test. She'd use them for a week or two, then write honest reviews in exchange for keeping the products plus a small fee. It sounded like easy money for something I was doing anyway. I was always buying things online and leaving reviews. I signed up with several review companies and started getting regular assignments, mostly household items, beauty products, that sort of thing. The work was straightforward enough. Use the product as directed, take some photos, write a detailed review covering the pros and cons. Nothing complicated about it. The pay wasn't brilliant, but it helped bridge the gap between my reduced wages and my monthly expenses. I was earning about £200 a month, plus keeping products worth roughly the same again. For someone in my position, that extra income made a real difference. After a few months of standard product reviews, one of the companies approached me about a different type of assignment. They explained they were expanding into service reviews, restaurants, hotels, entertainment venues, that sort of thing. The pay was better, and they'd cover all expenses for visiting these places. I was sent to review a restaurant in Milton Keynes, given specific instructions about what to order, when to visit, even which table to request if possible. The level of detail seemed excessive for a simple restaurant review, but I assumed they wanted consistency across different reviewers. The restaurant was nothing special. Typical chain establishment with predictable food and generic decor. But I noticed something odd while I was eating. The manager kept checking on my table more frequently than seemed normal, and the staff seemed unusually attentive considering how busy the place was. When I submitted my review, the company asked for additional details that hadn't been in the original brief. They wanted to know about the staff schedules, the security cameras, even the layout of the kitchen area that I glimpsed when using the toilet. It seemed like they were interested in operational details rather than the customer experience. I questioned why they needed such specific information about the restaurant's internal operations. They explained that they were conducting comprehensive business analysis for potential investors, and detailed operational reviews helped assess the viability of different establishments. That seemed reasonable enough, though I was surprised by how much they were willing to pay for what amounted to industrial espionage. The fee for the restaurant review was nearly £500, far more than the product reviews I'd been doing. Over the following weeks, I was sent to review other businesses with similarly detailed briefs. A hotel in Birmingham, where I was asked to document the security procedures and staff routines. A leisure centre in Coventry, where they wanted information about the changing room layouts and supervision arrangements. Each assignment came with specific requirements that went beyond normal customer reviews. I was asked to photograph building layouts, note security vulnerabilities, even strike up conversations with employees to gather information about their working conditions and personal circumstances. The money was excellent. I was earning more from these service reviews than from my care home job. But I was becoming increasingly uncomfortable with what felt like systematic intelligence gathering rather than legitimate business review work. The breakthrough came when I was assigned to review a small independent bookshop in Oxford. The brief was the same as usual. Detailed operational assessment disguised as customer feedback. But when I arrived at the shop, I recognized the owner from news reports I'd seen a few months earlier. She was a woman in her 50s who'd been subjected to a sustained harassment campaign by people opposed to some of the political books her shop stocked. The harassment had escalated to vandalism and threats, forcing her to install security cameras and change her daily routines to avoid confrontation. Suddenly, I understood what my reviews were really for. I wasn't providing business analysis for potential investors. I was gathering intelligence for people who wanted to target specific businesses and their owners for harassment or worse. The detailed information I'd been collecting about security arrangements, staff schedules, and operational procedures wasn't being used for commercial purposes. It was being compiled into targeting packages that enabled systematic harassment campaigns against business owners. I thought about all the previous assignments I'd completed, all the detailed intelligence I'd gathered about vulnerable small businesses. The restaurant manager, who'd seemed so attentive, probably recognized me from previous harassment incidents. The hotel staff, who'd been helpful with my questions, were probably used to dealing with people gathering information for malicious purposes. I tried contacting the review company to withdraw from further assignments, but they'd disappeared completely. The website was offline, the email addresses bounced back as undeliverable, and the phone numbers were disconnected. They'd vanished as if they'd never existed. That's when I realized I'd been recruited through the same hidden internet channels that these harassment campaigns used to coordinate their activities. The review company wasn't a legitimate business. It was a front operation designed to gather intelligence about potential targets. I started researching the businesses I'd reviewed, looking for signs that they'd been subjected to harassment or vandalism following my visits. What I found was a pattern of escalating problems that seemed to correlate with the timing of my intelligence gathering. The restaurant in Milton Keynes had been subjected to fake negative reviews and harassment calls shortly after my visit. The hotel in Birmingham had experienced problems with aggressive customers who seemed to know intimate details about their security procedures. The leisure centre had dealt with complaints about their facilities from people who demonstrated suspiciously detailed knowledge of their operations. Each business had been targeted using information that corresponded to the intelligence I'd gathered during my review visits. My reports had been weaponized to facilitate harassment campaigns designed to damage or destroy these small independent businesses. But it was the bookshop owner's situation that really disturbed me. Shortly after my visit, she'd been subjected to a renewed harassment campaign that demonstrated intimate knowledge of her daily routines and security arrangements. Information that could only have come from the detailed operational assessment I'd provided. The harassment had escalated to break-in attempts and vandalism that targeted specific vulnerabilities I'd identified in my report. Someone had used my intelligence gathering to plan systematic attacks on a woman whose only crime was selling books that some people found objectionable. I realized I'd been part of a distributed operation that used unwitting civilians to gather intelligence for criminal harassment campaigns. People like me, desperate for additional income, were being recruited to conduct reconnaissance on behalf of organized groups who targeted businesses for ideological or personal reasons. The review assignments weren't random. They were carefully selected based on criteria that identified businesses vulnerable to harassment: independent bookshops, ethnic restaurants, venues associated with particular political or social causes, all places where the owners might be isolated and vulnerable to sustained intimidation. I started monitoring the hidden websites where these harassment campaigns were coordinated, trying to understand the scope of the operation I'd been part of. What I found was a systematic approach to identifying and targeting small businesses across the country. The intelligence I'd been gathering was being combined with information from other sources to create comprehensive targeting packages. These included detailed operational assessments, staff schedules, security vulnerabilities, even personal information about business owners and their families. Some of the harassment campaigns were designed to drive businesses into bankruptcy through coordinated negative reviews and customer intimidation. Others aimed to force business owners to relocate by making their working environment too dangerous or stressful to continue operating. A few campaigns had escalated to serious criminal activity, including arson attacks and physical assaults that used intelligence gathered by people like me to identify the most effective targets and timing. I found discussion threads where people shared techniques for recruiting unwitting intelligence gatherers, advice on creating convincing front operations, even guides for exploiting people's financial desperation to make them complicit in criminal activities. The review company I'd worked for was just one of dozens of similar operations. all designed to gather intelligence about vulnerable businesses and their owners. They'd created an industrial-scale reconnaissance system that enabled harassment campaigns across the country. I tried reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but explaining the technical aspects of hidden internet operations proved more complicated than I'd expected. The investigating officer seemed overwhelmed by the scope of what I was describing and uncertain about how to proceed with investigating crimes that operated through channels they didn't understand. They took a statement and promised to investigate, but I got the impression this was beyond their usual expertise. Cybercrime involving hidden networks wasn't something local police were equipped to handle effectively. That's when I started noticing signs that I was being monitored. People photographing me from across the street, cars following me between errands, even evidence that someone had been through my flat while I was at work. I found my own details posted on one of the harassment websites I'd been monitoring, along with speculation about what I might have discovered during my time as an intelligence gatherer. They'd identified me as a potential security threat and were treating me the same way they treated their business targets. The final straw came when I received a package at my flat containing photographs of me conducting review visits at various businesses. Not just casual surveillance shots, but detailed documentation of my intelligence gathering activities over several months. Someone had been monitoring my work from the beginning, documenting my visits and probably assessing whether I was becoming suspicious about the real purpose of my assignments. The package was both a demonstration of their surveillance capabilities and a warning about what might happen if I caused them any trouble. I realized I was now in the same position as the business owners I'd helped target. My privacy had been violated, my safety had been compromised, and I was being systematically intimidated by people who treated harassment as a collaborative hobby. That's when I decided to leave Reading and move in with my mum temporarily. I couldn't afford to maintain 2 addresses, but I also couldn't stay in a place where I was being actively surveilled by people who'd already demonstrated their willingness to escalate harassment into serious criminal activity. I keep thinking about that bookshop owner in Oxford and all the other business owners whose lives I helped make miserable without understanding the consequences of my actions. They're probably still dealing with harassment campaigns that use intelligence I provided, still living in fear because someone decided their businesses were worth destroying. The review websites are probably still active, still recruiting desperate people to conduct intelligence gathering, disguised as legitimate business assessment. The harassment campaigns are probably still ongoing, targeting new businesses and destroying more lives. Sometimes I wonder how many other people like me are out there, conducting reconnaissance for criminal operations without understanding what they're really doing. How many of us have been recruited through our financial desperation to become unwitting accomplices in systematic harassment campaigns? The most frightening thing is how professional the whole operation was. They understood exactly how to exploit people in precarious financial situations, how to make criminal intelligence gathering seem like legitimate work, and how to insulate themselves from consequences by using disposable front operations. I suppose I'm telling you this because I need someone to know how these harassment networks operate, how they recruit ordinary people to do their dirty work, and how they're systematically destroying small businesses across the country. If something happens to me, at least there'll be some record of what I discovered. But mostly, I just feel guilty about what I contributed to, without understanding the consequences. All those business owners who trusted me when I walked into their premises, who answered my questions and showed me around their operations, never knowing I was gathering intelligence for people who wanted to destroy their livelihoods. I can't undo the damage I helped cause, but I can at least warn other people about how easy it is to get drawn into these operations, how financial desperation can be exploited to make ordinary people complicit in extraordinary cruelty. And I can hope that someone with more resources and authority will eventually take action against these networks before they destroy more lives, before they perfect their methods even further, before they turn harassment into an even more efficient and systematic enterprise than it already is. I've never been comfortable on camera, which is probably why it took me so long to realize that something was seriously wrong with the interview I thought I was having. The job opportunity came through the University Careers Service at Bristol, a remote internship with a marketing company that specialized in digital content creation. This arrangement is perfect for someone studying media studies who needed work experience but couldn't afford to take unpaid placements in expensive cities like London. The application process was straightforward enough. I submitted my CV and portfolio through their website, received an automated acknowledgement, and was contacted within a few days to arrange a video interview. Nothing unusual there. Most companies were conducting remote interviews even before the pandemic made them standard practice. The interview was scheduled for a Thursday afternoon, and I'd prepared thoroughly. I'd researched the company, practiced answers to common interview questions, and set up my laptop in my bedroom with decent lighting and a professional-looking background. When the interview time arrived, I received a link to join a video call on a platform I hadn't used before. It wasn't Zoom or Teams, but an alternative that had a similar appearance and sufficient functionality. The interviewer introduced herself as Emma from the Human Resources Department and seemed professional and knowledgeable about the role. The questions were exactly what I'd expected for a marketing internship: experience with social media, understanding of content creation, availability for the proposed work schedule. Emma seemed impressed with my answers and explained that the company was expanding rapidly and needed creative people who could work independently on digital projects. But as the interview progressed, I started noticing small details that seemed odd. Emma's video quality was unusually poor for a professional interview, with lighting and camera angles that made it difficult to see her clearly. She also seemed to be reading questions from a script rather than conducting a natural conversation. More concerning was that she began asking increasingly personal questions that didn't seem relevant to a marketing internship. I have provided details about my living situation, daily schedule, and social relationships that are not suitable for a formal job interview. When I mentioned these concerns, Emma explained that the company's remote work culture required thorough understanding of candidates' circumstances to ensure they could handle the independence and flexibility that the role required. She also mentioned that the interview was being recorded for review by other team members who couldn't attend the live session, which explained why she needed comprehensive answers to all questions rather than just basic responses. The recording explanation seemed reasonable, but I was starting to feel uncomfortable about the level of personal information I was sharing with someone whose identity I couldn't properly verify due to the poor video quality. Emma concluded the interview by explaining that the selection process included additional assessments and background checks that would take several days to complete. She said I'd be contacted soon with next steps if I was selected to continue in the process. After the interview ended, I tried to research the marketing company more thoroughly and found that while they had a professional-looking website and seemed to be a legitimate business, there was minimal information about their actual operations or staff members. I also couldn't find any record of Emma working for the company, despite her claims about being part of their human resources team. The company's staff listings and contact information didn't include anyone matching her name or role description. When I tried to verify the video calling platform they'd used for the interview, I discovered it wasn't a standard business communication tool, but rather a specialized service that provided enhanced privacy and anonymity features. The platform was designed for people who needed to conduct video communications without revealing their actual identities or locations, with technical features that made it nearly impossible to verify who you were actually speaking with during calls. I realized that I'd probably been interviewed by someone who wasn't affiliated with the marketing company at all, but was using their name and a fake identity to gather personal information from job applicants who had no reason to question the legitimacy of the interview process. But understanding that I'd been deceived didn't immediately clarify what the fake interviewer's actual purpose might have been, or how the personal information I'd shared could be used against me. Over the next few days, I started receiving follow-up communications, supposedly from the marketing company, but the messages contained requests for additional information that seemed excessive, even for thorough background checking procedures. They wanted copies of identification documents, detailed financial information, and even access to my social media accounts for what they claimed was standard vetting of candidates who would be representing their brand through content creation work. The requests were presented professionally and included explanations about industry standards and regulatory requirements that made them seem legitimate to someone who wasn't familiar with normal hiring procedures. But when I tried to verify these requirements with the University Careers Service, they confirmed that legitimate employers wouldn't request such comprehensive personal information during initial stages of the application process. I was being systematically assessed and profiled by people who were using fake job opportunities to gather detailed intelligence about students who were seeking employment and might be vulnerable to various forms of exploitation. The interview process was designed to extract maximum personal information while providing minimal verifiable details about the supposed employer or the actual purposes for which the collected data would be used. When I tried to research whether other students had experienced similar fake interviews, I found scattered reports of job opportunities that seemed legitimate initially, but evolved into requests for inappropriate personal information or involvement in questionable activities. Most students had assumed these were just poorly managed legitimate companies, rather than systematic deception designed to identify and assess potential targets for criminal recruitment or exploitation. The fake marketing company was probably part of a larger operation that used employment opportunities to build comprehensive profiles of students who could be manipulated into participating in various illegal activities. People seeking legitimate work experience were being systematically evaluated for their vulnerability to coercion, their access to valuable information or resources, and their suitability for different types of criminal involvement. But the most disturbing aspect was realizing that the fake interview had probably been conducted by people who specialized in identifying and exploiting vulnerable young people through carefully constructed deception and manipulation. The professional presentation and use of legitimate business terminology had made it nearly impossible to recognize the interview as criminal recruitment rather than genuine employment opportunity. Meanwhile, the operation was probably continuing to target students across multiple universities using similar fake job opportunities to gather intelligence about potential victims while maintaining the appearance of legitimate business recruitment. The careers services that were supposed to protect students from employment fraud were probably unwittingly facilitating criminal targeting by promoting opportunities that seemed genuine but were actually systematic assessment tools for people planning exploitation and recruitment. I never responded to the follow-up requests for additional information, but I remained concerned about how the personal details I'd already shared might be used and whether the fake interview had made me a target for ongoing criminal attention. The video call, which I had believed would lead to legitimate employment, instead gave criminals detailed information about my circumstances, vulnerabilities, and potential value for various types of illegal activities. But reporting the fake interview would require explaining how I discovered the deception, and the evidence was entirely digital communication that could easily be deleted or denied by people who specialized in maintaining anonymity and avoiding accountability. The marketing company website remained active for several more weeks before disappearing entirely. Likely after the criminals who operated it had finished their recruitment cycle and shifted their focus to targeting new groups of students with various fake opportunities. When I eventually found legitimate internship opportunities through more established channels, I was constantly suspicious of every aspect of the application and interview processes, knowing that criminal operations could easily mimic professional business practices to an extent that made detection nearly impossible for people who lacked specific experience with employment fraud. The fake interview had permanently changed my relationship with job searching and professional networking, making me aware that any opportunity could potentially be a sophisticated attempt to gather personal information for criminal purposes, while maintaining complete legitimacy until the deception was too advanced to escape safely. The strangest thing about discovering that your entire life has been arranged by someone else is how normal everything seems until you realize that none of your important decisions were actually your own, and by then it's far too late to change direction without destroying everything you think you built for yourself. I was 31 when I got offered what seemed like a perfect opportunity to advance my career while helping vulnerable people in ways that weren't possible through traditional counsel services. The offer came through professional channels that looked completely legitimate, targeting exactly the sort of specialized expertise I'd developed over 6 years of working with families in crisis. The job was with something called the Community Resilience Project, described as an innovative approach to social intervention that used data analysis and digital outreach to identify and support at-risk individuals before they reach the point of requiring statutory services. The salary was considerably higher than counsel work, and the methodology sounded like exactly the kind of forward-thinking social work that could genuinely make a difference. During the interview process, they explained that traditional social services were reactive rather than preventative, waiting for problems to escalate before providing support. The Community Resilience Project aimed to identify vulnerable individuals early and provide discreet assistance before their situations became critical enough to require official intervention. The work would involve analyzing digital footprints and online behavior patterns to identify people who showed signs of developing mental health crises, financial difficulties, or social isolation that could lead to more serious problems if left untreated. My role would be to develop intervention strategies based on psychological profiles compiled from digital sources, creating personalized outreach approaches that could provide support without stigmatizing recipients or creating bureaucratic complications that might prevent them from accepting help. The methodology seemed innovative and ethically sound, using technology to provide early support rather than waiting for people to request help when their situations had already become desperate. I accepted the position and was introduced to the digital analysis tools that the project used to identify potential intervention targets. The software was sophisticated, capable of analyzing social media activity, online purchasing patterns, communication styles, and even browsing habits to create comprehensive psychological profiles. The profiles were remarkably detailed, providing insights into people's mental states, social relationships, financial circumstances, and personal vulnerabilities that would have been impossible to gather through traditional social work assessment methods. My first assignment was developing intervention strategies for individuals in Cardiff and surrounding areas who had been identified as potentially at risk based on their digital behavior patterns. The profile suggested people who were experiencing depression, financial stress, social isolation, or other conditions that might benefit from early support. The intervention strategies I developed were carefully designed to appear like coincidental opportunities rather than organized assistance. Rather than contacting people directly and explaining that they'd been identified as needing support, the project would create situations where help would be offered in ways that preserved recipients' dignity and autonomy. For someone experiencing financial difficulties, this might involve arranging for them to hear about job opportunities that match their skills, or ensuring they encountered information about financial assistance programs they hadn't known existed. For individuals showing signs of depression or social isolation, interventions might involve connecting them with hobby groups, volunteer opportunities, or social activities that addressed their specific interests and psychological needs. The approach was elegant and ethical, providing genuine help while avoiding the stigmatization and bureaucracy that prevented many people from accessing traditional social services. Over several months, I developed intervention strategies for dozens of Cardiff area residents, creating carefully crafted approaches that would provide support for their specific circumstances while maintaining the appearance of natural opportunities rather than organized assistance. The work was intellectually challenging and emotionally rewarding, combining digital analysis with traditional social work skills to create innovative support systems that could genuinely improve people's lives. But as I continued developing interventions and tracking their outcomes, I started noticing patterns that made me uncomfortable about the true nature of the Community Resilience Project. Some of the digital profiles were more detailed than seemed possible through analysis of publicly available online information, including knowledge of private communications, personal relationships, and financial circumstances that wouldn't be accessible without systematic invasion of privacy. The psychological insights contained in the profiles suggested access to information that could only be obtained through comprehensive surveillance rather than analysis of voluntary digital activity. More concerning was discovering that some intervention targets were people I recognized from my previous counsel work, individuals whose personal circumstances and vulnerabilities I knew from direct professional contact. The profiles of these familiar cases were accurate in ways that suggested access to confidential social services records, therapeutic notes, and other professional information that should have been protected by various privacy regulations. I realized that the Community Resilience Project wasn't just analyzing publicly available digital information, but was accessing confidential personal data from multiple sources to create comprehensive surveillance profiles of Cardiff area residents. When I raised concerns about data protection and privacy violations, my project supervisors explained that preventing social crisis sometimes required accessing information through methods that weren't strictly conventional, but which were justified by the protective purposes they served. They assured me that all information was obtained through partnerships with legitimate organizations and that privacy concerns were outweighed by the potential benefits of preventing serious social problems before they escalated into situations requiring emergency intervention. The ethical framework made sense from a utilitarian perspective. Violating privacy to prevent greater harm could be justified if the interventions genuinely improved people's lives and prevented more serious problems. But I also started recognizing that the intervention strategies I was developing weren't always producing the protective outcomes that had been described during my recruitment. Some targets were experiencing problems that seemed to worsen after interventions were implemented, as if the support strategies were designed to create dependency or vulnerability, rather than promote genuine resilience. Others were receiving interventions that seemed designed to manipulate their behavior in specific directions, rather than simply providing assistance with their existing difficulties. The intervention approaches I was developing weren't just offering help, but were systematically influencing people's decision-making processes to produce outcomes that weren't necessarily in their best interests. I started researching the Community Resilience Project more thoroughly, trying to understand who was funding the work and what ultimate outcomes the interventions were designed to achieve. What I discovered was deeply disturbing. The Community Resilience Project wasn't a legitimate social innovation program, but was a front for systematic manipulation and control of vulnerable individuals identified through comprehensive digital surveillance. The intervention strategies I was developing weren't designed to help at-risk people, but were being used to create psychological dependency and social isolation that made targets more vulnerable to exploitation rather than more resilient. The digital profiles weren't being compiled to identify people who needed support, but to identify individuals who could be systematically manipulated through carefully designed intervention strategies that appeared helpful, but were actually designed to increase their vulnerability. My expertise in social work and psychological assessment was being used to develop manipulation techniques that were disguised as supportive interventions, helping harmful actors gain control over vulnerable people while maintaining the appearance of providing legitimate assistance. The people I was supposedly helping were actually being targeted for exploitation through intervention strategies that I had designed based on comprehensive psychological profiles compiled through systematic invasion of their privacy. I tried to investigate which organizations were actually behind the Community Resilience Project and how the information I was providing about intervention targets was being used. The investigation led me to discover online communities that weren't accessible through normal internet browsing, where people discussed systematic manipulation and exploitation of vulnerable individuals using techniques that were very similar to the intervention strategies I'd been developing. These communities treated psychological manipulation as entertainment, sharing success stories about gaining control over targets and using their vulnerabilities for various forms of exploitation. Some participants specialized in financial exploitation, using psychological manipulation to convince targets to provide money or access to resources. Others focused on social and emotional exploitation, creating dependency relationships that allowed them to control targets' behavior and decision-making processes. The intervention strategies I'd been developing were being used by these communities as sophisticated manipulation techniques, with my professional social work expertise providing the psychological insights needed to make exploitation appear like genuine assistance. The Community Resilience Project was essentially a recruitment and training system for people who wanted to exploit vulnerable individuals, using my professional skills to develop more effective manipulation techniques while providing academic cover that made the activities seem legitimate. The Cardiff area residents I'd been creating intervention strategies for weren't receiving protective support, but were being targeted for systematic exploitation by individuals who used my professionally developed manipulation techniques to gain control over their lives. My social work expertise had been used to create a comprehensive system for identifying and exploiting vulnerable people, with the intervention strategies I developed providing the psychological manipulation framework that made exploitation possible, while maintaining the appearance of legitimate assistance. When I tried to expose what I'd discovered about the Community Resilience Project, I found that my employment contract included extensive confidentiality clauses that made reporting their activities legally complicated and potentially expensive. More concerning was discovering that some of the people I'd developed intervention strategies for were now experiencing exactly the sort of social and financial crises that the project had supposedly been designed to prevent. The intervention strategies I'd created had been successful at making vulnerable people more vulnerable rather than more resilient, with my professional expertise being used to systematically destroy the lives of people who had been selected for exploitation, based on psychological profiles I'd helped analyze. I never found a way to safely extract myself from involvement with the Community Resilience Project, or to warn the Cardiff area residents who were being targeted using manipulation techniques I'd developed. The project continues operating, expanding its surveillance and manipulation activities, while recruiting additional social work professionals who believe they're contributing to innovative prevention programs rather than sophisticated exploitation systems. People throughout Cardiff continue experiencing professionally designed manipulation, disguised as community support, while believing their difficulties are personal failures rather than systematic targeting by individuals who have made psychological exploitation into a technical specialty. I still work in social services, trying to provide genuine support for vulnerable people while knowing that some of the intervention techniques I developed are being used to exploit others in ways that would be impossible without professional psychological expertise. The assignment that seemed like an opportunity to advance my career while helping vulnerable people turned out to be developing manipulation techniques for systematic exploitation of the same types of people I'd become a social worker to protect. My professional expertise continues being used to harm vulnerable individuals throughout Cardiff, while the Community Resilience Project continues recruiting social work professionals who believe they're contributing to innovative prevention programs, rather than providing technical support for systematic psychological exploitation disguised as community assistance. It's funny how sometimes a single scene in a terrible film can completely destroy your life. I was 16, sprawled across Chloe's bedroom floor during one of our regular Friday night sleepovers, half watching some forgettable thriller she'd found on Netflix. We were painting our nails and complaining about college drama when this one scene came on. The protagonist accidentally accessing a live stream where someone was being tortured. Real torture, not movie violence. The camera lingered on the victim's face for what felt like ages, whilst anonymous viewers typed commands in a chat box beside the video. Chloe made some joke about how unrealistic it was, but I couldn't stop thinking about that terrified expression, about whether places like that actually existed. The next Monday at college, I found myself asking our media studies teacher about it during lunch break. Mr. Henderson was one of those lecturers who actually seemed to know about real-world technology, not just textbook theory. When I mentioned the film and asked whether such things actually existed, his expression changed completely. He told me to forget about it. That curiosity about certain corners of the internet could lead to serious trouble. That response only made me more interested. I'd always been the type to pick at loose threads until the whole thing unraveled. When I was younger, it was taking apart radios and mobile phones to see how they worked. As I got older, it became researching topics that other people seemed reluctant to discuss. The dark web fell into that category perfectly, something adults whispered about but never properly explained. My research started innocently enough. I spent hours reading articles about online privacy, digital anonymity, and the history of encrypted networks. Most sources treated the subject academically, discussing the legitimate uses for secure browsing and the importance of protecting digital freedom. But buried within these discussions were casual references to more sinister applications. The technical setup was surprisingly straightforward. Within a week of starting my research, I'd managed to access the hidden networks that everyone talked about, but few seemed to have actually visited. My parents worked long hours. Mum as a nurse at Queen's Medical Centre, Dad managing a small engineering firm, so I had plenty of unsupervised time at home to explore. Initially, the dark web was disappointing. Most sites looked amateurish, with basic layouts and minimal content. I found forums discussing digital privacy, marketplaces selling questionable goods, and endless political discussions. Nothing particularly shocking or dangerous, just people who preferred anonymity for their online activities. But I kept digging deeper. The first hint of something more serious came through a forum dedicated to extreme content. Users discussed videos and streams that weren't available through conventional platforms, sharing links and recommendations for increasingly disturbing material. The conversations were coded, using euphemisms and references that took me weeks to decode. Red rooms were mentioned occasionally, always in hushed, reverent tones. According to the discussions I found, these were live streams where viewers could watch and sometimes direct real violence against unwilling participants. Most users claimed they were urban legends, elaborate hoaxes designed to frighten newcomers. But a few insisted they were real, sharing cryptic instructions for accessing genuine broadcasts. The more I read, the more convinced I became that something authentic existed beneath all the speculation and mythology. Users would reference specific streams, discussing technical details and sharing reactions that seemed too genuine to be fabricated. There was a consistency to their accounts that suggested shared experiences rather than collaborative fiction. After nearly a month of research, I finally gained access to a private forum that claimed to host legitimate Red Room broadcasts. The verification process was extensive, requiring proof of serious interest and understanding of digital security protocols. I had to demonstrate my knowledge of encryption, provide references from other underground communities, and pass several tests designed to weed out casual browsers and potential law enforcement. The forum itself was unlike anything I'd encountered in my weeks of exploration. Professional-looking, well-organized, with strict rules about behavior and content sharing. Users were required to maintain consistent personas, contribute meaningfully to discussions, and demonstrate ongoing commitment to the community. This wasn't a place for tourists or thrill seekers. Live broadcasts were announced days in advance, with detailed information about technical requirements and viewing protocols. The descriptions were deliberately vague, referring to interactive experiences and immersive content without explicitly stating what viewers would witness. But the anticipation in the forums was obvious. Users discussing upcoming streams with an excitement that made my stomach turn. I told myself I was conducting research, satisfying academic curiosity about a phenomenon I'd only read about. Part of me still believed these broadcasts would turn out to be elaborate hoaxes, carefully staged performances designed to convince gullible viewers. But another part, a part I didn't want to acknowledge, was genuinely excited about the possibility of witnessing something real and forbidden. The first stream I attended was scheduled for a Wednesday evening. I waited until my parents had gone to bed, then settled in my bedroom with my laptop and a pair of headphones. The technical setup was more complex than regular streaming, requiring specific software and connection protocols. By the time everything was configured properly, I was sweating despite the cool October weather. The broadcast began precisely at midnight. Unlike the grainy, amateurish content I'd expected, the image quality was exceptional. Multiple camera angles showed what appeared to be a basement or cellar. professionally lit and equipped with various items I couldn't immediately identify. The production values rivaled anything on mainstream television. A figure wearing dark clothing and a simple mask entered the frame, moving with methodical precision as they prepared the space for whatever was about to happen. They never spoke directly to the camera, but occasionally gestured toward specific areas or objects, suggesting they were aware of the viewing audience. Then the victim was brought in. I use that word deliberately now, though at the time I couldn't bring myself to think of them that way. They appeared confused, disoriented, looking around the space as if trying to understand their situation. They seemed to be about my age, maybe slightly older, with the kind of ordinary appearance that made them feel real rather than like an actor in a performance. What followed was the systematic destruction of another human being. Not quickly, not mercifully, but slowly and deliberately, with clear attention to the viewing audience's presumed preferences. The masked figure would occasionally pause to check messages from viewers, sometimes adjusting their approach based on suggestions or requests. I should have stopped watching immediately, should have closed the laptop and tried to forget what I'd seen. Instead, I found myself transfixed, unable to look away from something I knew was fundamentally wrong. The professional presentation, the interactive elements, the victim's genuine terror, everything confirmed that this wasn't a performance or simulation. The stream continued for nearly 3 hours. By the end, I was physically sick and shaking uncontrollably. The person who had entered the frame confused and frightened was no longer moving. The masked figure began methodically cleaning the space, removing evidence of what had occurred with the same professional efficiency they'd shown throughout. In the final minutes, the figure addressed the camera directly. Though their voice was digitally altered, they thanked viewers for their participation and announced that the next live broadcast was already being planned. They mentioned that premium subscribers would receive access to archived content and special interactive features. The stream ended abruptly, leaving me staring at a blank screen in my darkened bedroom. Outside, I could hear the familiar sounds of my neighborhood. Cars passing, a dog barking, the hum of street lights, normal sounds from a normal Tuesday night in a normal suburb. But nothing felt normal anymore. I didn't attend college the next day, or the day after that. When I finally returned, everything seemed different. Conversations with friends felt hollow and meaningless. Lessons about media literacy and digital citizenship took on sinister new meanings. I found myself studying my classmates and teachers, wondering what darkness might lurk beneath their ordinary facades. The forum sent me several messages over the following weeks, automated notifications about upcoming streams, invitations to participate in community discussions, offers to upgrade my membership status for access to exclusive content. I ignored them all, but I never deleted my account or blocked the communications. That was 6 months ago. I've tried to move on, focus on my A-levels, think about university applications. I changed my browsing habits, deleted software I'd installed, even convinced my parents to upgrade our home internet security. I told myself these were practical precautions, unrelated to what I'd witnessed online. But the images haven't faded. If anything, they've become more vivid over time. Not just the violence, though that was horrific enough, but the realization of my own complicity. The knowledge that I'd sat through the entire broadcast without attempting to help or intervene. I've started noticing things around Nottingham that I hadn't seen before. Vans parked in residential areas with tinted windows and multiple aerials. People who seem to be observing rather than simply passing through. buildings with more security cameras than their apparent purpose would justify. Probably just paranoia, the result of knowing what kinds of activities are hidden beneath the surface of normal life. Last week, I received a package at our house. No return address, just my name written in careful block letters. Inside was a small webcam and a handwritten note with a local address. The note simply said, "Ready for the next level. Thursday 11 p.m. I threw the camera in my bedroom bin immediately, but I memorized the address before disposing of the note. The location is in one of the industrial areas near the canal, somewhere I'd never had reason to visit. I looked it up online. It's registered as storage units, the kind of place people rent when they need extra space for furniture or business equipment. Nothing suspicious about it, at least not on the surface. I keep telling myself I won't go, that I'll ignore the invitation and focus on my coursework, my university applications, my plans for a normal future. But Thursday is tomorrow night, and I know exactly how to get to that address on the night buses. The webcam is back on my desk now. I retrieved it from the bin this morning, telling myself I just wanted to examine it more closely. It's a high-quality device, the kind that would produce professional-looking footage in the right lighting conditions. I haven't decided anything yet, but I know that something fundamental changed the night I watched that stream. The boundaries I thought were permanent turned out to be more flexible than I'd imagined. And once you cross certain lines, even as an observer, it becomes increasingly difficult to remember why those boundaries existed in the first place. My parents are working late tomorrow. Mum has a night shift. Dad has some crisis at the engineering firm. The house will be empty from about 7 o'clock onwards. Plenty of time to travel across the city and back without anyone noticing my absence. The worst part isn't the fear of what might happen if I go. It's the growing certainty that I want to find out what comes next. That the viewer I was 6 months ago isn't satisfied with watching anymore. Thursday night is 12 hours away. Carrying around a burner phone becomes normal quicker than you'd expect. One of those cheap pay-as-you-go things, always switched off, always with a fresh SIM, always ready to be thrown in a bin if something doesn't feel right. It's the sort of routine that only makes sense after 8 months of work you'd rather pretend didn't happen. Blackpool's where the running has paused for now. A seafront hotel with stale damp in the walls and a receptionist who looks the other way when you pay in cash. The job that led to all this started out harmless enough, writing dating profiles for people who needed help presenting themselves. Then the redundancy hit, and the clients who found me afterwards were looking for something very different. I'd been writing dating profiles professionally for about 7 years before the redundancy. It wasn't what I'd imagined doing with an English degree, but the work was steadier than I'd expected and paid better than most freelance writing. People would send me their photos, a brief description of themselves, and I'd craft an appealing profile that highlighted their best qualities, while being honest enough to attract compatible matches. The company I worked for specialized in helping people who struggled with self-presentation, usually professionals who were too busy for the trial and error process of online dating, or people who just weren't confident about selling themselves in writing. It was surprisingly rewarding work. I'd received messages from clients who'd found partners through profiles I'd written, thanking me for helping them present themselves authentically. When the company restructured and let most of the writing team go, I tried finding similar work with their competitors. But the market was saturated, and most companies were moving toward automated profile generation rather than human writers. I was 41 years old with a very specific skill set. that was being made obsolete by software that could churn out adequate profiles in seconds. After a few months of unsuccessful applications, I started offering freelance profile writing services through various websites. The rates were lower than I'd been earning, but at least it was work that utilized my skills. Most clients were straightforward, people who needed help creating authentic profiles that would attract the right matches. That's when I received a message from someone who called himself Mr. Davidson. He represented what he described as a specialist matchmaking service for people who valued privacy and discretion. They needed experienced profile writers who could create compelling identities for clients who couldn't use their real information on mainstream dating platforms. The rate he offered was exceptional, nearly £3,000 per month for what he estimated would be about 20 hours of work per week. He explained that his clients were often in situations where they needed to date discreetly due to professional obligations, ongoing divorce proceedings, or privacy concerns that made using their real identities problematic. I should have questioned why anyone would need fake dating profiles rather than just using mainstream services with privacy settings. Should have wondered what kind of matchmaking service required creating false identities. But Mr. Davidson presented it as serving a legitimate market of people who had valid reasons for protecting their privacy. The first assignment seemed innocuous enough. I was given basic details about a fictional person: age, occupation, interests, general appearance, and asked to create an appealing dating profile that would attract compatible matches. The photos provided looked like standard dating site pictures, nothing that suggested they weren't of the person I was supposedly representing. I wrote the profile carefully, creating a personality that was engaging and authentic feeling, while incorporating all the details I'd been given. Mr. Davidson was pleased with the work and immediately commissioned several more profiles following the same pattern. Over the following weeks, I wrote dozens of dating profiles for fictional people, each one carefully crafted to appeal to specific demographics. Some were designed to attract professional women in their 30s, others targeted older divorced men. A few focused on recently widowed individuals. I was becoming quite skilled at identifying which personality traits and interests would resonate with different types of people. The work felt legitimate enough, though I was occasionally troubled by the realization that I was creating entirely fictional people who would be interacting with real individuals seeking genuine connections. But Mr. Davidson assured me that his service was transparent with matches about the privacy arrangements, and that consenting adults understood the discretion involved. That rationalization let me continue accepting assignments without examining too closely what I was really facilitating. I was just creating profiles, writing appealing descriptions of fictitious people. What happened after that wasn't my responsibility. The assignments became more specific over time. Instead of general profiles designed to attract compatible matches, I was given detailed targeting requirements. Create a profile that would appeal to recently divorced women with young children. Write a personality that would attract lonely elderly men with substantial assets. Design an identity that would resonate with vulnerable people seeking emotional support after bereavement. The targeting language made me increasingly uncomfortable, but Mr. Davidson explained that precise matchmaking required understanding exactly what different demographics were seeking in potential partners. The specificity ensured better compatibility and more successful outcomes for clients. I accepted that explanation because I needed to believe the work was legitimate. The money was keeping me financially stable, and the writing itself was satisfying in the way all good writing is. Creating believable characters, finding the right voice, making people seem appealing and authentic. The breakthrough came when I recognized a name in one of the assignment briefs. I was asked to create a profile that would appeal to a woman whose full name and location were provided, along with detailed information about her circumstances. She was a widow in her 60s, living alone in Dorset, recently bereaved, financially comfortable, and isolated from most social connections after her husband's death. I recognized her name because she was my aunt's closest friend, someone I'd met at family gatherings over the years, a kind woman who'd always been generous and welcoming, who was now being specifically targeted by someone who'd commissioned a dating profile designed to exploit her vulnerability and isolation. I realized immediately that I wasn't writing profiles for a legitimate matchmaking service. I was creating false identities that would be used to target and exploit vulnerable people through romance scams. The careful personality crafting I'd been doing wasn't to help people find genuine connections. It was to make fraudsters more effective at manipulating their victims. I thought about all the other profiles I'd written over the past few months, all the carefully targeted personality descriptions designed to appeal to specific vulnerable demographics. Each profile I'd created had probably enabled someone to be deceived by a fraudster who used my writing to present themselves as a perfect match. But what made it unbearable was understanding that my writing skills had been essential to making these scams effective. A poorly written profile with obvious inconsistencies would raise suspicions and limit the number of potential victims. My professional profiles with authentic feeling personalities and believable details made the fraudsters more credible and their targeting more successful. I tried warning my aunt's friend about the profile being created to target her, but I couldn't explain how I knew without admitting my role in creating it. I suggested vaguely that she should be cautious about online approaches from people who seemed too perfect, but I could tell she didn't take the warning seriously enough to change her behavior. Within 2 weeks, she'd been contacted by someone using the profile I'd created. The fraudster followed exactly the approach I'd designed: gradual establishment of trust, careful attention to her emotional needs, eventual requests for financial assistance that started small before escalating. My writing had given them the blueprint for manipulating her effectively. She lost nearly £40,000 before her family realized what was happening and intervened. The fraudster had used every psychological insight I'd built into the profile to maintain her trust, even when requests for money became increasingly unreasonable. My carefully crafted personality had been so believable that she'd continued sending money despite growing doubts. That's when I started documenting all the profiles I'd created, trying to understand the full scope of what I'd enabled. What I found was systematically organized fraud targeting vulnerable people across the country. The profiles I'd written weren't being used by individual fraudsters. They were being sold through hidden marketplaces to multiple scammers who'd purchase personalities designed to target specific demographics. My carefully crafted profiles were treated as professional fraud tools, priced according to their effectiveness and the vulnerability of their intended targets. I found marketplace listings offering profiles I'd written organized by target demographic and likely financial return. A profile designed to attract recently bereaved women was listed as high value because the targets were often emotionally vulnerable and had access to life insurance or inheritance. Another targeting divorced men emphasized the likelihood of success because middle-aged men were statistically more susceptible to romance scams. Each profile included not just the personality description I'd written, but also detailed guidance on how to use it effectively, scripts for initial contact, advice on building trust, techniques for introducing financial requests. My writing had been incorporated into comprehensive fraud packages that enabled even inexperienced scammers to target vulnerable people effectively. Some profiles I recognized had been used in dozens of different scams simultaneously. the same carefully crafted personality I'd created would be deployed by multiple fraudsters targeting different victims in different regions. My writing had been industrialized, turned into a template that enabled systematic exploitation of vulnerable people. But what disturbed me most was discovering profiles designed to target specific individuals, not general demographics, but actual named people whose circumstances had been researched in detail, with profiles custom written to exploit their particular vulnerabilities. These weren't opportunistic scams hoping to find vulnerable targets. They were precisely planned operations targeting people who'd been identified as especially susceptible. I found requests for profiles targeting recently widowed women whose husbands had died in specific circumstances. Profiles designed to appeal to men dealing with particular health conditions. Even profiles aimed at exploiting people recovering from addiction or mental health crises. Each one was commissioned with detailed intelligence about the target's vulnerabilities and designed to present the perfect personality to exploit those specific weaknesses. My aunt's friend had been one of these targeted individuals. Someone had researched her circumstances, identified her vulnerability, and commissioned a profile specifically designed to exploit her isolation and grief. The profile I'd written had been custom built to manipulate her, using everything I knew about writing convincing characters to create the perfect fraudulent suitor. The realization that I'd enabled systematic targeting of vulnerable people was devastating. But what made it unbearable was understanding how effective my writing had been. The profiles worked precisely because they were well written, because I'd applied genuine creative skill to making fraudulent identities seem authentic and appealing. I tried contacting the police about what I'd discovered, but explaining my role without admitting extensive complicity proved impossible. I'd been writing fraud profiles for months. Accepting substantial payment for work I should have recognized wasn't legitimate. The profiles I'd created had enabled serious financial and emotional harm to real people. The officer I spoke to was professional but frank. I'd knowingly created tools for systematic fraud, providing professional writing services that enabled criminals to exploit vulnerable people. Cooperation might be valuable for their investigation, but I shouldn't expect immunity from prosecution for my role in facilitating romance scams. I was advised to stop writing profiles immediately and refuse further contact with Mr. Davidson. But he'd already anticipated that possibility. I started receiving messages reminding me of the detailed records they had of my profile writing, documentation that showed my professional involvement in creating fraud tools that had enabled substantial harm. The messages emphasized that writers who cause problems would face both legal consequences and more immediate difficulties. They had my details, knew my circumstances, had already demonstrated they could research people thoroughly enough to enable targeted fraud. If I caused trouble, they'd ensure authorities understood my active role in systematic exploitation of vulnerable people. Then I found my own dating profile posted in the marketplace. Not one I'd written, but one someone else had created following exactly the techniques I'd established. It was designed to target men with my specific demographics and vulnerabilities, using the same psychological insights I'd been applying to profiles for months. Someone had turned the fraud techniques on me, creating a profile that would be used to exploit my own circumstances if I caused problems for their operation. They were demonstrating that I was just as vulnerable as all the people whose targeting I'd enabled. That's when I left my home in Kent and moved to this decaying hotel in Blackpool, abandoning my flat and most of my possessions to hide somewhere they wouldn't immediately look. I've been living on cash, avoiding digital traces, trying to work out if there's any way forward that doesn't involve either continued hiding or prosecution for my role in systematic fraud, but I know the profile writing continues without me. Other writers have probably been recruited to create fraud profiles, people who make the same rationalizations I did about just applying their creative skills to professional writing work without responsibility for how their profiles are used. The marketplace is probably still selling profiles to fraudsters who use them to target vulnerable people. And somewhere in those listings, profiles I wrote months ago are probably still being purchased and deployed, still enabling the exploitation of people seeking genuine human connection. I keep thinking about my aunt's friend, about the £40,000 she lost to a fraudster using a profile I'd carefully crafted to manipulate her, about all the other victims whose loneliness and vulnerability were exploited by scammers using personalities I'd created to seem trustworthy and appealing. The profile writing taught me that creative skills become weapons when applied to exploitation, that good writing can enable serious harm regardless of your intentions, that every authentic feeling detail I crafted, every believable personality trait I invented, every appealing quality I emphasized, it all made the frauds more effective and the victims more vulnerable. And that once you've spent months creating tools for systematic fraud, you become too compromised to report it without facing prosecution yourself. The evidence of your professional involvement is permanent, documented in profiles that show your creative fingerprints on materials that enabled serious financial and emotional harm. I suppose that's why I'm hiding in this Blackpool hotel, rather than helping police dismantle the fraud operation, because I know the profiles I wrote implicate me as thoroughly as they expose the operation, and I'm not brave enough to face consequences for choices I made when creative satisfaction and financial need mattered more than questioning what my writing skills were really being used for. All I can do is hope that someone else will eventually expose these operations, that other writers will find courage I lack to report what they're creating despite personal cost, and hope that people targeted by profiles I wrote manage to recognize the fraud before losing substantial money to scammers using personalities I carefully crafted to seem genuine. Because the operations are still running, still recruiting writers, still using professional creative skills to enable systematic exploitation of vulnerable people seeking human connection. And I helped establish the standards, helped prove that well-written profiles are more effective fraud tools, helped create an industry that treats creative writing as a weapon for psychological manipulation and financial exploitation. The damp chill of the Manchester evening always found its way inside, even with the windows sealed tight. It clung to the threadbare carpet, seeped into the plaster, and settled deep in my bones. Another Tuesday bled into another Wednesday, marked only by the shifting glow of the monitor. My flat, a rented box of beige and off-white, offered little resistance to the creeping greyness of my existence. The low hum of the fridge, the distant wail of a siren, the rhythmic tap of rain against the glass. These were the symphonies of my solitude. Tonight, the internet offered its usual shallow distractions. My fingers, accustomed to the familiar dance across the keyboard, navigated the labyrinthine corridors of obscure forums. I sought something, anything to puncture the dull throb of predictability that defined my days. It wasn't a search for connection, not really. More a morbid curiosity, a desire to peer into the cracks of the world, to feel the brief tremor of something real. That's how I found it, a whispered link on a thread dedicated to forgotten corners of the darknet. The Eye of Kronos, it claimed, a private auction site, a marketplace for experiences. The description was deliberately vague tantalizing in its ambiguity, unfiltered, live, beyond the veil. My initial reaction was a scoff, a dismissive flick of the wrist. Another scam, another digital ghost story. But the seed was planted. I bookmarked the link. It sat there, a tiny, innocuous icon amidst a sea of banality, yet it hummed with an unseen energy. The next day, the bookmark beckoned. My lunch break dissolved into a hypnotic scroll through the site's landing page. The interface was stark, almost brutally minimalist. Black text on a charcoal background. No flashy graphics, no pop-ups. Just a single rotating banner. The unseen, the unheard, the unlived. A login portal shimmered beneath. My curiosity, a passive beast until now, stirred. I created an account, a throwaway email and a password plucked from the ether. The confirmation email arrived instantly, a clinical, unadorned message. No welcoming prose, no marketing spiel. Just a link to the main auction page. The page itself was a grid of thumbnails, each a static image. They were unsettling, not overtly graphic, but imbued with a disquieting stillness. A cracked porcelain doll's face. A single bloodied feather on a pristine white sheet. A blurred image of what might have been a hand, reaching from shadow. Beneath each thumbnail, a countdown timer ticked relentlessly, alongside a cryptic title and a current bid in an unknown cryptocurrency. My routine began to warp. The moment I returned from the office, the site became my first port of call. My evenings, once a blur of mindless television and reheated meals, now revolved around these digital auctions. I didn't bid, not at first. I simply watched. The bids climbed, sometimes slowly, sometimes in sudden, frantic surges. The timers expired, and the thumbnails vanished, replaced by an experience completed tag. What happened after that, I couldn't fathom. The mystery only deepened my fixation. The descriptions grew darker, more explicit in their implications, though still cloaked in a chilling poetry. The last breath of a failing star, a symphony of silent screams, the unraveling of the thread. My stomach churned, a mixture of revulsion and an undeniable, sickening fascination. I felt a voyeuristic thrill, a sense of being privy to something forbidden, something the ordinary world kept hidden. One evening, a new listing appeared. Its thumbnail was a close-up of a tarnished brass key, resting on a dark, polished surface. The title, The Door to the Self. The description, brief and stark, read, "Witness the unmaking, the ultimate reflection." The countdown began. Something about it, perhaps its deceptive simplicity, lodged itself in my mind. The bid started low, then escalated with unnerving speed. I found myself holding my breath, my gaze glued to the screen. My fingers twitched, hovering over the bid button. A cold sweat slicked my palms. This was different. This felt personal. The sense of dread was palpable, a physical weight in my chest. Yet I couldn't look away. The timer hit 0. Experience completed. The thumbnail vanished. I felt a surge of disappointment, a strange emptiness. A few days later, a new listing appeared. This time marked preview available. It was a grainy, slightly distorted image of a room. My breath hitched. The wallpaper, the faded floral pattern, peeling at the seams near the ceiling, was unmistakably familiar. It was the wallpaper in my own living room. A cold, sharp shock traveled through me. My flat. It couldn't be. My eyes darted around the room, confirming the impossible. The slight scuff mark near the skirting board, the way the light caught the dust motes dancing above the old armchair. It was all there. A tremor ran through me, a primal fear seizing my gut. I clicked the preview button. The image expanded, still grainy, but undeniably my flat. A low, almost imperceptible hum emanated from the speakers. It was the hum of my fridge, the soft, rhythmic click of the old wall clock in the hallway. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. My mind raced, scrambling for an explanation. A prank? A sophisticated hack? But how? There were no cameras, no hidden devices I knew of. I lived alone. My landlord, a stoic man who communicated solely through terse emails, rarely visited. No one had keys but me. The thought of an intruder, a hidden presence, sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the damp. I stared at the screen, a bizarre mirror reflecting my own reality, twisted and distorted. I searched the image, desperate for a clue, a sign of artifice. Nothing. It was simply my living room, empty, waiting. The anonymity of the internet, once a comforting cloak, now felt like a gaping maw. The listing had a title, The Observer Observed, and a chilling description. A life unfolds, unseen, unjudged, until now. The countdown timer was already running. This wasn't an auction. This was a live stream. My fingers, numb with shock, navigated to the main page. All other listings had vanished. Only The Observer Observed remained, now prominently displayed, a single, horrifying invitation. The preview button had changed to view stream. I hesitated, my cursor hovering. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to close the browser, to unplug the router, to smash the computer. But the morbid curiosity, the desperate need to understand, held me captive. This was it, the ultimate unfiltered experience, and it was mine. I clicked. The screen flickered, then resolved into a live feed. My living room, in real time. The same muted colors, the familiar clutter. The light from my monitor casting a faint glow on the opposite wall. I could see myself, a shadowy figure reflected in the glass of the screen within the screen. The perspective was static, as if from a fixed point in the corner of the room, high above the bookshelf. A low, guttural gasp escaped me. My own living room, my own life laid bare. I felt a profound violation, a stripping away of all privacy, yet no one was physically here. It was a ghost in the machine, a digital phantom. Then a sound, a faint, almost imperceptible creak from the hallway. My blood ran cold. The flat was silent, save for the hum of my electronics. But the stream, that accursed stream, picked up everything. The creak again, closer this time. My eyes darted to the screen. The door to my flat, usually locked with a deadbolt, was slowly, silently opening. A sliver of darkness appeared, then widened. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't move. My muscles had seized, locked in a tableau of terror. A figure emerged, tall, slender, cloaked in shadow. Its head was tilted, as if observing the room, assessing its emptiness. It moved with an unnerving grace, a predatory stillness. I couldn't make out any features, only the outline of a form, darker than the shadows it cast. It stepped fully into the living room, its presence a palpable weight that pressed down on me, even through the screen. My heart pounded, a frantic drum against my ribs. I wanted to scream, to shout, to run, but I was paralyzed, a voyeur to my own nightmare. The figure paused, its gaze seemingly fixed on the spot where I sat, transfixed. A cold dread seeped into my bones. It knew I was watching. Then it moved, not towards me, but towards the bookshelf, my bookshelf. It ran a gloved hand along the spines of my books, a slow, deliberate caress. My collection of dog-eared paperbacks, the literary companions of my lonely evenings. A profound sense of intimacy, of my inner world being exposed, washed over me. It picked up a framed photograph from the shelf, a faded picture of my parents, taken years ago at the seaside. It held it for a moment, then slowly, deliberately, turned it face down. The small, almost insignificant action felt like a profound act of desecration. My mind screamed, this was real, this was happening. This was not a prank, not a hack. This was an invasion. The figure moved again, gliding across the room towards my armchair. The worn velvet, imprinted with the shape of my body after countless hours of sitting. It reached out, its fingers brushing the fabric, then settling on the remote control, exactly where I usually left it. A low, sibilant whisper emanated from the speakers. It was barely audible, a sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement. You watch. We see. The voice was not human. It was a cacophony of whispers, a chorus of unseen entities, all speaking at once, yet forming a single, chilling utterance. It burrowed into my skull, vibrating through my very being. My eyes darted from the screen to the real-life armchair, then back again. My flat, my sanctuary, had become a stage, and I, the unwitting star. The figure turned its head, its shadowy form now facing the camera directly. I still couldn't discern any features, but I felt its gaze, a cold, unblinking stare that pierced through the screen, through the digital barrier, and into my very soul. It raised a hand, slowly, deliberately. Its fingers, long and skeletal, stretched towards the camera. The gesture was unmistakable, a beckoning, an invitation. My breath hitched. The screen flickered, then went black. The hum of the fridge, the click of the clock, the distant siren. They all returned, amplified in the sudden silence. The monitor, now a dark mirror, reflected my own terrified face. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. My body trembled uncontrollably. The cold sweat turned clammy. I was alone in the flat, yet I felt a presence, an unseen weight in the room. I stumbled backwards, knocking my chair over with a clatter. The sound echoed in the sudden, vast emptiness of the room. My eyes darted to the hallway. The door was closed, locked, or was it? My memory, fractured by fear, couldn't confirm. I scrambled to my feet, my legs unsteady. Every shadow seemed to writhe, every creak of the old building a harbinger of doom. My gaze fell on the bookshelf, the photograph of my parents. It was still face down. A whimpering sound escaped my throat. It was my own. I backed away slowly, my eyes fixed on the door. My hand fumbled for my phone, a lifeline in the encroaching darkness. My fingers, slick with sweat, struggled to unlock it. What would I say? Someone is in my flat, but I only saw them on a live stream of my flat, which I found on a dark web auction site. They'd think I was mad. My gaze drifted back to the monitor. The screen remained black, but a faint, almost imperceptible flicker of light emanated from its depths. A single pixel, perhaps, or something else entirely. I felt it then, a cold breath on the back of my neck. My hair stood on end. My skin crawled. I wasn't alone. A low, guttural chuckle resonated through the room. It wasn't from the speakers. It was here, in the air, around me. My eyes widened in terror. I spun around, my heart hammering against my ribs. Nothing. Only the familiar, comforting clutter of my living room. But the feeling persisted, an undeniable, suffocating presence. The chuckle came again, closer this time. A dry, rasping sound. It seemed to emanate from the very walls, from the very air I breathed. Welcome, Andrew. The voice was singular now, no longer a chorus. It was deep, resonant, and utterly devoid of warmth. It knew my name. My blood ran cold. My mind, already fractured, threatened to shatter completely. How did it know? A cold, spectral hand brushed my cheek. I gasped, stumbling backwards, my legs giving way. I fell to the floor, my eyes wide with terror, scanning the empty space. Nothing. No one. Yet the touch was undeniable, leaving a trail of icy dread in its wake. You sought the unfiltered. You found it. The voice was directly above me now, a whisper that vibrated through my bones. And now, you are the experience. Panic, raw and visceral, seized me. I scrambled backwards, crawling across the floor, desperate to escape. My fingers scrabbled at the carpet, seeking purchase, seeking an exit. A shadow detached itself from the wall, coalescing into the familiar, slender form. It stood before me, its head still tilted, observing. Its presence radiated an ancient, malevolent power. The ultimate reflection, it repeated, its voice a silken rasp. The unmaking. My vision blurred, tears of terror streaming down my face. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound emerged. My throat was constricted, my lungs starved of air. The figure extended its hand again, not towards me, but towards my head. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for a blow, for an end. Instead, I felt a gentle pressure, a subtle shift in the air around me. A profound sense of clarity, cold and sharp, flooded my mind. The terror, the panic, the confusion, they receded, replaced by an unnerving calm. I opened my eyes. The figure was still there, but it seemed to shimmer, its edges indistinct. The room, too, had changed. The colors were more vivid, the shadows deeper. Every detail, every dust mote, every imperfection stood out with startling clarity. "You are free to observe," the voice murmured, now seemingly coming from everywhere and nowhere, from within. I tried to move, to speak, but my body felt distant, unresponsive. It was as if I was watching myself, a silent spectator in my own skin. My arms, my legs, my hands, they were no longer mine to command. The figure receded, melting back into the shadows from which it came. The room returned to its mundane state, the familiar clutter, the muted colors, but I was no longer the same. I stood up, my movements slow, deliberate, as if I were a puppet on invisible strings. I walked to the monitor, my eyes fixed on the black screen. The single flickering pixel was still there, a tiny, defiant pinprick of light in the darkness. I raised my hand, my own hand, and touched the screen. The pixel pulsed, brighter now, then expanded. It bloomed into an image, a new live stream. It was a room, an unfamiliar room, filled with strange, archaic objects. A flickering candlelight cast dancing shadows on the walls. A figure sat at a table, hunched over a glowing screen. I leaned closer. The screen within the screen showed a grid of thumbnails. One of them, prominently displayed, was a close-up of a tarnished brass key. The title, "The Door to the Self." My mind, now unnervingly calm, understood. The cycle, the endless, horrifying loop. I felt a faint, almost imperceptible smile touch my lips. Not my smile, but a smile nonetheless. The cold, analytical observer within me approved. The man on the screen, hunched over his monitor, was unaware. He was about to click the preview button. There's a coffee shop across the street from this hotel in Preston, where I've been spending most of my afternoons, just sitting by the window watching people go about their ordinary lives. They look so normal, so unconcerned, and I find myself wondering if any of them have ever done something they can't take back. Something that keeps them awake at 3 a.m, going over every decision they made. I used to be a video editor, corporate videos mostly, the sort of promotional content that companies use for their websites and training materials. Boring work, but steady, and it paid well enough for me to afford a decent flat in Manchester and the occasional holiday abroad. Then I lost that contract when the company moved their marketing department in-house, and I spent a few desperate months taking whatever freelance work I could find. That's how I ended up editing videos for people I never met. Content I should never have agreed to work on. Material that's now being used in ways I'm only just beginning to understand. I've been hiding here for nearly 3 weeks, moving hotels every few days, trying to work out if anyone knows I finally realized what those videos were actually for. The redundancy came at the worst possible time. I'd just renewed my lease for another year and had committed to a holiday in Greece that summer. I was 46 years old with nearly 20 years of editing experience, but the market was saturated with younger people who'd work for half what I charged and knew software I'd never bothered learning. I spent the first month applying for staff positions, then started lowering my standards to contract work, then freelance projects, then eventually anything that involved editing video for money. My savings were disappearing faster than I'd expected, and by the 3rd month I was genuinely worried about making rent. That's when I found the posting on a freelance website. Someone needed an experienced video editor for what they described as documentary projects requiring discretion and professional finishing. The rate was exceptional, about double what I'd been charging before my redundancy, and they needed someone who could start immediately on a series of ongoing projects. The client, who identified himself only as Mr. Harris, explained during our initial phone conversation that his projects involved sensitive subject matter that required absolute confidentiality. He represented a collective of documentary makers who operated in areas where mainstream media outlets were reluctant to venture. They needed editors who could work with raw footage and transform it into polished professional content without asking uncomfortable questions about how the footage was obtained or what it would ultimately be used for. I should have questioned what kind of documentary projects required such secretive arrangements. Should have wondered why legitimate filmmakers wouldn't just work with established editing houses. But Mr. Harris was offering steady work at rates I desperately needed, and I convinced myself that documentary makers often dealt with controversial subjects that required discretion from everyone involved. The first project arrived via encrypted file transfer, about 2 hours of raw footage showing the exterior of various residential properties. Mr. Harris wanted me to edit it into a 12-minute video, removing duplicate shots, stabilizing the camera work, and adding subtle background music that would give it a professional documentary feel. The footage was unremarkable, just static shots of houses from different angles taken at various times of day. I assumed it was B-roll for some property development documentary or neighborhood study. I edited it according to the brief, tightened the pacing, color-corrected the footage to make it look more professional, and delivered the finished video within the deadline. Mr. Harris was pleased with my work and immediately sent me another project. This one included footage of people going about their daily routines, leaving their homes, getting into cars, walking to local shops. Again, I edited it into a polished short documentary, assuming it was part of some anthropological study or social observation project. The work continued steadily over the following weeks. I'd receive raw footage of various subjects, properties, people, public spaces, and edit them into professional-looking short documentaries. The pay was excellent, the deadlines were reasonable, and I was grateful to have found steady work that utilized my skills. But I started noticing patterns in the footage that made me increasingly uncomfortable. Many of the videos focused on elderly people living alone, documenting their routines with obsessive detail. Others showed children playing in gardens or walking to school, filmed from positions that suggested the camera operator was concealing themselves. When I questioned Mr. Harris about the nature of these documentary projects, he explained they were studying vulnerable populations to better understand social isolation and community support needs. The footage was being used to develop interventions and support services for at-risk individuals. That explanation seemed plausible enough, though I was troubled by the covert nature of the filming. Surely legitimate social research would require informed consent from subjects, not secret surveillance. But Mr. Harris assured me the research ethics had been properly managed and my role was simply to edit the footage professionally, not to concern myself with research methodology. I accepted that explanation because I needed to believe the work was legitimate. The money was keeping me financially stable, and I'd developed a routine that felt almost like having a real job again. I couldn't afford to lose the income by asking uncomfortable questions that might cost me the contract. The projects became more specific and disturbing. Instead of general observation footage, I was editing videos that focused on particular individuals with obsessive detail. One project involved editing dozens of hours of footage showing a woman's daily routine. Leaving for work, returning home, grocery shopping, everything she did visible from public spaces. I edited it into a comprehensive profile video showing her predictable routine, her apparent vulnerabilities, her moments of inattention. The finished product looked like professional surveillance documentation, not a social research project. But Mr. Harris insisted this was part of studying patterns of behavior in women living alone, research that would inform safety recommendations. Another project focused on an elderly couple, documenting their movements, their visitors, their weekly routines. I edited it to highlight times when they were alone, security vulnerabilities in their property, even their apparent physical limitations that might make them easy targets for what exactly? I was starting to understand that these weren't documentary projects at all. The breakthrough came when I recognized a house in some footage Mr. Harris sent me. It was my neighbor's house in Manchester, filmed from the street and back alley with the same obsessive attention to detail I'd been seeing in other projects. The footage documented when my neighbor left for work, when she returned, which lights she turned on in the evening, even which windows she left open during warm weather. I realized immediately that I'd been editing surveillance footage for people planning to target specific individuals for burglary, harassment, or worse. The professional documentary style I'd been providing wasn't for legitimate research. It was making criminal intelligence gathering look polished and systematic for people who were planning serious crimes. I thought about all the other projects I'd edited over the past few months, all the individuals whose routines I documented with professional editing techniques that made surveillance footage look like carefully crafted observations. Each video I'd finished had probably enabled someone to be targeted by criminals who used my editing to study their victims before attacking them. But what made it unbearable was understanding that my professional skills had made the surveillance more effective. The raw footage Mr. Harris sent me was often shaky, poorly framed, amateurish. My editing transformed it into clear, professional documentation that would be far more useful for planning criminal activity. I'd taken rough intelligence gathering and turned it into comprehensive surveillance reports. I tried to refuse further projects, but Mr. Harris made it clear that walking away wasn't a simple option. I'd been working for months. Editing footage I must have understood wasn't for legitimate purposes. I'd accepted substantial payment for work that had facilitated criminal activity against dozens of people. If I caused problems now, he'd ensure the authorities understood my role in enabling what the surveillance had been used for. I was being threatened with my own complicity. The evidence of my editing work showed months of professional collaboration with people conducting criminal surveillance, even though I hadn't fully understood what I was doing initially. The pattern was clear enough that claiming ignorance wouldn't protect me from prosecution. That's when I started keeping copies of all the projects I'd edited, documenting the subjects and the detailed surveillance I'd helped create. I told myself I was preserving evidence, but really I was just trying to feel less guilty about the harm I'd enabled. The videos I'd edited weren't just being used for immediate criminal purposes. They were being shared and sold to multiple people through hidden internet marketplaces I discovered when Mr. Harris accidentally sent me a wrong link. My professionally edited surveillance videos were being treated as commodities, sold to anyone willing to pay for detailed intelligence about specific individuals. I found entire libraries of surveillance videos organized by location, demographic, and vulnerability type. Elderly people living alone, single parents, isolated individuals, all documented with the sort of professional editing I'd been providing. Each video had detailed descriptions of the subject's routines, vulnerabilities, and potential approaches for exploitation. Some videos I recognized from my own editing work. Others were clearly created by different editors, but followed similar professional standards. There was an entire industry of surveillance video production, with editors like me transforming raw footage into marketable intelligence products. But what disturbed me most was discovering how the videos were being used. They weren't just enabling individual burglaries or harassment campaigns. They were being used to coordinate systematic targeting of vulnerable people across the country. Groups would purchase multiple surveillance videos, then coordinate their activities to maximize the impact and minimize the risk of detection. One discussion thread focused on using surveillance videos to identify elderly people who could be targeted through distraction burglary techniques. Members shared the videos they'd purchased, discussing which subjects showed the most promising vulnerabilities and planning coordinated campaigns across different regions. Another section dealt with using surveillance videos to identify women living alone who could be targeted for stalking or worse. Users compared videos, rated subjects based on vulnerability, even discussed techniques for escalating from remote surveillance to direct contact. I was looking at evidence that my editing work had enabled systematic criminal targeting of vulnerable people, and that the professional quality I'd provided had made the surveillance more valuable and marketable. Every technical skill I'd applied, every professional flourish I'd added, it had all increased the commercial value of criminal intelligence about innocent people. The woman whose daily routine I'd edited into that comprehensive profile had subsequently been stalked for months by someone who'd purchased the video through the marketplace. The elderly couple I documented had been burgled 3 times, with the thieves showing intimate knowledge of their routines and vulnerabilities. My neighbor in Manchester had become a target after footage of her house appeared in the marketplace. I'd seen suspicious people watching her property, cars that didn't belong in the area parked outside her house at odd hours. She'd mentioned feeling unsafe, but couldn't explain why, had no evidence of actual threats, just a growing sense that something wasn't right. I knew exactly why she felt that way. Surveillance footage of her home had been professionally edited into a targeting package that documented her every vulnerability. And I was the one who'd done that editing, who'd transformed raw surveillance into the sort of polished product that maximized its criminal value. I tried contacting the police about what I'd discovered, but explaining my role without admitting extensive complicity proved impossible. I'd been editing surveillance footage for months, accepting substantial payment for work I should have recognized wasn't legitimate. The videos I'd created had facilitated serious crimes against real people. The officer I spoke to was professional but frank. Cooperation might be valuable for their investigation, but I shouldn't expect immunity from prosecution for my role in creating and distributing criminal surveillance materials. I'd been an active participant in an operation that had enabled serious harm to vulnerable people. I was advised to stop accepting editing work immediately and refuse further contact with Mr. Harris. But he'd already anticipated that possibility. I started receiving messages reminding me of our confidentiality agreement, emphasizing the documentation they had of my editing work, suggesting that creating problems would result in both legal consequences and more personal difficulties. The harassment escalated when I didn't respond. I received packages containing screenshots from the marketplace showing videos I'd edited, with annotations detailing crimes those videos had enabled. They were documenting my complicity systematically, building a case that would destroy my life if I tried to report their operations. Then I found my own address listed in the marketplace. Someone had created surveillance footage of my flat in Manchester, professionally edited in the same style I'd been using for months. My daily routine, my vulnerabilities, my security arrangements, all documented with the same obsessive detail I'd been applying to others. I was now a product in the marketplace I'd been supplying. My own life reduced to a surveillance video that could be purchased by anyone wanting to target me. The professional editing standards I'd established were being applied to my own surveillance, ensuring the footage would be maximally useful for anyone who bought it. That's when I left Manchester entirely, abandoning my flat and most of my possessions to hide in hotels across the north. I've been moving every few days, paying cash where possible, avoiding any digital traces that might help them track my location. But I know the surveillance videos I edited are still being sold and used. Other editors have probably been recruited to replace me. People who'll make the same rationalizations I did about just doing professional editing work, without responsibility for how the videos are used. The marketplace is probably still growing, still selling professional surveillance documentation to anyone willing to pay for intelligence about vulnerable targets. And somewhere in that marketplace, surveillance footage of me is being offered to people who've been told I know too much about their operations. I keep thinking about my neighbor, about the elderly couple who were burgled, about all the other people whose surveillance I edited into professional targeting packages. They went about their normal lives never knowing that someone had documented their every movement, that an editor had transformed that surveillance into marketable intelligence. The videos taught me that professional skills can be weaponized, that technical expertise becomes complicit when applied to criminal purposes regardless of your intentions or understanding, that every color correction I made, every transition I added, every professional flourish I applied, it all increased the harm those videos could enable. And that once you've spent months editing surveillance footage you should have recognized wasn't legitimate, you become too compromised to report it without destroying your own life. The evidence of your professional collaboration is permanent, documented in videos that show your technical fingerprints on materials that enabled serious crimes. I suppose that's why I'm sitting in this Preston hotel watching normal people in coffee shops, rather than going back to police with all the evidence I preserved, because I know that evidence implicates me as thoroughly as it exposes the marketplace, and I'm not brave enough to face consequences for choices I made when I convinced myself I was just doing professional editing work. All I can do is hope that someone else will eventually expose these operations, that other editors will find the courage I lack to report what they're creating despite the personal cost, and hope that the people whose surveillance I edited so professionally managed to stay safe despite the targeting packages I helped create. Because the marketplace is still operating, still recruiting editors, still selling professional surveillance documentation to criminals who use it to target vulnerable people. And I helped establish the standards, helped prove that surveillance footage has more value when it's been professionally edited, helped create an industry that treats people's private lives as raw materials for criminal intelligence products. I just wish I could undo it all, could warn every person whose surveillance I edited, could take back every professional flourish I added to footage that was used to destroy people's sense of safety. But I can't, so I just keep moving between hotels and watching people in coffee shops, wondering if they've ever done something they can't take back. Something that haunts them every day they continue living with the consequences of their choices. I've never been particularly ambitious, which probably sounds like a character flaw, but has actually served me quite well. Growing up in Sunderland with parents who both worked in factories, I learned early that steady work and reliable income mattered more than chasing dreams that might never materialize. After finishing my history degree, I ended up doing delivery driving around the Northeast. It wasn't glamorous work, but it paid reasonably well and offered flexibility. I'd worked for most of the major delivery companies, Amazon, DPD, Hermes, but the pay was pretty grim once you factored in fuel costs and vehicle maintenance. That's how I found Special Courier Services, a company that specialized in handling unusual or high-value deliveries that mainstream firms wouldn't touch. Their website advertised discreet delivery services for clients who needed guaranteed security and confidentiality for sensitive shipments. The application process was thorough. Beyond standard background checks, they wanted detailed references and specific questions about my availability for urgent or out-of-hours deliveries. They explained that clients often had time-sensitive requirements that couldn't wait for normal business hours. The pay reflected these demands, often double what mainstream companies offered. My first assignment was delivering legal documents between solicitor offices. The pickup and delivery procedures were elaborate. Specific identification requirements, signed receipts with detailed timestamps, even photographs of packages being handed over. But the money was excellent and the work was straightforward. After a few weeks, I started receiving different types of assignments. Some clients wanted items collected from residential addresses. Others required deliveries at specific times to people waiting at predetermined locations rather than fixed addresses. These assignments paid even better, often several £100s for apparently simple tasks. But I began noticing inconsistencies. Some packages were clearly much heavier than documents would be, despite similar packaging. Others had unusual shapes that suggested they contained items other than paperwork. When I asked about contents, my coordinator explained that clients often use document-style packaging for small valuable items to avoid attracting attention during transport. Some collection addresses were residential properties that didn't seem consistent with the professional client base Special Courier claimed to serve. Delivery locations were designed to avoid permanent records. Car park meetings, motorway service stations, deliveries to people waiting at specific coordinates rather than addresses. The clients receiving deliveries often seemed nervous, checking that no one was observing handovers and sometimes aborting deliveries if they noticed anything suspicious. I started suspecting that packages contain items clients couldn't send through legitimate services. I researched Special Courier Services and found troubling gaps. While officially registered, there was almost no information about their actual operations. Some collection addresses had connections to businesses investigated for fraud and illegal trading. Many packages seemed part of larger operations involving multiple drivers and complex logistics. I would sometimes arrive at collection points to find other special courier drivers picking up similar packages, all destined for different locations, but clearly part of a coordinated distribution systems. The scale suggested systematic distribution of materials requiring careful coordination to avoid law enforcement detection. I was probably transporting illegal goods, drugs, stolen items, counterfeit products, but proving this would require opening packages, violating confidentiality agreements, and risking serious legal consequences if contents were legitimate but sensitive. Meanwhile, assignments became more frequent and urgent. Clients requested immediate pickups with premium payments for same-day service. Some involved longer distances and complex multi-stop deliveries requiring overnight trips. The payments were substantial but meant deeper involvement in whatever system I was supporting. I started documenting assignment details, addresses, package descriptions, suspicious client behavior. This revealed the operation's scale. Hundreds of packages moved between dozens of locations across multiple regions, with careful coordination ensuring deliveries completed according to specific schedules and security protocols. The operation involved multiple courier companies and independent drivers, handling different segments of distribution chains that moved materials without creating traceable connections. I was part of a systematic criminal enterprise distributing illegal goods while minimizing detection risks. But understanding this didn't resolve my situation. I transported hundreds of potentially illegal packages. Even unaware of the operation's criminal nature, my involvement could be presented as evidence of knowing participation. The people running it had detailed information about my circumstances and willingness to handle questionable assignments without questions. When I started declining assignments, the coordinator contacted me directly, offering higher payment rates and emphasizing that reliable drivers were valuable assets the company was committed to retaining. The pressure felt excessive for a normal commercial relationship, more like concern about losing control over someone with inside knowledge. I researched other drivers who'd worked for Special Courier and found most had disappeared from courier work entirely. The pattern suggested the company either retained drivers long-term or ensured they stopped working in transport completely. Simply stopping work might not be sufficient. If they considered me a security risk, they might take direct action to ensure continued silence. The packages I transported contained evidence of serious crimes, which gave the company significant leverage due to my potential legal vulnerability. But continuing meant deeper involvement in activities that could result in more serious consequences if law enforcement identified the operation. I was trapped between the risks of continued involvement and the dangers of extraction from an organization with sophisticated methods for controlling essential service providers. The situation became urgent when I received an assignment involving transport from a location raided by police days earlier. The premises still showed signs of law enforcement activity, but clients were already arranging collection through alternative channels. The operation's speed in adapting to police pressure suggested experience dealing with investigations and robust methods for continuing activities even when locations were compromised. When I expressed concerns about collecting from recently searched premises, the coordinator reminded me of contractual obligations and emphasized the importance of maintaining service during difficult periods. They explained that temporary disruptions were common and drivers unwilling to adapt wouldn't be suitable for continued employment. They offered substantial bonus payments for assignments involving higher risks, but the implicit threat was clear: accept dangerous work or face consequences for refusing to support operations regardless of potential legal exposure. I was being offered financial incentives to transport materials from locations under police investigation. Potentially making me an accessory to crimes law enforcement was actively trying to prevent. The assignment was scheduled for the following morning, with collection from the raided premises and delivery to a location confirmed just hours before pickup. That evening, I noticed the same van parked outside my flat that I'd seen near several collection addresses while working for Special Courier Services. I've tried writing this so many times I've lost count. Every time, I get a few paragraphs in before I close the laptop and tell myself I'll do it later, when I have the right words, when it doesn't feel like I'm tearing something open inside my chest. But there are no right words. And honestly, I remember everything too well. That's the problem. My brain won't let me forget a single detail. Every conversation, every decision, every moment I chose to keep going when I should have stopped. It's all there, sharp and clear, like it happened yesterday. I'm not writing this to make you feel sorry for me. I'm not asking you to understand. I already know what people will say, that I was broke, desperate, scared. Sure, that's all true, but that's not why I kept doing it. That's the easy explanation, the one that lets me off the hook. The real reason is harder to say out loud, because it means admitting I could turn off parts of myself I didn't know could be switched off, that I could compartmentalize my behavior to a degree that still unsettles me, even now, even after everything. 18 months ago, my life was ordinary, boring even, the kind of boring that other people probably envied. I worked at a marketing agency in Manchester, one of those mid-sized firms that handles accounts nobody's ever heard of, but that somehow keep the lights on. I split rent on a flat with my girlfriend Sarah and convinced myself this was what being an adult looked like. Wake up, go to work, come home, watch something on Netflix, repeat. The job wasn't exciting, but it paid on time, every time. I'd learned to measure happiness by how predictable things were, how stable. Excitement was for people who hadn't yet realized that stability was the real prize. Sarah and I had been together long enough that our routines had merged. We knew each other's schedules, split the bills without arguing about it, had our spots on the sofa. It wasn't passionate anymore, but I told myself that was normal. That passion was just the opening act, and what we had was the sustainable version, the real thing. Looking back, I wonder if I was already trying to convince myself of things I didn't quite believe. The redundancy meeting was surreal in how scripted it felt. I was called in on a Wednesday afternoon, and the moment I saw my manager sitting with someone from HR, I knew. Everyone in that room had already processed what was about to happen to me. They'd had their meetings, made their decisions, prepared their talking points. The company was downsizing. My role was non-essential. Budget cuts, market conditions. They thanked me for my contributions, said they appreciated my work, handed me a folder explaining my final pay and notice period. The whole thing took maybe 15 minutes. I nodded through the whole thing, not because I agreed, but because my brain couldn't catch up. There was this weird disconnect between what I was hearing and what I was processing, like watching something happen to someone else. I even said thank you as I left the room. Thank you. For what? For destroying the stability I'd built my entire identity around. At first, unemployment felt temporary. I treated it like a gap between jobs rather than an ending. I updated my CV, spent hours tweaking the wording, sent out applications. I told Sarah not to worry. Something would come up quickly. Manchester was full of agencies. I had experience, good references. There was no reason to think I'd struggle as much as I eventually did. Except I did. Weeks turned into months. The interviews I did get never led anywhere. I'd spend days preparing, researching the company, practicing answers, and then I'd sit in reception, waiting rooms, feeling my confidence drain away before anyone even spoke to me. The rejections came in waves, all saying the same thing in slightly different language. We've decided to move forward with other candidates. Your experience doesn't quite match what we're looking for. We had a very strong field of applicants. The structure of my days began to collapse. I started waking up later because there was no reason to get up early. I'd make coffee and check my email obsessively, refreshing every few minutes even though I already knew nothing would be there. The flat became smaller somehow, the walls closer. I'd spend hours online scrolling through job sites, telling myself I was being productive when really I was just avoiding the growing panic. Sarah tried to be supportive at first. She'd ask how the job search was going in this carefully neutral tone, like she was afraid of setting me off. She'd tell me something would come up, that I just had to keep trying. But there's a difference between patience and faith, and I could feel the latter calcifying into something harder. She stopped talking about the future, holidays we might take, places we might move to, started focusing on immediate costs instead. Did we really need Netflix and Spotify? Should we switch to a cheaper phone plan? Could we cut back on takeaways? She never directly accused me of anything, but the unspoken anxiety settled into the flat all the same, hovering in every conversation about money. I felt it in the way she'd look at me when I was still on the sofa at 2 p.m, in the way her face would tighten when another rejection email came through. We stopped having sex, stopped really talking, just existed in parallel, waiting for something to change. When she eventually said she needed space, it came without drama. No shouting, no thrown accusations. She just sat down one evening and explained, very calmly, that she felt like everything had stalled, that she couldn't live in this suspended state anymore, not knowing when or if things would improve. She said she still cared about me, but that she needed to think about her own future. I didn't argue. How could I? She was right. I understood her point far too well to pretend otherwise. She moved out in December, a week before Christmas, took her stuff over 3 trips in a hired van, and each time she came back for another load, the flat looked more wrong. After she left for the last time, I walked through the rooms and realized how much of what made the place feel like home had been hers. Not just physical things, but the rhythm of daily life, the routines that had been keeping me anchored. After that, the flat felt strangely hollow, not empty. All my stuff was still there, but hollow, like a shell. Days stretched in uncomfortable ways. I'd lose track of time, look up from my laptop, and realize it was dark outside and I hadn't eaten. Nights became longer than they had any right to be. I'd lie awake listening to the pipes click and the radiators clank, and the distant traffic hum outside, aware that time was passing but unable to measure it properly. 3 a.m. felt the same as midnight, felt the same as 5 a.m. It was during those nights that I started spending more time online, not doing anything in particular, just scrolling. Reddit mostly, Twitter, YouTube. It gave my thoughts somewhere else to sit, something to focus on besides the growing certainty that I'd fucked up my life beyond repair. I've always been comfortable with computers, the sort of competence that comes from familiarity rather than talent. I'm not a programmer or anything, but I understood how information connected, how people left traces of themselves behind without realizing. How easy it was to build a picture of someone's life if you knew where to look. Social media, public records, cross-referencing details. At the time, that knowledge felt harmless, academic even. Something I'd never imagined using outside of work. The idea came to me one night in late January while scrolling through Reddit, half asleep, in a thread about alternative ways of making money online. Most of the suggestions were predictable and useless. Match betting, dropshipping, taking surveys for pennies. But one comment stood out precisely because it didn't try to sell anything. The person mentioned, very casually, that there were research opportunities on the dark web for people who were good at gathering information. They said it with such matter-of-fact certainty that I found myself reading it again and again. They'd included a link, not directly to anything illegal, just instructions on how to access hidden services. I told myself I was only curious when I clicked it. Told myself the same thing as I read the instructions, downloaded Tor, and spent an hour figuring out how to navigate to a site that looked disappointingly normal. Plain, text-heavy, functional, like a really bad version of Craigslist from 2004. The pages were stripped down, lacking any visual noise. Forums dominated most of the space, filled with long threads discussing services and reputations in tones that were unsettlingly professional. It didn't feel like a criminal underworld, more like a parallel bureaucracy, governed by its own rules and expectations. People talked about vendors the way you talk about contractors, rating their reliability, their communication, how quickly they delivered. I spent several nights just reading, telling myself that observation didn't count as participation, that I was just curious about how this world worked. Eventually, I came across a listing looking for what they called a data coordinator. The description was vague, but not mysterious. They needed someone to collect publicly available information about named individuals and compile it into clear, organized reports. Basic research skills required. Attention to detail, discretion. What made me stop and really consider it was one phrase: publicly available information. That detail became the hinge on which all my justifications rested. I told myself that if I wasn't hacking or breaking into anything, then it wasn't really wrong. I'd just be organizing data that already existed. The digital equivalent of putting scattered papers into a folder. Anyone could do this if they knew where to look. I'd just be doing it more efficiently. The pay was reasonable, but not extravagant. A few £100 per report. That made it feel legitimate somehow, like a real job rather than something shady. I spent several nights deliberating, checking my bank account, looking at the bills piling up. Then, around 3 in the morning on a Tuesday, I applied. 2 days later, I received my first request. It came through an encrypted message, just a name and a general location in Leeds. Nothing else. No context, no explanation of why they wanted the information. I remember staring at it for a long time, expecting to feel a sense of alarm that never came. The work itself unfolded with surprising ease. Social media provided an outline of the man's life. LinkedIn showed where he worked. Public records filled in the gaps. Electoral roll. Company's house. Land registry. With enough patience, routines began to emerge naturally. Patterns that were invisible in isolation but obvious when viewed together. He went to the same gym 3 times a week, had lunch at the same cafe on Fridays, posted about football on Twitter every weekend. When I finished, I'd assembled a detailed portrait of a stranger's life, where he lived, where he worked, how he spent his time, what car he drove, who his friends were. I sent the report through the same encrypted channel and waited, feeling a knot of anxiety in my stomach. What if it wasn't good enough? What if I'd missed something obvious? What if they decided I wasn't up to the task? The payment arrived the next day. Bitcoin, converted to pounds and deposited into my account. The relief I felt was immediate and overwhelming. Not just about the money, though that mattered. It was about feeling useful again, competent, like I still had value, like I could still do something well. For the first time since losing my job, I felt like I could breathe properly, like maybe I wasn't completely worthless. More requests followed quickly, 1 or 2 a week at first, then more. I developed templates, checklists, shortcuts. The work became routine, methodical rather than improvisational. I could complete a basic profile in a few hours now, a detailed one in a day. The people I researched stopped being individuals and became just data points, collections of habits and timestamps, numbers on a spreadsheet. I didn't let myself think about what the information might be used for. Debt collection maybe, private investigators, background checks. I told myself it was probably nothing sinister, just boring commercial stuff. And even if it wasn't, well, I was only gathering information that was already public. I wasn't doing anything illegal. Not technically. By March, it had become my primary income. I was making more than I had at the agency, working from home in my pajamas. I stopped sending out job applications, stopped checking recruitment sites. This was working. Why go back to a 9-to-5 when I could do this? The first disruption came in late April. I received a request marked as urgent, accompanied by a payment significantly higher than usual. Double my normal rate, transferred up front. The name was Emma Hartley. The location was Stockport. That was it. No other details. No explanation for the urgency or the premium. I noticed both things, the urgency, the money, and still I chose not to ask why. Curiosity had already been replaced by necessity. Or maybe I just didn't want to know. Emma's digital footprint was extensive in a way that now feels painfully intimate to recall. She was a nurse, worked night shifts at Stepping Hill Hospital. Her Instagram was public, full of selfies and pictures of her morning runs. Fitness apps revealed her exact running routes, the time she went, how long each run took. Facebook showed her shift patterns. She'd post about having a rough night at work, about looking forward to days off. Location tags placed her at specific cafes, specific parks, specific pubs. By the time I finished the report, I knew her routines with a familiarity that felt wrong even as I was compiling it. I knew she ran at 6 in the morning on her days off, that she stopped at the same Starbucks afterward, that she lived alone in a ground floor flat, that her car was parked on the street because the building didn't have dedicated spaces, that she usually worked Tuesday through Thursday nights and had her phone on Do Not Disturb during the day because she needed to sleep. I sent the report and told myself not to think about it, tried to push it out of my mind. But something felt different this time. The amount of detail I'd gathered, the precision of her patterns, the fact that someone had paid double to get this information quickly. 3 weeks later, I was drinking coffee and half watching TV when I opened the Manchester Evening News on my phone. The headline hit me like a punch to the stomach. Stockport nurse missing after night shift. There was a photo. Emma Hartley, the same face I'd been staring at for hours while building her profile. I read the article 3 times, 4 times. She'd left work at 7:30 in the morning. Her car was still in the hospital car park. She hadn't answered calls or messages. Colleagues were worried. Police were investigating. The details aligned too closely with what I'd documented. The hospital, the shift pattern, the usual time she'd leave. I told myself it was coincidence. Had to be. People go missing all the time. It didn't mean anything, couldn't mean anything, because admitting otherwise would have meant confronting a responsibility I was not prepared to face, would have meant acknowledging that I'd helped someone do something terrible. I avoided my computer for several days, didn't check messages, didn't take any new requests, but financial reality eventually pushed me back to work because fear alone doesn't stop bills from arriving. And I had rent due, council tax, electricity. I couldn't afford to stop. The message that followed didn't come through the usual system. It arrived directly, somehow, in my regular email, which should have been impossible. I'd been careful about keeping things separate, used different devices, different networks, but there it was, in my inbox, with no sender name. Just a subject line. Excellent work. The message praised my discretion and attention to detail, said they had a special project that required someone with my particular skills. 5 individuals across the Northwest, profiles needed within a week. The figure attached was more than I'd earned in the previous 2 months combined. Before I could even respond, before I could think about whether to accept, half the payment transferred into my account. That was when I understood, fully and clearly, that whatever legitimacy I'd imagined no longer existed. This wasn't debt collection or background checks. This was something else entirely, something I should walk away from, should go to the police about, should refuse absolutely. I accepted anyway. The task involved 5 people, 3 in Manchester, 1 in Liverpool, 1 in Bolton. Each profile required a level of detail that went far beyond my previous work. Not just routines and locations, but vulnerabilities, security systems, household layouts, family members, financial situations. I spent that week in near isolation, barely sleeping, working obsessively, accessing databases I should never have seen, combining information in ways that made me increasingly uneasy. I knew what I was doing by then, couldn't pretend otherwise, but I kept going because I'd already taken half the payment and because stopping would have meant admitting to myself what I'd already become. When I sent the final report, the remaining payments arrived within minutes. Looking at my bank balance, I felt briefly untouchable, like I'd gotten away with something, like I was smarter than everyone else. That feeling lasted less than a week. News reports started appearing. A break-in in Didsbury, fraud case in Liverpool, an assault in Bolton. Each one aligned too closely with the profiles I'd created to dismiss as coincidence. The break-in happened at exactly the time I'd identified as optimal, when the residents were at their weekly evening class. The fraud targeted accounts I'd specifically noted were vulnerable. The assault victim was attacked on the route I'd mapped as isolated and poorly lit. I stopped reading after the 3rd incident. By then, denial felt more dishonest than knowing. I tried to stop. Stopped responding to messages. Stopped checking the encrypted channels. Told myself I was done, that I'd made enough money to last a few months, that I could go back to looking for legitimate work, that I could pretend the last few months hadn't happened. Then things got strange. My account started behaving oddly. Emails disappeared from my inbox. Ones I'd definitely received. Ones I'd read multiple times. My phone started doing things I couldn't explain. Opening apps on its own. The camera light coming on when I wasn't using it. Messages I'd sent vanishing from my conversation history. Then came the message, short and direct. You are either an asset or a liability. Choose wisely. The photograph arrived the next morning. It showed me sitting at my desk, face illuminated by my laptop screen, taken from outside the flat. Through the window, at night, the angle suggested it was taken from the street, maybe from a car. The timestamp was from 2 nights earlier. I'd been alone in the flat, thought I was safe, thought I was anonymous. Seeing myself from that perspective made something inside me collapse, because it demonstrated, with brutal clarity, how easily the same techniques I'd used on others could be applied to me. I knew my own patterns, knew my routines, knew exactly how vulnerable I was. And now someone else knew them too. I went to the police the next day, walked into the nearest station, and told them I needed to report a crime. When they asked what had happened, I said I wanted to report myself. They arrested me that afternoon, took my laptop, my phone, everything, interviewed me for hours across multiple days. I told them everything. Every request I'd taken, every profile I'd built, every piece of information I'd gathered. Showed them how to access the forums, how the payment system worked, everything I knew about the people I'd worked for, which wasn't much. I cooperated completely, not because I expected leniency, but because I no longer believed in the possibility of undoing what I'd already set in motion. They charged me with multiple offenses: conspiracy, computer misuse, data protection violations. The solicitor they assigned me said I'd probably get prison time. Said cooperation would help, but wouldn't erase what I'd done. I told him I understood. Now I'm waiting for my court date. Still in the same flat, still going through the same routines, but watching them with an awareness that didn't exist before. The police reassure me that the people I worked for are unlikely to pursue me further, that reporting them was the right thing to do, that I'll be safe. But reassurance doesn't erase knowledge. I know how these profiles are built, know how much information exists about any given person if you know where to look, know how patterns emerge from seemingly innocuous details, know how easy it is to map someone's entire life if you're patient enough. I know how patient the people who use this information can be, how they can wait weeks, months, for exactly the right moment, how they think in longer timescales than normal people do. And I know that somewhere, it's entirely possible that my life exists as a document, neatly organized, comprehensively detailed, created using the same methods I once relied upon. Someone knows where I live, where I shop, what time I usually go to sleep, which window doesn't lock properly, which neighbors are home during the day, when the police patrol this street. That knowledge doesn't fade with time. You'd think it would. You'd hope that eventually you'd stop checking over your shoulder, stop flinching at unexpected noises, stop analyzing every stranger who walks past your building. But it doesn't work that way. It just sinks deeper, becomes part of you, sits there in the dark where you can't quite see it, but you always know it's there. Every time I hear footsteps in the hallway, every time a car idles outside for too long, every time my phone does something unexpected, every time I'm alone in the flat late at night, waiting, always waiting. Sophie handed in her essay with that slightly smug expression she always wore when she thought she'd done something clever, sliding the printed pages across my desk with deliberate casualness, like she was passing state secrets rather than GCSE coursework. I was marking media studies assignments at home in Birmingham that evening when I got to hers and stopped reading after the first paragraph, just staring at the pages for about 10 minutes straight. The students always think they're the first ones to discover it, like they've stumbled across some secret that previous generations never found. The assignment was straightforward enough. Investigate how information spreads online and evaluate the reliability of different digital sources. Most students picked safe topics like social media misinformation or how news travels through messaging apps, standard teenage analysis of platforms they already understood. Sophie had decided to explore what she called the hidden internet, places where information exists outside normal search results and social media feeds. She had this habit of tucking her hair behind her left ear when she was concentrating, and I could picture her doing exactly that while typing this essay, convinced she was breaking academic ground that no teacher had ever considered. Her essay described discovering communities and content that operated beyond the reach of regular browsers and conventional oversight. She wrote about it with the casual confidence of someone who assumed she was the first person to encounter these concepts, explaining hidden services and anonymous networks as if she were pioneering digital anthropology. What bothered me wasn't her choice of topic, but the specific details she included about content she'd accessed while researching. Screenshots of sites hosting material that definitely wasn't appropriate for a school project. Descriptions of communities discussing activities that were obviously illegal. The essay included references to live streaming sites that showed what she described as real events happening in real time. Not entertainment content or news broadcasts, but unfiltered documentation of activities that people wanted to keep private from normal observation. She'd analyzed the technical aspects of these streams with surprising sophistication, discussing video quality, audience interaction features, and geographic indicators that suggested some content was being produced locally rather than in distant countries. Most concerning was her casual mention of recognizing locations in some of the streams, buildings and spaces around Birmingham that she could identify from architectural details or background elements visible in the footage. I found myself reaching for my laptop to close it, to put Sophie's essay aside and mark something safer. But something about her description of recognizing local locations made me curious despite my better judgment. That evening, I researched some of the sites Sophie had mentioned. The process of reaching these hidden sites was more complex than regular browsing, requiring specific software and careful attention to security practices. Sophie's essay had included enough technical details for me to follow her research methodology, though I told myself I was just verifying whether her claims were accurate. What I found confirmed that Sophie had accessed content that was genuinely disturbing. The streaming sites showed feeds from various locations that appeared to be monitored without the knowledge of people using those spaces. Not public surveillance cameras, but hidden monitoring of private areas where people assumed they weren't being observed. Most locations looked like commercial or industrial spaces, basements, warehouses, converted buildings being used for activities that required privacy. I found myself leaning closer to the screen, straining to hear the faint background sounds that accompanied the video feeds. Distant traffic, the hum of ventilation systems, occasionally footsteps echoing in empty corridors. What made me pay closer attention was recognizing some of the architectural details Sophie had mentioned. Victorian brickwork, industrial fittings, window designs characteristic of older buildings around Birmingham. I'd lived in the city long enough to identify these features as typical of converted warehouses in areas like Digbeth and the Jewellery Quarter. One location appeared regularly, a basement space with distinctive period features suggesting it was in a Victorian commercial building. The camera angle captured most of the room, but occasionally something would move just outside the frame, a shadow or the suggestion of movement that made me realize these weren't empty spaces being monitored for security purposes. I should have closed the laptop then, should have stopped following Sophie's research methodology and focused on how to address her inappropriate internet usage through proper school channels. But I kept watching, telling myself I needed to understand the full scope of what she'd discovered. The basement's architectural details were specific enough that I could potentially identify the building through local historical records. After narrowing down possibilities to about a dozen buildings, I decided to walk past the most likely candidates during my weekend. Most buildings I identified were occupied by legitimate businesses, but one stood out because it appeared mostly vacant despite being in a desirable commercial area. The ground floor had retail space, but upper floors showed no signs of occupancy, and basement windows were covered from inside. I walked past several times over the next week, observing at different times. Most of the time it looked empty, but occasionally I'd notice vehicles that weren't there regularly, or lights in what appeared to be the basement level. Bright, harsh illumination visible around window edges. One evening, I found an envelope on my kitchen table, not slipped under the door, on the table where I'd left my keys and wallet after coming home from school. Someone had been inside my house while I was there, moving through my home quietly enough that I hadn't heard them from the living room where I'd been marking papers. Inside was a printed copy of Sophie's essay with certain sections highlighted in red. The parts where she'd mentioned recognizing local locations and analyzing geographic indicators. On the final page was a handwritten note. Curious teachers make excellent research assistants. I spent the rest of the evening checking every window and door, trying to work out how someone had entered without me noticing. But I also couldn't stop thinking about that phrase, research assistants, and what exactly they might want me to research. The next day at school, I tried to act normally while observing Sophie more carefully. She seemed exactly the same, confident, slightly rebellious, focused on completing assignments with minimal effort. During lunch break, I noticed someone waiting outside the school gates who didn't look like a parent or staff member. They were positioned where they could see both entrances, observing rather than waiting for someone specific. After about 20 minutes, they left, but their presence felt connected to the note about curious teachers. 3 days later, I saw the same person outside the supermarket near my house, standing by the car park entrance with the same careful observation posture, not following me directly, but making sure I understood that my movements were being monitored. That afternoon, I decided to speak with Sophie about her research and whether she'd had unusual contact from people interested in her work. Her response was casual. A few people had messaged her online expressing interest in her research methods, but she'd assumed they were fellow students or academics. She showed me the messages on her phone. Friendly, professional inquiries about how she'd accessed certain sites and whether she'd be interested in sharing additional findings. But something about their tone made me uncomfortable, too knowledgeable about technical aspects, too familiar with specific sites Sophie had accessed. I tried to explain that people operating illegal surveillance networks might not appreciate students writing school essays about their activities. She seemed to understand my concerns, but pointed out that she'd only accessed publicly available sites, hadn't obtained information through illegal methods. Over the next few days, I found myself paralyzed by indecision about contacting the police. Every time I reached for the phone, I'd think about explaining how I discovered the surveillance sites, whether my own investigation might be considered problematic. Then I'd think about Sophie potentially being in danger because I was too cowardly to report what I knew. But I was also afraid that people who could enter my house without detection might take additional steps to ensure teachers didn't become problems for their activities. A week later, Sophie didn't show up for school. Her parents called to report she'd left home at normal time, but never arrived for registration. Police were notified immediately, search procedures initiated, but there was no obvious explanation for where she might have gone. I should have mentioned her research project and the possibility that her internet activities had attracted unwanted attention. But I couldn't bring myself to explain how I knew about illegal surveillance sites without implicating myself in the investigation. Sophie has been missing for 6 weeks now. The police investigation continues, but no trace has been found despite extensive searches and media appeals. Sometimes I still check the surveillance sites, telling myself I'm looking for evidence that might help the investigation. Last week, I saw movement in one of the basement feeds. A figure that could have been the right height and build, hair that might have been the same shade as Sophie's. The orange glow from the sodium lights outside seeped through the gap in my cheap curtains, painting the grimy wall a sickly yellow. It was always there, a constant, dull throb against the night, much like the ache in my chest. Swindon, a town of roundabouts and endless grey skies, had become my cage. The hum of the nearby electrical substation vibrated through the floorboards, a low, persistent drone that had long since burrowed into my skull, a soundtrack to my quiet desperation. I was Martin, 34, and the sum total of my existence could be measured in the growing stack of overdue bills on my kitchen counter and the ever-present gnaw of a failed relationship that had left me with less than nothing. My fingers, stained faintly with the grease of a forgotten takeaway, hovered over the keyboard. The screen, a harsh blue rectangle in the gloom, displayed a website I'd stumbled upon a few weeks prior. It wasn't the usual eBay or Gumtree. This was different, darker, an echo of the internet's underbelly, whispering promises of easy money. Shadow Market, the banner proclaimed in a stark white font, a name that felt both illicit and alluring. I'd told myself it was just curiosity, a morbid fascination with the digital fringe. But the truth was, the bank statements didn't lie. My account balance was a flat line, and the prospect of a bailiff at my door was becoming less a fear and more an inevitability. The first item I bought was a tablet, sleek and black, advertised as barely used. The price had been absurdly low, a fraction of its retail cost. My rationalization then had been simple. Someone probably dropped it, damaged the box, and couldn't return it. A simple resale, a quick profit. I'd listed it on a mainstream site, added a modest markup, and it sold within hours. The surge of adrenaline, the satisfying ping of the notification, had been intoxicating. It wasn't much, but it was enough to cover a utility bill, a tiny reprieve from the suffocating pressure. This small success had opened a door. The website became my secret addiction, a clandestine marketplace where I could momentarily escape the reality of my failing life. I started small, a smartphone here, a smart speaker there, always cheap, always quick to sell. The money trickled in, enough to keep the wolves from the door, to buy another tasteless ready meal, to keep the electricity flowing. Each successful transaction, each anonymous buyer, chipped away at the thin veneer of my conscience. I wasn't stealing, I reasoned. I was just a middleman, an entrepreneur in a digital age, navigating the grey areas. The laptop I bought next was a high-end model, practically brand new, for a price that made my heart pound. It arrived in plain packaging, no discernible return address, just like all the others. I booted it up, planning to wipe it clean before reselling. But a flicker of curiosity, a rare indulgence, made me pause. The previous owner hadn't bothered to erase their files. A photo opened, a young woman smiling, her arm around a man with a booming laugh. They stood before a brightly painted carousel, their faces alight with joy. I felt a prickle of unease. It wasn't a family portrait, not exactly. It was a holiday snap, vibrant and full of life, a stark contrast to the sterile, anonymous transaction that had brought the machine to my desk. I quickly deleted the files, wiping the hard drive with a professional-grade program, telling myself it was simply good practice. No loose ends. Weeks bled into months, marked by the arrival of packages and the satisfying chime of payment notifications. My flat, once a shrine to my own melancholic isolation, began to fill with a transient inventory. Boxes stacked in corners, devices charging on every available surface, a silent testament to my burgeoning illicit enterprise. The hum from the substation seemed to grow louder, or perhaps it was just the ringing in my ears, a constant reminder of the tightrope I walked. Then came the tablet. It was another top-of-the-range model, still in its original sealed box, listed for an unbelievably low price. The seller's handle was a string of random characters, as most were, offering no clue to their identity. When it arrived, I noticed a small dent on one corner of the box, barely perceptible. Inside the tablet was pristine. I powered it on, intending to factory reset it immediately. But a lock screen appeared, displaying a wallpaper, a selfie of a young girl no older than 10, with bright, inquisitive eyes and a gap-toothed smile. Her name, Chloe, was emblazoned across the top of the screen in a playful, childish font. A cold dread began to seep into my bones. Chloe. The name resonated with a faint, unsettling familiarity. I'd seen it somewhere recently. My fingers trembled as I navigated to a news website, typing "Missing Persons UK" into the search bar. The results flooded my screen. And there she was, Chloe Davies, missing from a small town in Wiltshire, just a few hours' drive from Swindon. Her photograph, identical to the one on the tablet's lock screen, stared back at me. The article spoke of a frantic search, heartbroken parents, and a police appeal for information. The air in my flat grew heavy, thick with unspoken accusations. The hum of the substation became a roaring in my ears. I felt a sudden, desperate urge to vomit. My pragmatism, my carefully constructed facade of a legitimate reseller, shattered. This wasn't just cheap electronics. This wasn't just a dodgy side hustle. This was something far, far worse. I remembered the laptop, the couple at the carousel. I remembered a smart watch I'd sold a week earlier, its fitness tracker still logged into an account under the name Mark. Mark Harrison, a man reported missing from Birmingham, his case widely publicized. I had dismissed it then, a mere coincidence, a trick of a tired mind. But now, the coincidences piled up, forming a gruesome tapestry of stolen lives, not just stolen goods. My hands shook, slick with a cold sweat, as I scrolled through the shadow market listings. Each item, once a potential source of income, now felt like a bloodied trophy. I saw a watch, a distinctive gold chain, a pair of custom-made headphones. Each piece of hardware, a chilling breadcrumb leading back to a life abruptly interrupted. I was complicit. I was part of it. I had been moving evidence, unknowingly, for weeks. The thought made my stomach clench. I had to do something. My first instinct was to delete everything, to scrub my digital footprint clean. But that wouldn't erase what I'd done, what I'd seen. It wouldn't bring Chloe back. I stared at the tablet, Chloe's innocent face beaming at me from the screen. My fingers still trembling typed out an email to the police. It was anonymous, carefully worded, detailing how I'd come across the device, omitting any mention of shadow market, painting myself as an unwitting recipient. I provided the serial number, the details of Chloe's photo. Then I deleted the email, closed the browser, and disconnected the router. The silence that followed was deafening, a stark contrast to the constant hum that had filled my flat. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Sleep became a distant memory. Every creak of the floorboards, every distant siren sent a jolt of terror through me. I imagined them knocking on my door, their faces grim, their questions pointed. My carefully constructed world of self-deception had imploded, leaving me exposed and terrified. A week passed. No police, no arrests. No news reports linking my email to any breakthrough in Chloe's case. Had they dismissed it? Was my anonymous tip lost in the deluge of other, less credible leads? The uncertainty was a torment. I started to question my own sanity. Had I imagined the coincidences? Had my debt-ridden brain conjured a narrative of horror to justify my own failings? Then, an email arrived. It wasn't from the police. It was from one of my previous customers, a woman who had bought a digital camera from me months ago. The subject line read, "Regarding the camera." My blood ran cold. I opened it, my breath catching in my throat. "I need to speak to you urgently about the camera you sold me," the email began. "There are some unusual photos on it. Photos of places I recognize, and a face I recognize from the news." A cold, hard knot formed in my stomach. She had traced it back to me. How? I had always used burner emails, VPNs, and anonymous shipping labels. I had covered my tracks meticulously. Or so I thought. My phone rang. The number was blocked. I stared at it, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I didn't answer. It rang again, and again. The persistent buzzing was like a drill boring into my skull. I switched off my phone, pulling the plug from the router, plunging my flat into an even deeper digital silence. But the silence didn't bring peace. It brought a suffocating sense of impending doom. I was exposed. The anonymity I had so carefully cultivated had failed. The next few days were a blur of paranoia and fear. I barely ate, barely slept. Every shadow held a lurking threat. Every sound a potential harbinger of discovery. I peered through the gaps in my curtains, watching the car park below, half expecting to see a police car, a figure in a trench coat. My own reflection in the window seemed alien, gaunt, eyes wide with a terror I could no longer suppress. I knew I couldn't hide forever. The woman who had bought the camera, she knew. And if she knew, others could too. The network I had been a part of, the shadows I had moved through, were now closing in around me. The knock came just before dawn. 3 sharp, authoritative raps that echoed through the silence of my flat. My breath hitched. I froze, my heart thundering. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I just listened, straining for any sound, any clue. Another knock, louder this time. "Police!" A voice boomed from the other side of the door. "Open up, Mr. Davies." Mr. Davies? My name wasn't Davies. I felt a flicker of confusion, a tiny, fleeting moment of reprieve before the full weight of the situation crashed down on me again. They had the wrong name. Or did they? Had I been so careless? The door rattled as a heavy shoulder struck it. The cheap lock groaned in protest. I stumbled backward, my legs suddenly weak. This was it. The end of my quiet, desperate enterprise. The reckoning. I heard the splintering of wood, the sharp crack of the doorframe giving way. Figures in dark uniforms burst into my flat, their faces grim, their movements swift and precise. The beam of a powerful torch cut through the gloom, momentarily blinding me. "Martin Hayes," one of them demanded, his voice devoid of inflection. I could only nod, my throat dry, my tongue thick. "You're under arrest." They cuffed me, the cold metal biting into my wrists. I offered no resistance. What was the point? My life, my carefully constructed facade had crumbled. As they led me out past the scattered boxes, past the glowing embers of my laptop, I glanced back at the screen. It had powered itself on somehow, displaying the shadow market homepage. And there it was, a new listing, prominently displayed, a fresh face on the scrolling banner. My face, my own hollow-eyed face, staring out from the digital abyss. Below it, a chilling single word: available. The orange glow of the sodium light still seeped through the shattered doorway, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air, a silent, swirling testament to the quiet complicity of survival and the moral erosion that had consumed me. The hum of the substation, for the first time, seemed to fade into a distant whisper, replaced by the deafening roar of my